changes over 500 times a day, which can cause odor. So Secret...
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And we are live coming to you from Spring Roll 2015 in Fort Wayne, Indiana. My name is Victor One. Joining me on the mic today,
My friends, it's good to hear you this morning. Muckety Muck's my name, and we're getting ready to go with what's going to be a great one here. Dallas and Calgary, both these teams starting in the early morning to kick off day number 3 of Spring Roll, and I'm looking forward to what's going to be a really good contest here.
that's right, it's going to be a really great bout. The first bout of day 3, track 1, Spring Roll 2015. It is going to be Calgary in the green, Dallas in the white. That is the Dallas Derby Devils Army of Darkness versus the Calgary Roller Derby Association All-Stars. Once again, Calgary in the green, Dallas in the white. We have the teams on the track right now, 2 jammers out there. It is going to be number 130, Sparrow Dynamic for Dallas, and number 302, Easy Brake Oven, jamming for Calgary.
Dallas number 29 in the WFTDA, Calgary number 43. Both teams want to start things off on a Sunday with a huge victory as we get underway with this one here, Victor.
And we do have Easy Brake Oven trying to go around the outside now, going forward and making her way around turn 1. Sparrow Dynamic also trying to work her way through the pack. She gets pushed to the inside of the track at turn 2, forced to recycle to turn 1, and that is enough time for Easy Brake Oven to clear through the pack at turn 2. Lead jammer going to Easy Brake Oven, our first lead jammer of our first bout of Day 3 Spring Roll 2015.
And Calgary wanting to finish on a positive note right now through 2 games at Spring Roll, 0-2 with losses to arch rival in Tri-City. That Tri-City bout was a really solid bout that they had yesterday, and I think there was a lot of positives that Calgary got out of that contest yesterday as they get on the scoreboard first with 4 points. I like the attitude, I like the dynamic, I like the drive and the desire that Calgary's has, and with a good victory here today, they can even their mark at 4-4 here in 2015.
And I know they're going to be looking to do a repeat of that previous jam with 4 points, Calgary, and 0 for Dallas right now. We got lots of time to play. New jam's going to be getting underway with number 28, Miley Virus, jamming for Dallas, and number 11-16, Chris My Ass, jamming for Calgary. Calgary once again in the green, Dallas in the white. Chris My Ass getting lead jammer status fast. She gets through the pack at turn 1. The pack slowly creeping towards turn 2 right now as Miley Virus trying to make her way through her initial pass. She gets a spread out pack in front of her, beats the 2 defenders and clears through. Chris My Ass on a scoring run, grabs quick 4 points. Eyes up. Miley Virus decides to call off the jam. It's going to be a shutout right now for Dallas. Calgary at 9.
Well, back-to-back lead jams and getting off to this fast start is Calgary. We've seen them progress as the year, taking on a lot of top 40 teams here in the WFTDA. And we've also seen marked improvements by Dallas this year. Very strong squad. They got out to a very fast start on the campaign with 6 consecutive wins. A loss to arch rival yesterday put their first blemish in their record column.
This jam is starting out with a 1 blocker advantage for Calgary. Once again, Calgary in the green. Moulin Bruce, number 22, jamming for Calgary up against 138, Anita Riot, jamming for Dallas. Moulin Bruce pushed off the track at turn 1. She's stuck at the rear of the pack as Anita Riot going forward, 2 to beat on the outside straightaway, but Moulin Bruce regroups, gets through the pack on the outside straightaway, and she is our lead jammer, 3 for 3 for Calgary. Anita Riot going through the stretched out pack, clears through at turn 4, and Moulin Bruce now trying to put some points on the board on a scoring run, rear of the pack, going around turn 3. Anita Riot coming in hot, and there is going to be the call off. Muck 0-0.
Tell you what, Calgary with the first 3 lead jams of this contest here, and Dallas, as we said, looking very positive here in 2015. Very fast tempo, a very hard-hitting style that they have, and I'm curious to see how things progress here in this contest, as they are behind the 8 ball right now, 8-0 the deficit, as we head into jam number 4.
So that is going to be number 302, Easy Break Oven, jamming for Calgary in the green up against 4-1. Postal Penny jamming for Dallas in the white. Postal Penny finding the floor just after the pivot line, gets back up. Very congested pack making its way around turn 1, heading towards turn 2 at a slow pace, but nevertheless creeping that way. Postal Penny now with 3 to beat forward of the pack. On the outside straightaway, Easy Break Oven finding the floor on the outside, just on the outside straightaway, just after turn 2. Dallas losing a blocker to the penalty box. As 0-0, Blakely going to have a sit down. Both jammers going forward, but it is going to be number 41, Postal Penny, clearing through the pack, the first lead jammer status for Dallas. But right behind her is going to be Easy Break Oven, jamming for Calgary, finishing her initial pass. Pack now around at the outside straightaway. Both jammers coming in, and it's going to be points for both, but it is going to be 2 for Easy Break Oven of Calgary, 1 for Postal Penny. That's going to put Dallas on the board, 1 for them, 10 for Calgary. 25 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Of course, 1 blocker advantage here for Calgary, and yes, Dallas getting on the scoreboard here, finally breaking out that goose egg. As we see at the line, Sparrow Dynamic jamming for Dallas, and it'll be Chris Myas for Calgary.
Chris Myas pushed out just before the pivot line, coming back in and being bounced around. A little pinball action at the forward of the pack. Very congested heading around turn 1. Sparrow Dynamic still at the rear of the pack. Chris Myas now going forward. Elevator doors close up right in front of her, though. She has to regroup. And now finds herself at the rear of the pack. Sparrow Dynamic going forward and pushed out at turn 3. Comes back in clean. And now making her way towards turn 4. Triangle defense falls apart. She clears through. Lead jammer going to Sparrow Dynamic of Dallas.
Loosely follows, and company trying to do all they can to try to contain, but Dallas with back-to-back lead jams, looking to bust into this 9-point deficit that they're currently in. And if anything that we noticed yesterday in watching Dallas, very patient, very methodical when they put things together. They don't try to rush things, and they will see themselves get 2 out of this rotation here. So nice couple of pick-up of points in the last couple of jams here, and whittling this deficit down to 7 points.
Nobody in the penalty box at the start of this jam means we got 5-on-5, a full contingent of blockers and jammers on the track. Those jammers are going to be number 22, Moulin Bruce in the green for Calgary, and number 28, Miley Virus in the white for Dallas. Moulin Bruce being pushed around at the rear of the pack by the Little Murder Maid. And Animal Lee giving her the business and pushing her off the track, forcing her to recycle back to almost to the jam line. Little Murder Maid getting a penalty for it, though. She is being sent off the track to have a sit down in the penalty box. And the pack almost coming to a standstill at turn 1, slowly creeping now towards turn 2, with Moulin Bruce stuck at the rear of the pack, still not stretching out. But now we have a lead jammer muck as we have Dallas getting their jammer through the pack. Miley Virus, lead jammer.
45 seconds to grab lead jammer status on their great job by both walls defensively, trying to slow the progression down. And now with both jammers looking to post up points. As to the outside, Miley Virus will get a couple to the tune of 2 points here for the Albertans. Or I'm sorry, for Dallas, I should say.
Miley with a nice hop there to juke, avoid a hit, but forced the call off, and that is the end of that jam. It is going to be 2 new jammers on the track. Anita Riot, 138 in the white for Dallas. And Easy Break Oven, 302 in the green for Calgary. Once again, we're seeing a very congested pack right from the get-go, with Dallas putting their defenders close to the rear of the pack, and it doesn't work out for them as Easy Break Oven is able to find the advantage and get through the pack. Lead jammer going to Easy Break Oven of Calgary, but she is being chased down by Anita Wright, who does clear initial pass. Coming in hot into the pack, Easy Break Oven. Hands go on hips real quick, but it is going to be hit it and quit it. That's 4 points going to be added to Calgary's total.
3 lead jams there for Easy Break Oven. 10 points overall so far in this contest. So getting off to a fast start here is Calgary. And it's been very clean play so far. No trips to the penalty box yet here for Calgary. And this is kind of the mindset. This is what they know that they need to do against a team that is ranked 14 positions higher in the WFTDA hierarchy.
Dallas with a blocker having to sit down in the box and putting their defensive wall right against the jam line. It is going to be Chris Myas jamming for Calgary up against Postal Penny jamming for Dallas. Chris Myas trying to make a move around the outside, gets pushed off by the Little Murder Maid, forced to recycle back behind the pivot line. She comes back in, but she is stuck behind the rear defenders as Postal Penny going forward. She's got 2 to beat at turn 2. She's able to get through on the outside straightaway. It's going to be lead jammer Postal Penny of Dallas.
Second lead jam here for Postal Penny. And a full complement of blockers to boot. And now we see ourselves the star pass. And now on the recipient, it's going to be Chris Myas donning the star here for Calgary.
Postal Penny pushed out at the top of turn 3, puts her hands on her hips, but she is taken back 4 points for Dallas. That's going to take Dallas to 9. Calgary holding at 14. We have 20 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in the first half. Close game.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a fun one and a very clean contest, as we said, for Calgary so far. As we see them in the neon green, if you're watching at home. And we see Dallas in the white tops. And we welcome you on an early Sunday morning here from all over the world.
Track 1 at Spring Roll 2015, Dallas versus Calgary. Calgary putting out number 22, Moulin Bruise, up against Dallas's 130 Sparrow Dynamic. Moulin Bruise going forward, stretched out pack. They got to let her go. It's Moulin Bruise, lead jammer for Calgary.
Yeah, we saw Bruce come up with some very solid jams yesterday. One definitely to watch here, especially as the game progresses, because top physical shape and great conditioning that she has. And when you're having a full weekend such as this, you play so many minutes that sometimes the gas tank might be a little bit empty on that third day.
And of course, both teams traveling quite the distance to be here in Fort Wayne. It is going to be a call-off. It's going to be 2 points for Moulin Bruise. It's going to stretch Calgary's lead. Dallas holding at 9. Calgary now at 16. We are under 20 minutes remaining in the first half.
Of course, if you are here in Fort Wayne, we encourage you to stop by all the leagues that have brought merchandise with them here this weekend. And, of course, we want you to visit the tables of our sponsors, and we'll mention those as the morning continues on here, and you'll see them live and in living Technicolor here at the Fort Allen County War Memorial.
Jamming for Calgary, it is Easy Break Oven in the green up against Miley Virus. Jamming for Dallas in the white. Easy Break Oven with a slight collision error gets right back up and still in the thick of things, but she is stuck at the rear of the pack as Miley Virus going forward. Pack stretches out. They got to let her go. It's going to be lead jammer going to Miley Virus of Dallas.
Well, it's about 11 minutes deep in the first penalty committed here by Calgary, so going to the box, it will be Lucy Flawless. So what's been a solid effort here and a clean effort for Calgary pretty much continues, but it is Dallas notching up points as the Grand Slam will be notched up here, and now we've got ourselves a 2-point contest.
We haven't seen too many 5-pointers so far, and that is a Grand Slam indeed for Dallas, taking them very close to overcoming the lead. We do have a pack making its way around turn 3. Miley Virus going forward, and she gets through. That's going to be a second Grand Slam for Miley Virus of Dallas, taking the lead right now as Calgary loses Diesel Duchess to the penalty box. Miley Virus coming in, going from the inside to the outside. Jukes around the forward defender, and she's getting through. Muckety Muck, we have our third Grand Slam in a row for Miley Virus, picking up 15 points so far.
I tell you what, floodgates are opening up on this rotation here. And you can't say enough about the blocking schema up front. Blakely, the little murder maid, also Animal Lee doing an excellent job out here. Wide open spaces, and that is going to be a momentum shifter, my friend, as Dallas coming through 2 additional points on that rotation. So 17 here by the Texans, and we've got ourselves a scoreboard flip about midway through this first period of play. Very, very impressive work there.
We also had our first star pass as Easy Break Oven did pass over the star cap to Lucy Flawless from Calgary. That put the pressure on. That forced the call off. And a wise decision from Calgary as they have been held at 16. Dallas at 27. And we now have a team timeout from Calgary.
Well, the narrative of this one so far, Calgary getting out to the quick lead. And then we saw Dallas chipping away at it. And then, of course, a momentum shifter with 17 points on that last rotation here. And it finds Dallas on top right now by 11 points, 27-16, 17 and a half minutes left here in our first period of play. Good morning to all our folks out here in Fort Wayne. And, of course, for those watching via the stream, courtesy of the fine folks here at Hinckley Design and Production. Of course, they are supplying the complimentary feeds here this weekend, and we appreciate all that they do for us. And we appreciate the numerous comments that we're getting from the Derbyverse by letting us know that they appreciate this coverage here this weekend. Of course, a full slate of games coming up throughout the course of the day as we are going to put the finishing touches in a positive way in what's been a great 3 days of Derby. Of course, Fort Wayne Derby Girls is the hostesses once again on the 6th annual Spring Roll.
So, of course, we're here at Track 1 watching Dallas Derby Devils Army of Darkness versus Calgary Roller Derby Association All-Stars. This is Track 1 Spring Roll 2015 at 9 a.m. Track 2 will have Arch Rival versus Toronto, a great bout going to be happening on Track 2 at 9 a.m. But here on Track 1, we have Calgary versus Dallas, and we have both jammers in play right now. Chris Mayas being forced back by Anita Riot from Dallas. Pack stretching out, going around turn 1 into turn 2. Chris Mayas forward with 2 to beat. Being pushed to the outside. There's a forearm penalty on one of the Dallas defenders. She's going to the box, and Chris Mayas is through. Lead jammer going to Chris Mayas of Calgary.
3 jams in a row where Calgary has not scored a point, so now trying to break the schneid here. But they have the full complement of blockers once again, trying to lay down the foundation. And I have to reset and reload, so Chris Mayas will assess things. 2-wall in front, trying to slow down the progression. This is a scoring pass here for Calgary. Meanwhile, Chris Mayas still trying to get through on her initial pass.
That is some solid defense out there by the only 2 blockers for Dallas. Mona Bruiser and Guillotine Grace slowing up Chris Mayas for a lot of time kill. But Chris Mayas does get through. That's going to be a grand slam. 5 points for Calgary. As Anita Wright does clear her initial pass, Chris Mayas on a second scoring run, pushed off the track at turn 1, sliding almost into a camera and calling off the jam, but it is going to be 2 more points for Calgary.
Almost got that one in your living room, my friends. Yes, a very, very solid rotation once again by Calgary, and it does break about a 6-minute scoring stretch, where they did not score a point, I should say. And now tighten this one up. Only 3 points the advantage now here for Dallas. It's been a fun one here so far.
And my mistake, that was 3 points for Chris Mayas.
All right.
Moulin Bruce jamming for Calgary, up against Postal Penny jamming for Dallas. This jam is starting out with a blocker advantage for Dallas, and Postal Penny does capitalize on that advantage. She clears through the pack at turn 1. Lead jammer going to Dallas. Moulin Bruce pushed off the track at turn 1, forced to recycle behind Little Murder Maid. She comes back in at the pivot line clear. Postal Penny, though, on a scoring run. Pack not moving away from turn 1, and she's able to find her way through. It's a grand slam, 5 for Dallas.
And once again, we're seeing really good defense up front here by Dallas, slowing down the progression. As the Texans, Army of Darkness, want to stretch open this advantage here with 45 seconds deep into this jam and midway through this period. And this jam will be called off. The official accumulation of points, 4 comes the way here to Dallas. So Postal Penny, as a result of getting her third lead jam of this contest, 9 points altogether. If you're looking at your scoring virus with 19, 9 for Postal Penny and 2 for Dynamic on the other side of the ledger. We see ourselves with Easy Break Oven with 10 points, Chris Mayas with 7, also 2 points for Moulin Bruce.
Number 302, Easy Break Oven in the green, jamming for Calgary right now, up against 130 in the white. Sparrow Dynamic jamming for Dallas. And the pack is spreading out, going around turn 2. Sparrow Dynamic going forward. She gets over a downed player by Calgary. And now with 1 to beat, avoids a hit in the outside straightaway, clears through. That is Sparrow Dynamic for Dallas with the lead jammer status. And Easy Break Oven playing a little jammer defense, takes Sparrow Dynamic off the track, forcing her to recycle on the just past the turn 2. And now Easy Break Oven going forward. She's got 2 to beat. And now turns in 1 left to go. She's got to get around Juice Box, and she does so, clears through at turn 4. Sparrow Dynamic pushed off at the top of turn 3. And it is going to be 4 points for Sparrow Dynamic before the call off. And a shutdown of Easy Break Oven. She's going back with no points this time around.
Very nice work up there front by Juice Box, also Vagina Hertz, doing quite a number here on the Calgary Jammers on the last couple of rotations here, and it's added up to a nice surge of points here for the Army of Darkness, now currently sporting the 16-point lead as we head into jam number 14.
And it is a 11-16 Chris Mayas jamming for Calgary in the green up against 28. Miley Virus jamming for Dallas in the white. Chris Mayas going forward and coming against a solid 4 wall of defenders from Dallas. Miley Virus stuck behind the solid 4 wall at the rear of the pack from the defenders of Calgary. Chris Mayas trying to make a move inside line, slowly pushing a creeping pack that's heading towards turn 2. Neither jammer either able to get through, but they are pushing solid 4 walls slowly, inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter, depending which team came from Canada or the United States.
Oh, I love it. You're seeing great defensive stops here in front, slowing down progression. And it will result in a 1 blocker going into the box here for Calgary. But out in front, as your lead jammer looking to pick up imperative points, is Chris Mayas here of Calgary.
She charged out of the pack, and Hannah Barbaric does try to stop her, doesn't quite connect hard enough to prevent Chris Mayas from getting through, and she does so. She's now on a scoring run as Miley Virus clears her initial pass. Chris Mayas clearing through the pack. That's going to be 4 points as the pack now falling apart a little bit at turn 4. Miley Virus coming in for a scoring run, but it's Dallas defenders at the rear of the pack, and she is not picking up any points. That's going to take Calgary to 29. Dallas held at 40. Dallas in the lead by 11 points. We are at 11 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in the first period.
Going to be a 3-2 blocker advantage here for Dallas to start off jam number 15.
And Jam 15 is brought to you by Persephone's Treasures. Get your official 2015 Spring Roll t-shirt at Persephone's Treasures. Anita Riot going forward fast, gets around the defender at turn 1, and lead jammer going to Anita Riot from Dallas.
Well, that's what you're going to do when you only have 2 blockers in front. Try to get the flash.
Ooh. And Anita Riot being connected so hard at turn 1, she has lost her helmet. It is going to be points for Anita Riot before the jam is called dead. 2 points for Anita Riot of Dallas.
Well, a collision, accidental collision, of course, colliding with her blocker, Guillotine Grace. And that's almost kind of like one of the, it looked a lot worse than what it turned out to be. Unfortunately, Anita Riot was fast, quickly reacted to that one and said, hey, look, don't worry, I'm okay. And she returns back to the bench. That's just how momentum goes sometimes, my friends.
And so with that, we do have now an official timeout.
Well, as we have this official break in the action, and as Anita Wright's going to check over with our EMTs just to make sure that everything is okay, no problem with that, how about we give a little sugar to some of our sponsors here, Victor?
Muckety Muck, did you know that the 2015 international playoffs are fast approaching?
I did know that.
Watch the best teams in the world compete for the glory of the Hydra. Mark your calendars. Brackets and teams will be announced July 15th, WFTDA.com. Wow, not too far away.
I tell you what, and we saw a lot of movement in the recent released rankings that just came out on Friday afternoon. We saw some teams with some really serious hard charges trying to bust into that top 40 plateau. And of course, we saw a lot of activity in the Division Twos as well. And a lot of results that occur here this weekend in Fort Wayne, I think are going to dramatically impact the complexion of Division Two this year. We've had so many close contests between a lot of comparable squads and some upsets by some of those looking outside the top 60 that I think we're going to see a lot of movement, a lot of shakeups, and I think we have potentially maybe 3-4 outsiders looking in to break into the top 60. Great example, Old Capital City pulling off a huge upset on Friday, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they, as one who has had an upward trajectory here in the last couple of months, to see if they can bust into that top 60. Playoff time right around the corner. Can't wait for it to get here, but hey, can't wait to get this action launched here once again with Jam 16.
Lots of good roller derby here. Still happening. Spring Roll 2015, Day 3. Our official timeout has come to its conclusion, and we are going to get underway with a new jam right now. 2 jammers on the track. It is number 41, Postal Penny for Dallas in the white. 302, Easy Break Oven for Calgary in the green. And the pack has made its way to turn 1. Easy Break Oven finds the floor, but gets back up. She's trying to make a move on the inside, but she is pushed off the track where she has to recycle, and that is enough time for Postal Penny to get through at turn 2. Lead jammer going to Postal Penny of Dallas.
And solid work once again up front here by the 2-wall of Dallas.
Little Murder Maid and Hanna-Barbera stopping Easy Break Oven and forcing her off the track at turn 3. She's been recycled all the way back to the outside straightaway. Postal Penny knocked down at the top of turn 3. Gets back up. She's still in play. And a triangle defense trying to be broken up by 00 Blakely from Dallas. Postal Penny going forward. She gets connected but not stopped. She does clear through the pack. That's going to be a grand slam. 5 points for Dallas. Easy Break Oven going forward with a star stash.
Yep, leading the charge out front, but this is nice shutdown work here by the Army of Darkness, being paced by Blakely out front there, and that is just stymieing Easy Break Oven. And this is allowing points to be extended here by Dallas now.
Easy Break playing a little defense there, connects with Postal Penny. Doesn't stop her, just gives her a shoulder, let her know that she's there. And Postal Penny slowed down at the top of turn 1, slowly making her way towards turn 2. We do have a star pass. Easy Break Oven handing off the star to number 31. That's going to be Taz from Calgary. That forces a call off, and that's going to be 3 final points for Postal Penny and Dallas. Held Calgary to 28. Dallas now at 55. Just under 9 minutes remaining in the first period. Sparrow Dynamic wearing the Jammer Star for Dallas. Chris Myas wearing the Jammer Star for Calgary. Once again, Calgary in the green, Dallas in the white. And Chris Myas making a bold move on the inside line, gets around the forward defenders and clears through the pack. Lead jammer going to Chris Myas of Calgary.
Yeah, imperative points looking to be posted here by Calgary. Meanwhile, it is Sparrow Dynamic escaping from the pack.
Chris Myas on a scoring one, able to withstand a hit at turn 3. She is calling off the jam. It's going to be points for both teams, so 4 for Calgary, 3 for Dallas. But that is the call-off. Calgary now going to 32, Dallas 58, under 8 minutes remaining.
Well, I've liked what I've seen out of Dallas's defense here the last couple of minutes, as they have really kind of held Calgary to minimal points in about the last stretch of 15 minutes here. And of course, the Walls, of course, making things happen, getting that offense rolling here as we get underway. Jam number 18.
Number 28, Miley Virus, jamming for Dallas, up against 31, Taz, jamming for Calgary. Taz trying to make her way through a 4-wall forward of the pack, where Miley Virus stuck at the rear behind a four wall of Calgary defenders. Pack slowly creeping its way to turn 2 with Dallas defense forward up against Taz. Taz pushed to the outside twice. And now the pack is getting a little broken up. 3 to beat now for Dallas forward of the pack as Taz now recycled to the rear. Miley Ryrus does make her way through, though. She gets through, and that's going to be lead jammer for Dallas.
3 lead jams here for Virus. And, of course, once again, a full complement of blockers in front. Works to the outside. Will take a tumble. Reassesses the situation and will launch forward once again. And once again, Calgary doing an excellent job of recovering and slowing down that progression. And these are not easy points that Miley Virus is having to try to pick up here. And it looks like just when you thought that momentum was going to surge ahead, Calgary recovers nicely, forms back together as a tight unit, and just stifles the jammer. So this is some excellent work here by Calgary that we're seeing here.
We've seen a lot of traffic congestion in that turn 1, turn 2 area. And once again, it slows the pack right down. They do get to turn to the outside straightaway. And it is going to be 4 points for Dallas.
That's a big victory, I think, there for Calgary right there. Only surrendering 4 because it did not take long for Dallas to gain lead jammer status there. But the defense doing a nice job of slowing things down. And they are still very, very close in this one. Only being down by 30 points. 6 minutes left to go here in this first period of play. Jamming out there, it is going to be Anita Riot, who is back into the mix, and glad to see her out there.
And it's Moulin Bruce jamming for Calgary. Moulin Bruce going forward. She's got the 4 wall from Dallas forward of the pack. The pack is spreading out at turn 1. And Anita Riot still stuck rear of the pack behind the 4 wall from Calgary. Anita Riot pushed to the inside, forced to recycle back to the pivot line. The pack just at the top of turn 1. And slowly creeping towards turn 2. Moulin Bruce with now 3 to beat. Push to the inside at the end of turn 2. Stop just before the outside straightaway. Forced to recycle to turn 1. As Anita Riot now trying to make some headway. She gets around the forward defender, Novel Blonde, and clears through. Lead jammer going to Anita Riot from Dallas.
Second lead jam of the contest here. She has 2 so far, but looking to add more. As we will see, one Dallas defender going to the box, that being Preacher Slaughter. But this scoring pass here will result in points. We'll get the official call. I do believe it is to the tune of 2 points. So Dallas stretching open this margin here. Right now currently standing at 65-32, 4:23 and counting left here in this first period of play. One team's already taken a timeout, that being Calgary. You see it on your screen at home. They still have 2 more left in this contest. Dallas has not used a timeout.
So we've had a really great crowd here at Spring Roll 2015, and they've been buying lots of awesome raffle tickets for swag baskets. Only $1 per ticket, $5 for an arm length. That draw is going to be held at Game 30, Fort Wayne versus Kansas City, Track 1, 4:30 tonight. So if you got raffle tickets, make sure you're listening to Track 1, 4:30 tonight. We are back to the action. That is lead jammer going to number 41, Postal Penny from Dallas, but Easy Break Oven is clear through the pack as well. Pack making its way towards turn 3. A quick call off from Postal Penny, but she is in the pack. It's going to be points for both teams. 3 for Postal Penny, 2 for Easy Break Oven. So that is going to take both teams up just a little bit. Calgary to 34, Dallas to 68. With 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in the first period. A fast jam does not clear out the penalty box. We have 1 Dallas defender standing, but we have 2 jammers ready to go on the track. Chris Mayas for Calgary up against Sparrow Dynamic jamming for Dallas.
And once again, tight work in turn number 1. Nobody having the advantage yet. As both these teams, I mean, they have come to play here this morning. They are doing solid work out there. With minimal penalties being called and assessed here. And into the front of the pack as your lead jammer for Calgary. That is Chris Mayas.
Sparrow Dynamic trying to make headway through the pack. She's got 2 to beat as the pack makes its way around turn 3 into turn 4. There is bridging going on by Calgary. Now 1 lone defender. Number 306, Sinistar has to let her go. And Miley Ryers does clear through for her initial pass, but that is going to be a point-scoring run for Chris Mayas from Calgary. She puts 4 on the board for our team from Alberta. Sorry, Sparrow dynamic jamming for Dallas. Now on a score run, able to push around Sinistar forward of the pack. She clears through for 4 points for Dallas. But Chris Mayas in the pack for a second scoring run is able to grab 4 more before the call-off. 8 points that time around for Calgary, 4 for Dallas. That's going to take Calgary to 42, Dallas to 72. We are under 2 minutes remaining in the first period. Potentially, possibly, we could be going into our final jam of the first period. But we now have a challenge being issued by Dallas. Or my mistake, is it a challenge being issued by...
Well, we will soon give close watch here. Coach Lime
Dallas.
for Calgary wanting a full explanation. So as they talk things over here, we'll talk about some of the great sponsors. And, of course, we want to say hello to the fine folks at Vital Skates who are doing some outstanding work here this weekend. Tell us a little bit about Vital Skates there, Victor.
Vital Skates provide top quality goods and services to all levels of roller skaters with a focus on roller derby. We have the knowledge to fit and sell boots, plates, and complete skates from top manufacturers, and we know what wheels work best on which surfaces. We have probably bouted on those surfaces at one point and one time or another. Vital Skates, we know derby because we do derby. Vital Skates, where data and experience meet. It's so necessary, it's vital.
30 points right now, the advantage for Dallas. As we said, coming into this one, they are currently ranked number 29 in the WFTDA. Calgary on the Division I bubble right now, holding steady at 43. So we saw Calgary get out to a fast start this year at the How the West Was Won tournament, as we got to see them face off against Arizona and St. Chuck's, and finishing that weekend with a 2-1 record, and that was how they launched off their season. And every game after that, win one, lose one, win one, lose one, and that's what's added up to this 3-4 record that they currently sport. And it looks like we'll get back underway here in just a little bit, and I'm going to check out on that official review there, Victor.
So we have a new jam going to be getting underway right now. It's going to be number 28, Miley Virus, jamming for Dallas up against 302. Easy break oven jamming for Calgary. Calgary in the green, Dallas in the white.
And that official review, Calgary was saying that the score was incorrect and they should have been credited for one additional scoring pass. The official said, no, that is not the case. You get the points that you were rewarded. So that was 8 on that rotation, and they lost the challenge on the official review.
Miley Virus going forward just before turn 3. She clears through. Lead jammer going to Miley Virus of Dallas. Easy break oven does clear through. Same area as well after she is able to withstand a hit from Hanna-Barbaric. Miley Virus going forward. She's got 1 to beat. She gets around Diesel Duchess. Clears through. That is going to be 4 points for Dallas. Easy break oven pushed off the track at turn 4. Forced to recycle all the way back to turn 3. And that puts Miley Virus on another scoring run. She goes forward. She's got 2 to beat just after the jam line. Stretched out to the pivot line, and she clears through for a grand slam. 5 points for Dallas. Easy break oven being slowed right down at the pivot line. Pushed out by the Little Murder Maid, and she's forced to recycle to turn 4. Miley Virus taken off the track at turn 1. She's forced to recycle to just behind the pivot line. The pack is packing up just a little bit at turn 1 and then spreads out. Miley Virus getting another grand slam, passing through for 5 more points for Dallas. As the pack holding at turn 1, slowly creeping now towards turn 2. Easy break oven right in the middle of things. Forced to the inside, retreats to the rear of the pack. And Miley Virus now going forward, 2 to beat, able to avoid a hit. Clears through. That's a grand slam just before turn 3. As the pack now making its way to turn 3, and we do have a star pass from Easy Break Oven to number 32, Lucy Flawless from Calgary. Carrying the star in her hand, avoids a hit from Hanna-Barbaric and clears through the pack for 4 points for Calgary. Jam comes to its conclusion. It is 2 final points for Miley Virus of Dallas, and we are at halftime. Calgary going to 46, Dallas now at 93. a fantastic competition going on here on track 1 at Spring Roll 2015.
Yeah, I think if you join us online here the last couple of minutes and you looked at the score and you said, well, there's not a lot of action going on there. That's a relatively low point total here in the WFTDA. I think this is a true testament of how solid defensively both these squads have been. And the reason that the points are held to minimal for both squads is that everybody is staying on the track. We did not have a lot of penalties by either squad. Very clean play. So, of course, with the full complement of blockers out there, that's going to slow down these wide open spaces that jammers can get on through. So, Calgary, I think you've got to look at this as a very positive first half. You're probably leading with the lower point totals, and really with the exception of maybe one double-digit jam, maybe two by Miley Virus, the scoring has not been overwhelming here by Dallas. It's been these 3 and 4 pointers that we've seen here throughout the course of the contest. So really high marks for both squads defensively here in this first period of play. And we've got a great one here brewing up here at Spring Roll.
And we're not seeing any power jams. We're not seeing these jammer penalties that are so often.
And I was not going to mention that because I didn't want to jinx anybody in the first period.
There's that announcer curse. We're going to see what's going to happen in the second period here at track 1. Right now on track 2 at Spring Roll 2015, Toronto versus Arch Rival. Arch Rival in the lead, 49 over Toronto 15. But they are in the first period, just under 18 and a half minutes remaining. And a score update for track 2, Arch Rival at 50, Toronto 17, with 18 minutes, 19 seconds remaining at track 2, Spring Roll 2015. We are at track 1, Dallas Derby Devils, Army of Darkness versus Calgary Roller Derby Association All-Stars. Calgary 46, Dallas at 93, and we are at halftime. I'm Victor 1.
And I'm Muckety Muck, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes for the start of our second period.
We are live here at Spring Roll 2015, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Track 1. Our derby competition between the Dallas Derby Devils, Army of Darkness, and the Calgary Roller Derby Association All-Stars.
Live in a living Technicolor here on a Sunday morning, Victor. As you see warming up on the track, the competitors that's going to be in our next bout, and you see warming up the current three-time defending champions, Your Mom Men's Derby. They will be taking on Jersey Boys in a contest that immediately follows what's been a great one between Dallas and Calgary so far, 93-46. We inadvertently, it was just because of the scheduling that we had here, did not have a chance to fully introduce both rosters. So, Victor, I will let you introduce Calgary, who stands at 46 points right now.
For the Calgary All-Stars, it was 10-17 Roadhouse Brews, 11-16 Chris My Ass, 183 An Anomaly, 21 Novel Blonde, 22 Moulin Brews, 238 Preacher's Slaughter, 265 Andy Linkwit, 302 Easy Break Oven, 306 Sinistar, 31 Taz, 32 Lucy Flawless, 55 Diesel Duchess, 747 Knocks Her Socks Off, and 82 Kiki Tiki Bang Bang.
And we'll look at the Dallas lineup here after this first jam. Of course, Dallas is in white, and it will be Calgary in the neon green to start things off. In this second period of play, out there jamming, it's going to be Anita Riot for Dallas, and she will be matched up right on the other end of the ledger. Taz with her first jam of this contest. Received a star pass earlier on, but this is her first true jam in this game. And already getting out in front as your lead jammer, it will be Calgary's very own Taz.
This jam did start with a one blocker advantage for Calgary. It looks like Taz was able to use that. And the pack making its way around turn 2. It is going to be a hit it and quit it. No points for either jammer, as Anita Wright did put the pressure on. First jam in, no points.
And let's take a look at the total lineup here for Dallas, number 29 in the WFTDA. 00 is Bakley. We have 112 Planet of the Skates. 1229 is Juicebox. 130 is Sparrow Dynamic. 138 is Anita Riot. Number 15, Hanna-Barbaric. Number 20 is The Little Murder Maid. It is 235, Guillotine Grace. Vagina Hertz is 24, Miley Virus 28, Postal Penny 41, Animal Eve 451, Nick's Victim 5510, and Mona Bruiser at 911.
Our second jam of the second period is underway. That is going to be number 1116, Chris My Ass, jamming for Calgary, who gets through the pack at turn 1. She is our lead jammer. Number 28, Miley Virus, jamming for Dallas, pushed off the track at turn 2. She's being held up, and Chris My Ass is now on a scoring run. That's a grand slam as she clears through the pack on the outside straightaway. Miley Virus trying to make some headway, 2 to beat. Now turns into 1. She finds the floor a little slippery at turn 3. She's got to get around number 306. That is going to be Sinistar, who drops her down to the inside of the track, but Sinistar getting a penalty for it. She's going to the penalty box, and Miley Virus does clear through her initial pass. Chris My Ass on a scoring run in the middle of the pack decides to call it off. She puts her hands on her hips, and that's going to be 3 more points for Calgary, taking Calgary to 54, Dallas 93.
29 points now for Chris My Ass, as she's leading the scoring on the ledger here for the Albertans. Easy Break Oven, I should say, with 13 points. And Bruce also has 2 on the other side of the ledger. Miley Virus with 55 points in the first half. Postal Penny with 20. Sparrow Dynamic with 8. And Anita Riot with 2. And I preface that official, unofficial stats there here.
That's right, of course. Everything that comes from the announcers this weekend and every weekend, unofficial.
That's right. That's why it's written in pencil and not in pen. Well, getting out into the front of the pack as your lead jammer, it is for Dallas, sporting the white. It's Postal Penny.
Jamming for Calgary's number 22, Moulin Brews. Calgary in the green. She's slowed up at the rear of the pack as Miley Virus on a scoring run, clearing through for a Postal Penny on a scoring run for Dallas, clears through for a grand slam. Moulin Brews does clear her initial pass as well. Pack making its way towards turn 3, outside straightaway. Little Murder Maid comes in, clears out the way, and Postal Penny going right through untouched. 4 points. Hits it and quits it, calls off the jam. Dallas going up by 4.
And we talked about penalties in the first half, or lack thereof, as we take a look at the official penalty count. 11 trips to the box for Dallas and Calgary. A nice job holding it to single digits, only 8 trips to the box. Now, there is a little bit of concern on the side of Dallas. They do have 1 blocker, that being Nick's Victim, with 4 trips to the penalty box, but really nobody in any other danger there for either squad. So very clean play in this first period.
And that clean play means we have a full contingent of blockers and jammers on the track right now. Those blockers are holding up both jammers at turn one. Our jammers are Easy Break Oven jamming for Calgary, Sparrow Dynamic jamming for Dallas. Sparrow, though, going forward, she's got 2 to beat. Calgary trying to stretch. She's able to shrug off a hit at the end of turn 2, and Sparrow Dynamic clears through. Lead jammer as the pack now slowly making its way around turn 2, heading towards the outside straightaway. Easy Break Oven with 1 to beat. She's being shrugged around by Hanna-Barbaric, and she's able to stay upright and in play. Easy Break Oven clears her initial pass. Sparrow clearing through at turn 3 gets 4 points as Easy Break Oven pushed off the track at turn 3 as well. Pack slowly regrouping at turn 3 with Calgary forward of the pack. Sparrow coming up against a 4-wall, turns into 3 with now 2 to beat as Calgary is bridging. Easy Break Oven pushing around the outside. Hanna-Barbaric with a slight contact, doesn't stop her, and both jammers are clearing through the pack for scoring runs. It is a grand slam, 5 points for Sparrow and 4 points for Easy Break Oven.
Well, Dallas content to keeping this one going here as we've got about 45 seconds left to go in jam number 4. And both jammers, once again, looking for scoring passes here. Easy Break Oven being stymied in the back of the pack. Meanwhile, it is Sparrow Dynamic on her 3rd scoring pass, working her way methodically and gets all the way through. 14 on this rotation here for Sparrow Dynamic, who was kind of held to minimal points as the first period progressed after getting out to a fast start. But she is making her mark here in this very important jam here for both squads.
Calgary losing their captain, Sinistar, to the penalty box. And Easy Break Oven playing a little bit of jammer defense back there. And she winds up getting a cutting the track penalty for her trouble. She's going the long way around to the penalty box. We now have our first power jam. We are 5.5 minutes into the second period and our first power jam of the bout.
And you always kind of wonder a little bit, if you grab lead jam and you already notch up those first 4 points and you keep it going, a little bit of a risk taken there by Dallas, but it does pay off. They do surrender some points here to Calgary, but they are going to benefit with not only a 1 blocker advantage, but of course having the lone jammer out there, as it will be Anita Riot donning the star here for Dallas, who are in white. Power start here for the Texans.
And Dallas just splits the Red Sea right there, makes sure there's a wide space for Anita Riot. She goes right through the 3 defenders from Calgary and gets lead jammer status fast as the pack hasn't moved much from the original starting position. In fact, it has slowly stretched back around the jammer line. Now it has stretched out between the jammer line and turn 1, and Anita Riot on a scoring pass for 5 points for Dallas.
So Calgary now getting their full complement of blockers here on the second scoring pass as bodies go a-tumbling. And use of the forearms will be called here against Sinistar. Meanwhile, back into the mix, it is Easy Break Oven for Calgary. And more whistles being assessed here on the second scoring pass by Anita Riot. And she will get on through. So 9 on this rotation. But nice job there by Calgary holding minimal points there. Only 5 surrendered off the power jam. So with the numbers against them, they've done a nice job of keeping the points to a minimum.
Guillotine Grace go and have a sit down for Dallas as she gets a penalty. And Anita Riot looking to embiggen the score tally for Dallas. Gets another grand slam for the team in white. We do have a star pass for Calgary. Number 183, Anomaly, now having the star in her hand for the team in green. Anita Riot going forward. Pack stretches out. They got to let her go. That is going to be a further 4 points. Sorry, my mistake. A grand slam, 5 for Dallas. And we have a power jam for Anita Riot, as the former pivot, current jammer for Calgary, having a sit down in the penalty box.
And that was 2 minutes that Dallas really treasured right there, as they've now stretched open a pretty sizable advantage now. Our score right now, Dallas 145, Calgary 62 with 21:50 left to go. Scoring at a fever pitch here for Dallas in the last couple of minutes, outscoring Calgary by about a 5-to-1 ratio here. But yeah, capitalizing on the penalties, as we said, very few penalties by Calgary in the first period of play. But things getting a little bit off the tracks, and they're going to call a timeout and a wise decision here with 21:35 left in our first period of play. We heard through the grapevine that you can pick up a free souvenir this weekend here, Victor.
That's right, Muckety Muck. Right now at the Fort Wayne Derby Girls merchandise booth, you can get your Spring Roll 2015 souvenir program for absolutely free. That is the best deal you're going to hear all day. There is a lot of great color photos of all our teams here participating in Spring Roll. Some information about the leagues, and a lot of good stuff for you to peruse in the free Spring Roll 2015 programs that you can pick up right now at the Fort Wayne Derby Girl merchandise table. Now, while you're there,
Yes.
you may want to put in a donation for Rainbow Goat, hashtag Rainbow Goat. Proceeds go to Horizons Youth Group, a program of the Northeast Indiana Diversity Library. You get yourself a fancy sticker or button, Rainbow Goat, hashtag Rainbow Goat.
Yep, I'm going to go make a donation here immediately at the conclusion of this one here. And it looks like we will be underway with a power start. A full box for Calgary with 3 skaters sitting there, including the jammer. Numbers playing to the favor of Dallas to start, jam number 6. And easy wide open spaces there for Miley Virus, who's going to be your lead jammer right now, pacing the scoring with unofficially 55 points.
2 to beat. Miley going a little bit of fancy footwork there. Caesar pushed out and held an inside, though. She's able to stay upright in and play. That's going to be a grand slam 5 for Miley Virus of Dallas, as the pack not moving away from the pivot line right now. Getting very, very solid, very congested. As an anomaly coming back on the track.
And this jam will be called off. Looks like 2 points collected by Dallas. So stretching open this lead right now, differential stands at 90 points right now, 152 to 62. Dallas, first of 2 games that they got coming up. They will be facing Toronto CN Power, who is currently facing arch rival, and they are in a deficit right now, 113 for arch rival, 48 for Toronto CN Power. So it's a full slate here for the Texans here on Sunday.
Big collision there at the rear of the pack. Sees both jammers finding the floor, but getting right back up. Chris Myas jamming for Calgary. Right now stuck at the rear of the pack. Postal Penny going forward. She gets knocked off the track by the 4 defenders from Calgary, but she is awarded lead jammer status. She did get her hips in front of each and every player from Calgary. And Chris Myas is getting a track cut penalty, and she is going to have a sit down in the penalty box. We now have a power jam for Postal Penny, who's on a scoring run. She clears through the pack just before turn 3. That's a grand slam, 5 more points for Dallas.
8 lead jams for Postal Penny right now with 46 points and looking to add on more. Full complement of blockers, actually 3 blockers out front, but even with the numbers at the disadvantage, another 5 collected here by Postal Penny, and they are sending a message now. Triple digits is the differential.
Calgary with their 4 defenders on the track, forward of the pack, right at turn 4, putting a wall up against Postal Penny. And now the pack is starting to spread out a little bit. Calgary trying to bridge it. 3 defenders, turns into 1 left to go. 7:47, knocks her sock off. Does slow down Postal Penny, but she's getting a penalty for it. She's going off the track, and Postal Penny clears through for a grand slam. 5 more points for Dallas.
And Mona Bruiser doing excellent work out there, shutting things down. Yeah, very solid work here. Guillotine Grace also doing solid work. Slowing down and making things a little tricky here for Calgary. But yeah, another big roll of points, 7 so far on this rotation. Looking to add more. And looking for a little bit of instruction from the bench, and they say, why don't you call this one off? Why not? We are in a roll here in this second period of play as Dallas is now stretched open, lead 171 to 62. Coming up as this day progresses on track number 1, of course, the 3-time defending our MRDA champions, Yarmouth Men's Derby. They will be taking on Jersey Boys. Then later on, team that I've really come to appreciate and respect, that is Texas Men's Roller Derby. They will be facing Carolina Wrecking Balls at 12:30, Toronto versus Dallas at 2:30, Kansas City versus Fort Wayne coming up at 4:30.
This jam starting out with a 3-1 blocker advantage for Calgary. Calgary putting out number 22, Mulan Bruise, jamming for Calgary in the green. Up against 130, Sparrow Dynamic jamming for Dallas in the white. Moulin Brews able to capitalize on the solo blocker out there for Dallas. And we got a track cut from Sparrow Dynamic. She's going to have a sit down in a very busy penalty box for Dallas.
And now here's the opportunity for Calgary to turn it around, and already 5 points off this power jam here for Calgary's Moulin Brews, who have been held to minimal points here in the first stretches of this second period of play. Second scoring pass as Brews will be sent outside, reassess the situation. Takes her time. Now we see the defense being stacked up here against Brews. Another blocker going to the box here for Dallas, then being juice box, and another 5 collected. So 10 off this rotation here for Calgary. Imperative points being picked up here.
Pack holding steady at turn 2 with Calgary defenders at the rear. Forward defenders are Dallas. Got a triangle defense slowing down Moulin Brews right to a crawl. Now they're going to the outside straightaway. Sparrow Dynamic trying to make some headway on the outside. Calgary regroups, puts their defenders forward. Knocks her sock off, trying to get a hip on Sparrow Dynamic. Slows her down, doesn't stop her. She's able to clear through at turn 3. Sparrow Dynamic gets her initial pass taken care of. And Moulin Brews on a scoring run with 2 more points before the conclusion of that jam. Going to take Calgary to 74. Dallas now at 171. 16 and a half minutes remaining in the second period.
So it doesn't picked up there by Calgary and widening, or I should say tightening up this differential here a little bit. A meeting of the minds with the blockers there in the neon green from Calgary. Of course, we see Dallas. They send up to the line Anita Riot as we get underway with jam number 9 in a fast-paced game. This one has been flying by.
Flying by, and now we have everybody on the track. That's going to be 5-on-5, a full contingent of blockers and jammers. But it still works out for Anita Riot, who does clear through the pack. Anita Riot, jammer for Dallas, lead jammer this time around. Dallas, of course, in the white, Calgary in the green. As Taz jamming for Calgary, stuck behind the pack. Anita Riot just going right through everybody, not connecting with anyone and getting a grand slam. 5 points for Dallas. Pack slowly reaching its way towards turn 3. Do have a star pass. Now Lucy Flawless with the jammer star in her hands for Calgary as Anita Riot going forward. She's got 3 to beat. Forward of the pack, just creeping its way towards turn 3. A very stretched out pack muck from turn 4 all the way to the outside straightaway. Anita Riot now with 1 to beat as that pack stretches out. Knocks her sock off, can't stop her, and Anita Riot gets through for a 5-point grand slam.
And solid work up front here by Blakely, Hanna-Barbaric, the Little Murder Maid, Animal Lee, and that was how you slow down the star pass here. As once again, it is loosely Flawless, just having fits there in the straightaway. You can see them putting Calgary in lockdown mode right here.
Calgary defenders trying to regroup, trying to stop Anita Riot, rear of the pack. She sees an opening on the inside. They get there. They slow her down. She sees an opening on the outside. They get there. They stop her cold. Pack now making its way towards turn 1. And now Anita Riot going forward, but she's got 3 defenders from Calgary at turn 2 to lower her right down. They regroup. There's 4, but they got to bridge it as the pack is stretching out. Anita Riot pushed off the track at turn 2. She's being forced to recycle all the way back. Looks like she's going to have to come in right around the pivot line area as Lucy Flawless still not having any luck getting through the pack. Long jam goes long, and it is going to be final grand slam. 5 more points going to be going up for Anita Riot. That's going to hold Calgary at 74. Dallas now at 186. 14 minutes remaining.
And 15 points on that rotation there, but more importantly, the entire jam was concluded there by Dallas. 2 important minutes shaved off that clock here and stretching open this 100-plus point differential here and trying to make things out of reach here for Calgary midway through this second period.
Now, of course, this next jam is brought to you by Bruised Skate Noose, the original over-the-shoulder roller skate holder. Bruised Skate Nooses. Jamming for Calgary is going to be 11-16 Chris My-Ass against number 28 Miley Virus, jamming for Dallas. And Chris My-Ass is getting a track cut at turn 1. She's going the long way around. Sorry, a forearm penalty. So she's getting a long way around to the penalty box. It's a power jam now for Miley Virus of Dallas, who is still in the middle of the pack going around turn 2 and still looking to complete her initial pass. Calgary regrouping 4-wall forward of the pack. with only three defenders from Dallas at the rear. Pack is being stretched out. Triangle defense stopping Miley Virus. As the pack slowly creeping towards turn 3, Miley Virus now clearing through the forward defenders. Lead jammer going to Miley Virus of Dallas.
And Preacher Slaughter trying to do everything she could there to slow down the progression as this power jam continues. And the solid work being done by the defense of Dallas. Slowing down Moulin Bruise once again. Forcing her to the inside.
And Chris Mayas able to clear through the pack at turn 4 on the inside line. She's clearing through her initial pass. Dallas losing number 2, 3, 5. Guillotine Grace to the penalty box. It's going to be more points for Dallas before the call-off. Grand Slam, 5 more.
Well, this was a surge of offense that we were anticipating here for Dallas as they were held to minimal points. Timeout taken here with 12 minutes left to go here in our contest, WFTDA sanctioned contest. We've had 17 games throughout the course of the weekend for both the men's and the women's side. All this action being sanctioned here this weekend, and Dallas almost busting open triple digits in scoring as a team here in the second period of play, because we were at about, well, they were held to around 91 points in our first period of play. Calgary doing a nice job here, holding them to minimal points in the first period, but as clean as things were for the Albertans in the first period of play, wheels kind of flying off the wagon a little bit in the second period of play with 3 jammer penalties, and then, of course, multiple cases where we saw 4-on-2 pack advantage here for Dallas. So that's been the narrative here in this second period of play, but still to only be down by 120 points, I think that's pretty good. That's a win in my book here for Calgary, who want to leave here at least keeping it somewhat respectable. 12 minutes is a lot of clock time. Once again, as they got into the latter stretches of the first period of play, they would chip away at that deficit. And I think that's got to be the mindset here. So positive thoughts, the group hug going on in the middle there by Calgary. And they're a fun team to watch. I look forward to seeing their progression. And for you folks watching on the stream at home, you get a good look at Dallas. You will see them later on this afternoon, 2:30 Eastern, as they will take on Toronto CN Power. They're at halftime over on our other track with arch rival number 18 in the WFTDA, currently sporting a 114-81 or 51 advantage over Toronto's CN Power. So Dallas, you got to feel pretty good now that you've been posting these points here in the second period of play. More than likely, if things hold steady, they will finish out this Saturday or Sunday morning session with a 1-1 record so far. You're going to look to finish the weekend 2-1. And that contest against CN Power, that's a very winnable contest here for the Texans. See, they thought smart when they put together the scheduling here. What can benefit the team the most out of your 3 games that you're going to be getting here this weekend? And Dallas, this is a team that can capitalize on that momentum. Even though they did lose to arch rival yesterday, kept it very tight in the end. So it was almost an even push for both sides.
Our official timeout has come to its conclusion. We are going to be getting underway with a new jam of roller derby. This jam is starting out with a 1 blocker advantage for Calgary. Calgary putting out number 2-2, Moulin Bruise in the green up against number 4-1, Postal Penny in the white for Dallas. Postal Penny going forward. She's got 3 to beat, pushed around, but she's able to spin through it at the end of turn 2. Lead jammer going to Postal Penny from Dallas. Moulin Bruise does clear through at turn 2 as well. Calgary losing a blocker to the penalty box. Knocks her socks off, going to have a sit down. As Postal Penny does clear through the pack and grabs 4 points. Moulin Bruise pushed off the track at turn 3, and she's getting a cutting the track penalty. She's going to be headed to the penalty box, and it is now a power jam for Postal Penny of Dallas, who just grabbed a grand slam going around that same turn 3 where the pack is hanging out.
5th power jam here for Dallas in this second period of play, and of course only 3 blockers to boot out there for Calgary's side. As we see Postal Penny in turn number 1, getting all the way through, and already 10 on this rotation here for Dallas, and they have broken the 200-point barrier. And this jam will be called off. So Dallas will stretch open the lead now as additional 5s tacked on the side of Dallas. Calgary did score 4 on that rotation, so it makes our contest 2:05 for Dallas, Calgary 78. Of course, we talk about what's on the road for both these squads here this weekend. This is the final contest for Calgary, as they had tough battles against arch rival in Tri-City as this weekend progressed. But of course, these teams are going to be participating in a full slew of games, and we'll take a look at their schedules as this bout continues on for the remainder of 2015.
This jam does start with a power start for Dallas, number 130, Spiro Dynamic. She comes through the pack with the 4 defenders from Calgary forward. She's able to clear through them, and she's our lead jammer. Moulin Bruce comes back on the track, and an immediate star pass to Preacher Slaughter, who now wearing the star for Calgary. Spiro Dynamic on a score run, clears through the pack. That's going to be quick, 4 points, as Preacher Slaughter pushed off the track at turn 2. She's forced to recycle the end of turn 1. And Spiro Dynamic on another scoring run, grabbing a Grand Slam 5 for Dallas. Dallas putting their 4 defenders forward of the pack, slowing down Preacher Slaughter to a standstill just at the edge of turn 3. Spiro Dynamic at the rear of the pack. Preacher Slaughter pushed to the inside. She regroups and knocked down on the outside by Little Murder Maid. She's going to be forced to recycle to the rear of the pack. Pack still on the edge of turn 3, outside straightaway, haven't quite got there. Now creeping its way through. And Preacher Slaughter around the outside does clear through for 4 points for Calgary. But it is going to be 5 more for Dallas, so that is going to put Calgary at 82, Dallas at 219, 8 minutes, 36 seconds remaining in the second period.
And it looks like a brief discussion there at mid-track. 5-second call comes on down, with Dallas sporting this lead with 8:20 left to go here in regulation, and taking a first trip with the star on her, or I should say Easy Break Oven jamming here for Calgary. And on the other side of the ledger, Anita Riot once again putting forth the hard charge for Dallas.
And we did have a full complement of blockers and jammers on the track. That full complement of blockers and jammers brought to you by Derby for All KC, taking you to the next level, Derby for All. A very congested pack coming to a standstill at the top of turn 1, heading towards turn 2. And Anita Riot trying to get some headway now as the pack is starting to spread out towards the outside straightaway. Anita Riot trying to spin around. She's in the midst of a triangle defense from Calgary. And being slowed right down. Calgary trying to force her to the inside, and she does get a hit from Lucy Flawless, who does get a penalty for it. She's going to have a sit down in the penalty box, but sometimes those penalties are worth it when you can stop the jammer.
And once again, bouncing around like a pinball, Anita Riot, who's had a really rough go at it here in this contest, but to her credit, gets back up on her quads and attacks again, and will get all the way through as your lead jammer, and she will immediately call this one off. So 7 minutes left to go in regulation, and Dallas continue to maintain this advantage. I did make mention earlier on that both these teams still got a couple of more games. They have not been scheduled yet. You kind of figure during the stretches of the summer, there's going to be those hangover bouts that are going to be tentatively scheduled. And, of course, we'll hopefully see both these squads in the postseason. Right now, Dallas going to try to firmly cement their placement here in Division I, and I think they have a good chance of doing that. Calgary, if they can keep the momentum rolling here and try to keep this one tight as far as the differential goes. Right now they're 43, but they are knocking on D1 door as well. But there's no harm in being a high seed in D2, because that is some extremely competitive action that we will see in August for the WFTDA. I love D2 Derby, Victor. I mean, it is some fun stuff when it comes to the playoffs, because there's so much parity that you will see in the leagues, and it is not out of the realm for a number 10 seed, because we saw that in the inaugural D2 playoffs with Treasure Valley as a 10 seed finishing as a number 3.
So right now on the track, this jam did start out with a power start for Dallas. Miley Virus, who got lead jammer fast, and now on a scoring run, she did pick up 5 points already. Easy Break Oven now on the track. She has cleared her initial pass as Miley Virus grabbing a second scoring run. And nobody in the penalty box at the moment. And Easy Break Oven also on a scoring run. She's clearing the pack at turn 3 for 4 points for Calgary. Miley Virus now with 3 to beat, going towards turn 4. And she's being slowed down as the triangle has regrouped in front of her from Calgary. Now only 2 to beat. Taz and Sinistar blocking out there for Calgary, pushing around Miley Virus. As she is able to spin around Sinistar and clear through, that's going to be a further 4 points for Dallas. Easy Break Oven being forced off the track at turn 4, forced to recycle to turn 3. She comes back in clean. And now pushed to the inside at turn 4, forced to recycle all the way back to turn 3. Once again, Miley Virus trying to go forward. She's stopped by a 4-wall and pushed around at the jammer line as the pack slowly creeping away from turn 4. Miley Virus off the track in front of the penalty box decides to call off the jam. It's going to be more points for both teams. A grand slam for Miley at the end of it and 2 points for Calgary.
And don't forget, fans, we will give out official MVP awards to both squads at the conclusion of this contest, and that's going to be a pretty tough decision here, Victor. I mean, we've had some very solid performances from both squads here today, so we're going to have to get our collective minds together and do a little filibustering and see who we're going to give out some MVP souvenir scarves to.
We're going to do what we have to do, but there will be 2 MVPs
Yes.
at the conclusion of this bout. Right now, new jam is underway. Chris Mayas jamming for Calgary. She's stuck at the rear of the pack. As Postal Penny going forward, 1 to beat at turn 2. She is able to bully her way through. Lead jammer going to Postal Penny from Dallas. Chris Mayas with a star stash now clearing through the pack. She's complete her initial pass. Postal Penny pushed to the inside just after turn 2, calling off the jam from a seated position on the ground. It is going to be points for both jammers. 1 for Postal Penny, 2 points for Chris Mayas of Calgary. It's going to take Calgary to 90, Dallas to 240 with 3 minutes, 26 seconds remaining in the second period. And we now have a team timeout being called by Calgary, going to hold the clock at 3:26. This team timeout brought to you by Modern Skate and Surf, Michigan's original skate shop, celebrating 35 years. Modern Skate and Surf. We don't have a lot of teams here at Spring Roll 2015 from Michigan, but
Nope.
Kalamazoo,
Yes.
no strangers to Modern Skate and Surf.
And no strangers here to Spring Roll. But I tell you what, it's my first trip ever to Spring Roll. I'm no stranger to Fort Wayne, but I've really been impressed with the Fort Wayne Derby Girls, the fantastic operation that they are. A wonderful, gracious host, and they've made this weekend a pure pleasure for myself to partake for the first time. And I'm already going to park this on the calendar for next year because I know the 7th annual Spring Roll is probably being organized and talked about as we speak. But yeah, we've seen a lot of great individual performances by some of the leagues here this weekend. And it gives us a chance to see leagues that we normally wouldn't see during the course of a regular year. This is my first chance to look at Calgary in color, in person here. Also getting a chance to see old familiar faces like Old Capital City. It's been a couple of years since I've seen them. Dallas is a team that I haven't seen. The last time I saw them was in the D2 playoffs. So it's great to see them back and growing and evolving as a league. So yeah, some great efforts being put forth by all these leagues that we're seeing here this weekend. 11 overall. I tell you what, 17 games. It's been a fun one here on the ladies' side.
And a great effort underway right now with number 22, Mulan Bruce, jamming for Calgary. She's pushed out at turn 1, forced to recycle. And number 130, Sparrow Dynamic, getting a track cut penalty from Dallas at forward of the pack at turn 2. She's going to have a sit down in the penalty box. Mulan Bruce, now lead jammer, clearing through the pack at turn 2 on a power jam for Calgary. Pack holding steady just after turn 2, the outside straightaway. Mulan Bruce coming hot into the pack. She finds the floor, but she's back up. She's still in play. Triangle defense from Dallas, forward of the pack, slowing her down, now falling apart. 2 to beat. Little Murder Maid gets a shoulder on her and forces Mulan Bruce off the track at turn 3. She recycles, comebacks in clean, and Dallas regroups. 4 to beat forward of the pack right now. Calgary holding their defenders at the rear. And the pack slowly stretching from turn 3, just meeting up with turn 4.
And you're getting a pretty much a picture narrative, if you're watching at home, as to why Dallas has stretched open this lead. That tough defense up front there. with, once again, as we mentioned, the Little Murder Maid and a host of others doing fine, solid work. Then, of course, Spring and the Jammers free with Sparrow Dynamic collecting another bucket load of points here for Dallas. As this one will be called off here. With 1:35 left to go, Dallas holding on to this comfortable lead. 5 points picked up there by Calgary on that last rotation. Just now joining us, this is game number 1 from track number 1 on day number 3 of Spring Roll 2015. And, of course, full slate of games coming up next. Your Mom Men's Derby taking on Jersey Boys. Speaking of teams that I never had a chance to see before, Jersey Boys, as we will have ourselves this timeout taken by Coach Lime and Calgary. Jersey Boys coming in unranked in the MRDA, but I was very curious to see how they were going to be performing as a collective unit this weekend. I've been very, very impressed. As much as we've been talking about the perpetual momentum and the ranking shift in the WFTDA this year, the same can be said of the MRDA right now holding steady, and they've only had one wave of rankings come out so far. Jersey Boys, though, I think is going to make a good initial launch when they make their first push into the MRDA rankings. If you're watching online at home, you get a good look at Texas Men's Roller Derby, as we will see them in action coming up later on today. A great bout that they had against the St. Louis Gatekeepers yesterday. Right now, they are a number 6 in the MRDA, and some of us who watched that contest against St. Louis yesterday, we thought, yep, Texas has a good chance of climbing up even higher before the final rankings are going to be posted. So, yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Of course, MRDA Championships coming up in October. And, of course, we project Texas will be in the mix. Texas has been solid as a whole, as a collective unit here this weekend.
So that official review was just used to gather some time on the clock for Calgary. It was just a time holder timeout for official review. With only 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining on the period clock, this is likely to be our final jam. Maybe, maybe not, but we have a new jam underway. It is going to be 1:38, Anita Riot jamming for Dallas in the white, up against 11:16, Chris Mayas jamming for Calgary in the green. Chris Mayas awarded lead jammer status. She's pushed out on the outside straightaway, but she comes right back in as a penalty is being earned by 911 Mona Bruiser from Dallas. She goes to have a sit down, and Anita Riot for a low block going to have a sit down as well. There's now a power jam for Chris Mayas of Calgary.
Went to end on a positive note here and bust open triple digits and taking a tumble, and that's going to officially stop the clock. Played yesterday, we gave MVP to Fern, so I'm going to recommend Fern. That's okay.
I would have said Little Murder Maid, but
I'm cool with either way. Oh well, that's yeah. Right, she got it yesterday, and I think she's had a great. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it was Chris Mayas taking a tumble, but she is back up and okay. That's why you wear a mouth guard, ladies and gentlemen, with a shot to the choppers, but she seems to be okay. Thank you very much to our EMTs for being at the ready to help out the fallen skater. And we will reset things here with 26 seconds left to go in regulation. And what's been a really solid performance for Dallas in this one, being held to minimal points. And they were playing very, very clean in the first period of play. I think they got even better as this game progressed, of course, obviously on the offensive side, but holding Calgary to minimal points and also with the defense, making things happen and forcing Calgary to commit jammer penalties. So that's been the narrative in the second period of play, and we will actually have ourselves
two jammers in the penalty box.
In the box.
Looks like Moulin Bruise is going to be replacing Chris Mayas at the start of this next jam, and it is also going to be Anita Wright, who is also in the penalty box for an earlier track cut. Calgary holding at 99. Dallas now at 240. 26 minutes, 26 seconds held on the clock for the remainder of the period.
So the official review off of that last jam there is that a blocking with the head is going to be called against Chris Mayas. So that is why she got sent to the penalty box. But as a result of her being injured, the jammer is being replaced in the penalty box. So
well, we have an opportunity. We'd like to thank all our officials, our skating officials, our non-skating officials, all the volunteers here at Spring Roll 2015, doing a great job as we roll into day 3.
yeah,
It's
gonna
been
be
a
fun one.
top-notch tournament from beginning to end.
Yep.
And I'm very proud to be a little part of it.
I love this action here, and of course, looking forward to already seeing how things will progress with next year with the 7th annual Spring Roll. Some great action that we've seen here on the men and women's side. You saw there a brief glimpse, if you saw that at home, Moulin Bruce sitting in the penalty box in replacement of Chris Mayas. So, of course, blocking with the head was the penalty that was called against Chris Mayas. And then with her being injured, that is why Moulin Bruce is sitting in the penalty box as a substitute for you folks watching at home on the stream. And, of course, Hinckley Video, we want to thank them, Design and Productions, for being, of course, top-notch in bringing you all the coverage, the complimentary coverage here this weekend. And yes, they are selling DVDs of the action, the activities this weekend. And not only are we featuring the games, but we also have special exclusive interviews that has not been seen by the stream audience. So it's the extended director's cut is what you're getting. So you can be following closely the Facebook page of Fort Wayne Derby Girls. I'm sure they will also have information posted up on their official Facebook page for Spring Roll, and they will let everybody know when those DVDs will be made available.
And we are going to
I do believe we might have ourselves an unofficial final
Well,
here.
it might have ran out. The time has ran out. He decided to finish off the bout there with a quiet final jam, I suppose.
Inauspicious conclusion there, my friend. So it looks like Dallas is going to pick up the victory, 240 to 99. Kind of that's how we're going to end this one, but that's all right. It was a solid victory here for Dallas, who's going to improve to 7-1 on the campaign. And they got Toronto, so they can finish up 2-1 this weekend. Calgary will drop to 3-5. They finished Spring Roll 0-3. But I tell you what, these were some solid bouts that Calgary, the opponents that they had in Dallas, arch rival, and Tri-City. You knew that those were going to be 3 tough contests. And they had a solid showing, I think, this weekend. And there is something to build and gain and grow this weekend with the performances here by Calgary. So we look forward to seeing how both these teams progress as the summer continues on. And Victor, I do believe that we have ourselves some MVP awards to issue out. So at the conclusion of the hand slaps here, how about we give ourselves a couple of complimentary scarves away? And I will let you have the honors to let the skaters know who the MVPs are.
Okay. So for our most valuable players, as awarded by the announcers, to our first team, Calgary Roller Derby Association All-Stars, MVP is going to number 306, Sinistar.
Come on up and get your
Congratulations.
bandana.
Come on over to the announcer table to get your MVP award. And as awarded by the announcers to the Dallas Derby Devils Army of Darkness All-Stars, MVP is going to number 28, Miley Virus. Congratulations to our 2 MVPs, Sinistar and Miley Virus, of our bout. Dallas Derby Devils, Army of Darkness versus Calgary Roller Derby Association All-Stars, our first bout of Day 3, Track 1, Spring Roll 2015. with lots of more roller derby action happening. Some of it happening right now on track 2. Toronto playing against arch rival. Arch rival in the lead, 153. Toronto at 72 with 17 and a half minutes remaining. That's happening at track 2. But coming up just a little later, 10:30 on track 1, Your Mom versus Jersey Boys. MRDA action here on track 1, Spring Roll 2015.
Victor, I had a great time. It was a plum pleasing pleasure working with you for the first time, get to knowing you. And yeah, we're looking forward to some more great action as this weekend continues here from Fort Wayne.
If you want to hear more from Victor 1, I'll be talking on track 2 at 11 a.m. Tri-City versus Kalamazoo. But for now, my time here is done.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here with more action on track 1. Today we're going to see Your Mom Men's Roller Derby versus Jersey Boys Roller Derby. It should be a good matchup. We'll run you through the lineups real quick for Your Mom. Nick Becker, Dirty Larry, Geronimo, Peter Pan, Cleveland Stever, Luke Jamblocker, Suicide Snow Cone, Mr. E Machine, Twinkle Toes, Seahorses Forever, Coulter, Arsenal, and Frank Not So Hatra. How about those Jersey Boys?
All right, for the Jersey Boys lineup, we have Harmless, Douche Springsteen, I Don't Care Bear, Starsky, Emperor Miro, Dodger Rabbit, Smash Ketchum, Number, Bill Idgerant, G. Barnt, Robert Bralson, and Scooter Magoot.
It is so fun to say Scooter Magoot.
Scooter Magoot, one of the best names in Derby right there.
So on the line for the Jersey Boys, that's going to be 9999 Robert Bralson taking the start to begin with.
Had the pleasure of calling a couple of the Jersey Boys bouts this weekend, and Robert Bralson, a mainstay at the line for the Jersey Boys.
I mean, these poor guys have had to put up with your calls before.
Indeed, they have.
Oh. Poor fellas.
I called the Jersey Boys Chicago Bruise Brothers game. It was a blast.
Yes. Okay, so this is day 3, the final day for Spring Roll 2015. We are on track number 1. The Jersey Boys in the blue jerseys. Your Mom wearing the white this morning.
Your Mom, always fun to watch. Incredible strategy. A lot to learn from this 3-time world champions of the MRDA. Stepping up to the line first for Your Mom will be Rolomite, 2014 MVP of the championship tournament. No small feat there.
Yes, it's always a good measuring stick. You may not always get a chance to play the top team of your league, so it's always a good measuring stick. The Jersey Boys see how they fare against the top team in the land.
That's right. A lot of people have knocked on that door to try and take this team down. And next up, momentarily, Jersey Boys. We are so glad that you've joined us here early in the morning. It's early for me anyway.
All right, we're just waiting for that first whistle, making sure all the I's are dotted and the lowercase J's.
Here we go.
Officials are in place. We're ready to roll. Let's do it to it. There's the first whistle of the Your Mom Jersey Boys game.
And the battle is on. It'll start with Rolomite taking the first lead jam position. Robert Bralson still caught up in that incredible defense of Your Mom. Looking for that front end. Meanwhile, Rolomite 5 points.
Just amazing. There was one left to beat for Robert Bralson, and then just the amazing recycling and waterfalling of Your Mom, getting right back up in front of me, making them pass them 2, 3, 4 times.
And good offensive blocking by the Jersey Boys, trying to break open a hole and get Robert out. Rolomite recycled.
We're going to have our first Jersey boy headed to the box. That's number 616, Emperor Miro.
Stay right in it. You guys go. Oh, and a beautiful apex jump by Rolomite. That was a long one. Gathered 5 points for that great effort. And he will call it off, grabbing a couple more. So Your Mom striking the board early with 22 points.
They strike hard, they strike fast, and they strike often. It's what makes you a champion. But the Jersey Boys obviously are going to give them the best fight that they can. On the line for the Jersey Boys is VR6. That is Scooter Magoot.
Scooter Magoot, Michael.
Number 21, Geronimo, on the line for your mom. Excellent job by Geronimo, putting Scooter Magoot exactly where he wanted in that staunch defense of your mom's men's derby.
Scooter Magoot working hard against this line of your mom. Really driving through, trying to challenge those links, and now coming around the outside. Will he stay in bounds? Oh, he got caught by Nick Becker on the front end, and will go drop way back into one of those bridge formations of your mom.
Nick Becker making a friendly early morning introduction with his arm there. Really nice play, knocking him to the infield, recycling back, almost a turn one.
I Don't Care Bear with a big hit, taking Geronimo down, but he is quickly back up and in lead position.
Sometimes a block like that, it didn't really cause Geronimo to lose his relative position. He popped right back up and started going, but it's the hit that takes that endurance out of you, that saps your energy. Kind of hit like that, where you hit the ground hard.
That's true. You get the feeling that I Don't Care Bear is going to be doing those body shots all day.
5-point pass for number 21, Geronimo.
And right on cue.
There's 1 point picked up there before ending that jam. So currently we've got 28 for your mom, 0 for the Jersey Boys. Again, if you're just joining us, the Jersey Boys are in the blue with the white and red accents. Your mom in the white jerseys with the black accents, black and red accents.
Your mom always wears white on Sunday.
Boom.
Thank you, I'm done.
So it looks like we've got number 80 jamming, and that is Arsenal. And number 97 for the Jersey Boys, that is G. Burnt.
Arsenal fairly new to this Your Mom rotation. Look at this. Oh, now again caught on the front end. Both times we thought we were going to have a lead for the Jersey Boys. They get clipped right in that same spot, this time by Coulter, bringing the Coulter train. Coulter, who was hurt yesterday, too tough to stay out. He was back in with short order.
And G. Barton gets through, picks up. That's lead jammer for the Jersey Boys.
Yes, he had gotten lead jammer right before he took that shot from Coulter, got recycled back. He is bound and determined to get him some points.
I tell you what, these Jersey Boys, they came to fight, though. I'm seeing big shots. They're taking big hits, trying to take the wind out of this Your Mom sails.
And he does just that, breaks that scoreless streak there, puts up 3 points for the Jersey Boys. You score 36-3.
Seems like one of those moments when the Wrecking Balls would do push-ups or something.
Indeed, they would. I mean, you got to believe that the Jersey Boys.
Oh, there they are doing them right there. We had
are
3 push-ups.
You got to know that they know that they are the underdogs coming into this. They're going to give all the fight they can. So those 3 points are a big deal when you're facing the number 1 team in the land. Lead jammer has been established by your mom.
That is Twinkle Toes.
I'd like to commit to 3 potato chips for each point that they score. I'm going to keep that up.
Potato chips for points.
I like
Brought
it.
to you by T. Head Scott.
Look at those dance moves, staying in bounds. Twinkle Toes living up to his name right here. Look at that. Sliding right under the block.
Not to be outdone, Robert Brawlson was taking shots on that outside line and managed to keep his skates in. It was a very, very impressive run on the outside by Robert Brawlson. Spring Roll 2015 is brought to you thanks in part to some of the following sponsors. Persephone's Treasures. Get your official 2015 Spring Roll shirts at Persephone's Treasures. Custom apparel and vinyl decals. They can customize your derby shorts, uniforms, scrimmage tees right now.
And a warm welcome to the members of the Gatekeepers coming in right now. Good morning.
A nice wave from the gatekeepers.
Rolomite and Scooter Magoot both working to pick up lead jammer, and Rolomite comes out first, picks up a lead for Your Mom.
Excellent wall for Your Mom, but and good defense on the front end. I Don't Care Bear with the knockout, but went out of bounds himself. Rolomite able to slide back in, pick up lead jammer.
5-point pass there for Rolomite, the Derby Tornado. So we've got number 97 on the line for the Jersey Boys. That is Burnt.
And Geronimo for Des Moines. Been a relatively clean game so far. Not a lot of penalty box activity. Let's keep it that way. Your Mom had some trouble yesterday with penalties. So
The Jersey Boys suffered some penalty trouble against the Bruise Brothers as well. So it is nice to see them shoring up those penalties.
Your Mom enjoying a 45-3 lead right now with 22 minutes remaining in the game.
that'll be
In
Becker
the first
to the
half.
box. Geronimo, lead jammer.
1983, I Don't Care Bear headed to the box for the Jersey Boys.
But he doesn't care.
He just doesn't. Don't ask him to. At this level of competition, it's watching these teams. They rarely make mistakes when it comes to calling off jams. They don't let the other team pick up those easy points, and that's what you got to be at the top level of the sport. And Your Mom does it better than anyone right now.
This is an excellent learning opportunity for everyone watching, especially for the Jersey Boys out here. Sometimes you go out and you play a team like this that has phenomenal talent and skill levels, and then you learn a great deal from it. Oh, wow. Crazy action in turn one.
Rolomite lead jammer for the Your Mom roller derby team.
He is followed right out of there by Robert Brawlson. They're going to play a little. Oh, hey, Robert Brawlson gets in there and grabs some points. That was tricky. Give it up for Brawlson. Nothing like having a good time when you're hanging out with your mom.
I believe I just announced or cursed Your Mom by saying, no one gets those easy points on them. And then a nice sneaky move by Robert Brawlson gets him up to 6 points now.
Give that boy a gold star.
At this level, sometimes you get got.
We got number 80 Arsenal on the line for Your Mom and VR6 Scooter Magoot.
Arsenal just pounding into that defense, comes out with lead. Arsenal still working for it, but we're going to have, not coming out lead for the Jersey Boys, so calling it off immediately. So, I already had a lead.
Jersey Boys doing an excellent job of shoring up the defense on that second pass, allowing their jammer to get out, only allowing the one scoring pass from Your Mom. Doing an excellent job of natting, having to be passed 3, 4, 5 times. Excellent job by the Jersey Boys.
Frank Not-So-Hatra, legendary speed skater, roller derby superstar, rolls right into lead position. He followed out by Barnt. Calling it off after picking up 2 points. Jersey Boys doing a good job of avoiding those big explosive jams that your mom is known for.
Yes, keeping it to a nickel and dime, occasionally getting the lead jammer. Jersey Boys doing just what they need to do, showing that they are, in fact, here to play.
And there's no bigger compliment you can pay to a men's roller derby team's defense as to say they're containing currently your mom's offense. Jersey Boys doing a fantastic job.
Oh, a big advantage for the Jersey Boys. We got a track cut on Rollamite. So can number 9999 Robert Brawlson take advantage of this power jam?
So that's going to mean 30 seconds in the box for Jersey Boys. Going to give your mom 30 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry, Jersey Boys 30 seconds to put some points on and shrink that lead that your mom has been able to put up. 51-6 so far in this first period. Fighting to get through that pack. Just a big wall of white there at turn 3. Moving around to the outside into the inside. Cleveland Stever and company keeping the jammer at bay. And Rollamite is back in, and my gosh, what a penalty kill that was. That's some impressive defensive stand right there.
Robert Brawlson did get his hips past the last of your mom, so he was awarded lead jammer. I believe the Jersey Boys realized a little late into that power jam that the passive offense was not going to fly with the defense put up by your mom's men's derby. So I Don't Care Bear tried to get in there and get his jammer through, but by that time it was already time to set up for the returning Rollamite. Looks like we've got number 21 Geronimo on the line for your mom, and VR6 Scooter Magoot jamming for the Jersey Boys. Geronimo tries to take that inside lane, does stumble and fall. Two of the Jersey Boys get up in front of him. Oh, no pack call. They have to, or excuse me, out of play call. They have to let him go. So lead jammer is number 21, Geronimo.
Pack lined up between turns 1 and 2.
Coulter and Dirty Larry teamed up, are a force to be reckoned with, and that's what Jersey Boys Jammer's dealing with at the back right now. And Twinkle Toes bracing those two big blockers. No small challenge, and it'll really wear you down too, getting hit by those big guys.
Excellent job by the Jersey Boys there, avoiding that offensive block. Came in to bust things up. They got up ahead of it. Did a great job of doing that. They do get caught up in trying their own offensive blocking, allowing number 21 Geronimo to get through for a 5-point pass.
Yeah, and excellent offensive blocking there, right? The entire Your Mom core moving the Jersey Boys to the outside of the track, opening that line for Geronimo. When he comes back around, now moving to the outside, and he picks up 5 more points for Your Mom. And that was going to call it off before he enters the pack again. 0 points in that final pass.
That was a beautiful juke move there by Geronimo. Just opened up that outside.
So a strategic timeout by the Jersey Boys. Try to get your team, give them a little rest, give them a little inspiration, try to stem the flow of points that your mom has currently. They do have a skater, Emperor Miro, sitting in the box for a minute. He was assessed a misconduct. So
that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
You know, guys of men's roller derby, treat your refs with respect, or you might not have any of them. I mean, not specific here, but in general, treat your refs with respect, whether you agree or disagree with them, because you need them.
Indeed. So today we are selling tickets for the raffle basket. The Fort Wayne Derby Girls, the host league of Spring Roll 2015, are selling raffle tickets for a swag basket. They are $1 per ticket or $5 for an arm length. The drawing will be held at the end of Game 30, which is the Fort Wayne Derby Girls versus the Kansas City Roller Warriors on track 1 here at 4:30.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Indeed it is. So we've got number 97, Bart, on the line for the Jersey Boys. Number 80, that is Arsenal, on the line for your mom.
The whistle goes, and Bart quickly to the outside and picks up a lead jammer for Jersey Boys.
Excellent job there by the Jersey Boys. That timeout paying off.
And now running into that Your Mom blocking core at turn 4. He's knocked to the floor and calls off the jam.
That's a 4-2 point advantage for the Jersey Boys.
Gotta love the enthusiasm over there on the bench of these Jersey Boys. Just really lively, positive, keeping each other pumped up.
Well, I mean, halfway through the first half of play, and they're only 58 points down from the champs of the MRDA.
Gotta love those 10 push-ups over there by the Wrecking Balls.
Rolo might have wanted to be, but he's knocked to the outside quickly back in.
Always
Getting on his skates, a nice pirouette move to stay inbounds and gets lead jammer for Your Mom's roller derby.
He is the Derby Tornado.
Nice move around the outside, but caught by some timely blocking. I don't care, Bear. I'm a huge fan already. Intensity. I've seen several big hits and recycles by I Don't Care Bear so far, but right now, Rolomite rolling up another nickel on the scoreboard.
Robert Brolson trying to get past the last of the defenders for Your Mom. It's knocked to the outside and now being recycled to the back by Coulter.
Juke moves for days.
Mr. E Machine headed to the box for Your Mom. 4-on-3 pack advantage for the Jersey Boys.
Rolomite just kind of rolls around blocks and pushes and rolls and tries to get hip position. Right now, Jersey Boys holding him steady. He's going to need some offensive help, and there he gets it, just opening up that wall a little bit. He will call it off with 5 more on the board. Your Mom, 83, Jersey Boys, 10.
The WFTDA has their playoff season coming up. The 2015 International WFTDA playoffs are fast approaching. Watch the best teams in the world compete for the glory of the Hydra. Mark your calendars. Brackets and teams will be announced July 15th at WFTDA.com.
You know, if you've never been to WFTDA World Champs, oh my goodness, you've got to go. It is incredible. One of my favorite events of the year, right up there with Spring Roll. Back to the action. We've got Twinkle Toes with that big smile coming around in lead position. Peter Pan will fly over to the penalty box.
Scooter Magoo jamming for the Jersey Boys, taken all the way to the back of the pack.
Nice hard driving moves through the front to pick up all 5 by Twinkle Toes. While battle rages on.
And while hurting Jersey Boys to 0 on that. 88-10, your score, 11 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in the first half. Jersey Boys in the blue, Your Mom roller derby wearing the white jerseys.
We would like to thank the Holiday Inn, the official hotel of Spring Roll.
Okay. All right.
So we got number 97, Bart, on the line for the Jersey Boys. Number 21, that
Geronimo.
is-
That's going to be
Indeed it
Geronimo
is.
for Your Mom. And both jammers looking to punch through the walls here. Everyone kind of at turn 1 right now.
Oh, I Don't Care Bear picking up a forearm. That is going to weaken the defense of the Jersey Boys. But
2 down.
Starsky doing an excellent job getting in the way. Bart getting a lead jammer for this jam.
So the Jersey Boys down 2 blockers on the track, but they have a lead jammer. But in front right now, that's actually Geronimo for Your Mom. So all advantageous to get a lead jammer. You still only have 2 defensive blockers on the track for Jersey Boys.
Starsky and Belligerent trying to hold back Geronimo. he does get pushed out and get recycled to the back.
Trying to use his partner as a battering ram. Coulter knocking the Jersey Boys jammer out of bounds, and he recycles back to the jammer line. Barton looking to make a move on the outside, knocked out of bounds again.
A 5-point pass for Geronimo.
Adding onto that lead is Your Mom's Roller Derby, knocking on the door to 100 points.
And after picking up 3 points for the Jersey Boys, Martin does call it off.
Roll a mine on the jammer line now for Your Mom's Roller Derby. Robert Bralson taking the jammer star for Jersey Boys, and I'm sorry, roll a mine for Your Mom's Roller Derby.
Both teams will start with the blocker in the box, so 3-on-3 blocking. Rolomite cuts through the middle of the pack and gets a lead jammer for Your Mom's Men's Derby.
Man wasted no time getting a lead on that pass. Oh, Rolomite with a little hop, gets through, almost had pirouettes again. As you said, Mulligan, that's why they call him the Tornado. Picks up 5 points for Your Mom on that initial pass.
That is just pretty skating right there.
It's like he doesn't even think about it. It just happens. It's just muscle memory.
He's got one left to beat in Starsky. He does, and picks up 5 more points for Your Mom. Robert Ralston recycled to the back of the pack.
Robert Bralson coming in at turn 4. He's heading up against 2 Your Mom blockers. Coulter knocks him to the outside. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rolomine still putting up points. 4 more for Your Mom's Roller Derby.
Coulter is just putting on a clinic with the rest of the Your Mom's defense out there. Just knocking Robert Bralson to and fro on the track.
He's playing the role of Big Hurt right now.
So got number 39, Cleveland Stever, helping out as well.
And actually going to the penalty box for a track cut is the Jersey Boys jammer. So that's going to be a power jam now for Your Mom Roller Derby, Rolomine. As Robert Bralson headed to the penalty box, that's going to be 30 seconds for points only being to be scored by Your Mom's Roller Derby. Oh, and a nice move on the inside and calls it off quickly.
Just avoided that hit by Starsky. Excellent job by Rolomite.
So Bralson only in the penalty box for a couple of seconds, so the lion's share of his penalty is going to be served on this next jam.
Looks like we're going to have an official review for the Jersey Boys. So, this official review brought to you by Vital Skates. We know Derby because we do Derby. Vital Skates, where data and experience meet. It's so necessary, it's vital. We'd also like to thank Bruce Skate Nooses. Bruce Skate Noose, the original over-the-shoulder roller skate holder. The Jersey Boys were containing, towards the beginning of the period, were containing the points put up by Your Mom. In the last couple of jams, Your Mom has really broken it open, now stretching lead to 127-13. Jersey Boys, though, not showing any signs of quit in their game.
No, absolutely not. But, you know, that's what they say. The cream rises to the top. It takes a little while for Your Mom to maybe get into their groove, and that's potentially what's happening now, because that's exactly what you're saying. The Jersey Boys were able to keep them kind of down a little bit earlier, but in the last few jams, Your Mom has really turned it on. Their jammers have put up points, really able to get around the blockers of Jersey Boys, moving to the inside and outside, really with almost no one there to stop them. They get through quickly and scoring those points.
Got a shot of the penalty board there. The only player... Oh, that official review was just used as a timeout, a smart strategy by the Jersey Boys. The only player I saw in any kind of penalty trouble was Emperor Miro, having 4 penalties, so you got to watch out on that.
Frank Not-So-Hatra on the attack for Your Mom. Look at that coordinated offensive attack. Pick a blocker, take him out, clear the way like the Red Sea. Not-So-Hatra spinning around the box. Snagging another 5 points.
Robert Brolson returning from the penalty box, getting mixed up in the pack, and has made his way out of the pack.
Frank Not-So-Hatra right on his tail, and he's moving him out of bounds, and he does. Knocks him out of turn 1. 4 points there for Frank Not-So-Hatra.
That's great defense from the offensive position. And again, a coordinated offensive attack.
Twinkle Toes, excellent
Yeah.
blocking there to the outside.
That's timing.
You put together power and timing, and you get that kind of result, and it's to give your jammer more points, and that's exactly what happened there. Brilliant execution by Your Mom's Roller Derby.
Yeah, regardless of which team you're rooting for, you've got to respect the talent out here and the ability of these teams, the great skaters that have been around for years, from Your Mom.
Jamming now for the Jersey Boys. That's Scooter Magoo taking on Arsenal for Your Mom Roller Derby. Oh, and he dropped his panty. Got
And
hit
then he
so
did a
hard it
little
came
shimmy
off.
shake. You know, where's my panty?
By the way, excellent job there by Scooter Magoo. He realized he was the only person holding back Arsenal at one point, so he held him back so that the Jersey Boys could reform their wall in front of him. So excellent both defense and offense from Scooter Magoo.
Yeah, it's good teamwork and good awareness as to not only what you're doing on the track, but what your team is doing on the track as well at the same time.
Nice defensive structure by the Jersey Boys, able to hold back Arsenal for a while in turn two. Now the jammer for Jersey Boys just surrounded by the big guys and taken out by the Coulter train.
That is a 4-point pass for number 80, Arsenal. Magoo knocked to the outside, recycled to the back of the back.
And that's going to be the jam. 0 points on that final pass for Jersey Boys.
And again, I'd like to remark on the Jersey Boys, the positive attitude I'm seeing over here on the bench. You know, the congratulations, the thumbs up, you know, celebrating those victories one after another. You got to take a moral victory in everything you do. Play hard, no regrets.
So we've got number 21 on the line. That is Geronimo for Your Mom's Men's Derby. Number 97, Mart on the line for the Jersey Boys. Excellent job by Starsky jumping the apex to get up ahead there, trying to get that last block, and he does. But Geronimo gets by and gets lead jammer for Your Mom. Pow. Geronimo running into...
Dirty Larry.
Yeah, Dirty Larry.
They both thought that was kind of funny. Whoops.
5 points put up by Geronimo and calls it off. You're going to start with a power start as Bart heads to the box.
It's hard enough when you have to get around the opposition's blockers, and you got to get around your own blockers. It makes it even more difficult.
Well, I mean, when you're in the zone, when you're in your blocking mode, you know, sometimes
You don't care. You're just going to block whatever.
Yeah, you don't see color at that point. It's just I'm blocking anything that gets by me.
How very progressive. Not seeing color.
I know, right? Progressive sport.
It's one of those things you laugh about later. Right now we got Rolomite getting through on the inside. Again, a coordinated offensive attack by the blockers for Your Mom. Clearing the way, and the timing is just fantastic. You've got to love that as the jammer comes up. The timing to execute and stick your hip on a blocker, disrupt the flow.
And Rolomite through for 5 more points. Smooth skating. That's a man right there that was born to jam.
Wow, Rolomite almost pushed out of bounds there. Does a little flip step.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like a ballerina.
Excellent job there by Cleveland Stever, just breaking up that wall of the Jersey Boys. Douche Springsteen, Bill Ligerant, getting in some shots of his own.
I have to say, what I really like to see, even though Your Mama's in the lead, even though they have what a great jammer there in Rolomite, the defense is still playing offensive derby when he comes into the pack. It's good to see. Give your jammer a chance. Let him get through and score some points. Don't leave it up to just the jammer to get through the wall.
These Jersey Boys keep putting together really good defensive walls, but Those walls are relentlessly attacked by the blockers of Des Moines.
See, and to your point there, T-Had, that shows the respect that your mom has for New Jersey. They don't let their jammer just go up against these walls and think that he'll just make it through, because people like Belligerent and I Don't Care Bear are just doing an excellent job of containing him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's a fantastic note. You know, the passive offense is pretty much dead in my mind. You have to, if you leave your jammer out there to fight through four walls, it's going to wear them down over time.
Absolutely.
You know, but you notice a team like Des Moines, regardless of whether they have lead, power jam, whatever, you know, whether or not they've got the other jammer coming around the track, they don't wait and just set up a wall. They go on the attack, create some blocks, disruption. They're always thinking offense. Get your jammer through, get your jammer through. Don't hate your jammer.
And again, especially with a team like the Jersey Boys, who, when left to their own devices, their four walls are very, very stout. They are. Got number 21, Geronimo, trying to get by one of those four walls right now. Got 9999, Robert Brolson, trying to bust through the four wall of your mom men's derby. Just some good defensive derby being played between turns 1 and 2. One left to beat in Starsky for Geronimo, but Starsky is all over him like a bad suit. He finally gets past with a lead jammer for Geronimo. That's all right, and we go into halftime of this bout between your mom's men's derby and the Jersey Boys roller derby with a score of 184 for your mom and 13 for the Jersey Boys. This halftime being brought to you by Derby for All KC, taking you to the next level, and Green Monster. If you're skating on crap, it's not from us, because we make stuff that actually works. We will be back after halftime to continue the second half of this amazing bout. All right, coming back here for the second half of action between the Your Mom's Men's Derby and the Jersey Boys Roller Derby. If you're just joining us, I question where you were for the first half of this excellent bout. The Your Mom's Men's Derby is skating in the white with the black and red accents. The Jersey Boys from Springfield, New Jersey, wearing the blue with the white and red accents. That's color commentary that I fudged up a little bit there. Speaking of color, if you were here at the Spring Roll 2015 and you would like to help the Horizons Youth Group, which is an LGBT outreach group, please go to the Fort Wayne booth and purchase the Rainbow Goat. The goat, the year of the goat, the symbol of Spring Roll 2015, rainbowized for the LGBT community. So, hashtag Rainbow Goat.
And don't forget about our raffle tickets. There's a lot of great swag in the baskets, so make sure to get a whole arm length of them for $5. We are so glad you are with us here on track one. The Jersey Boys putting up a fight here against the number one team in the land.
Also, you can buy the Spring Roll DVDs of your favorite games provided by Hinckley, who Hinckley did the World Cup this year, last year, for the World Cup for Women's Derby, and beautifully shot, excellently done DVDs, burnt by an incredible DVD burner that you may know of as me. But nonetheless, Hinckley, get your DVDs for Spring Roll.
I tell you what, and the video production here is seamless. They've got lots of different angles on the track. We are getting positive feedback from people watching the stream that this is an excellent feed, really enjoying the action from home. Welcome back. Second half of action here. We'll start it off the way we started it off with Rolomite, lead jammer for your mom.
This is my first chance of seeing Rolomite skate, and it is an absolute pleasure. He is poetry on his wheels.
Yeah, Rolomite really making a splash, a big name for himself at MRDA Champs last year. Snags 4 on the board.
Jersey Boys do an excellent job of getting their jammer out. So stemming that flow of points, only getting one pass for Rolomite from your mom. We've got number 21. That is Geronimo on the line for your mom, and Quad 9s 9999. Robert Brolson for the Jersey Boys.
Jersey Boys.
Them Jersey Boys.
Jersey Boys.
And Robert Brolson pushing at the front of the pack, trying to get out. He gets recycled back. Geronimo does break past the last Jersey Boy and gets lead jammer for your mom.
Starsky playing some good offensive blocking up front, trying to break free. His jammer, Robert Brolson. Meanwhile, Geronimo spinning by the front end, barely staying in bounds, but does. Beautiful defensive hits there by Starsky, not quite driving him out of bounds.
Starsky was not on the roster for the game I called between the Jersey Boys and the Bruise Brothers. He's a welcome addition. He is all over the track, both offensively and defensively. Geronimo will pick up a 5-point pass and call it off for your mom. Currently, we got a score of 198 for your mom, 13 for the Jersey Boys. Again, if you're just joining us at home, your mom is in the white jerseys with the red and black accents. The Jersey Boys are in the blue with the white and red accents.
And we will have a power jam here for your mom as Robert Brolson heads to the penalty box. Jersey Boys recycling to the front of the pack. Nice moves out there. I don't care, Bear and company. Holding steady on the front end. That's good defense of Starsky. Really helping to maintain that front end presence for the Jersey Boys. But now, that is Frank Not-So-Hatra with the lead.
Robert Brolson Recycled a little bit there by Dirty Larry.
Penalty is over as Brawlson coming against the Your Mom blocker core at turn 1. Turner now looking for some opportunity to get through. Meanwhile, the other side picking up 4 points. That is number 9 for Your Mom, Frank Natsuhatra, picking up 4 additional points for his team.
Nice job by Brawlson of evading the block by Dirty Larry. Sliding by.
If this was one of those Disney type sports movies where you got this young team of the Jersey Boys going up against the monolith that was Your Mom Men's Derby, I Don't Care Bear and Douche Springsteen. They look so similar with their beards and their big burliness. They'd be like the Bash Brothers, where they'd have their own thing that they do, where they grab each other's shoulder pad and slam their heads into each other, that kind of thing. That's just my
That does
observation.
sound very Disney-esque. You're right.
Just my observation.
Look at these hugs out on the track. That's good sportsmanship right there. I like the way that Your Mom is playing a very controlled game here, just trying to maintain the position, not trying to kill anybody on the track. This is good, focused roller derby. A lot of skill and execution as opposed to brutality that we've seen in a lot of the games this weekend.
This is an official review by Your Mom. This official review brought to you by Modern Skate and Surf, Michigan's original skate shop celebrating 35 years. Also by the MRDA. The St. Louis Gatekeepers will host the 2015 Men's Roller Derby Association Championship.
Oh, yeah.
River City Rumble. This fast and hard-hitting weekend will take place October 17th and 18th, 2015, and will feature the MRDA's top teams in the end-of-the-season rankings. By the way, with all the hugs and happiness that was happening earlier, I think it's pretty safe to say that Jersey boys love Your Mom.
That's a good assessment there. Now, I am really excited for the River City Rumble. St. Louis hosting that. They always do an amazing job of hosting.
Had the pleasure of having 3 of the best from St. Louis up here announcing.
Oh, yeah.
Star Spangled Hammer, Muckety Muck, Magilla Gorilla. Talk to him. I'm thinking about making my way down there.
Oh, yeah. You know I'll be there. I've got 3 straight MRDA championships under my belt, and I don't look to break that streak.
All right. So it looks like Your Mom was challenging the failure to reform call on Dirty Larry, but the call does stand. So Your Mom will lose that official review.
And we'll see a new jammer stepping up to the line here for the Jersey Boys. That's Dodger Rabbit. Now there's another good name, Dodger Rabbit.
Indeed.
Good name for a jammer, you know.
I love that. I love when teams have things for their players. Boosting them up, trying to get them through the pack.
Oh,
Dolomite. Put to the inside, Rolamite put to the inside by Starsky, who is all over the track.
Dodger Rabbit comes out, not lead jammer. Meanwhile, we've got some penalty box activity happening for Des Moines, and Dodger Rabbit in scoring. Now taking on Dirty Larry and Seahorses. Kind of looks like a rabbit out there hopping around. And will hop out of bounds for a track cut. That was great work for his first jam of the day. And we'll see the Wrecking Balls.
Rolamite had been awarded lead during that bit of kerfuffle, and Dodger Rabbit and made his way around, was scoring points. Rolamite eventually calls it off. Crazily enough, had he not waited a couple of seconds to call it off, then Dodger Rabbit wouldn't have picked up that penalty, giving the power jam to Your Mom, number 9. That is Frank Natsuhatra getting lead jammer.
Frank Natsuhatra got out quickly, right even before he got to turn 1, picking up lead jammer status for Your Mom's roller derby. And now he has one less blocker as Starsky heading to the penalty box for the Jersey Boys. 5 points on that pass for Frank Natsuhatra, another grand slam. Action picking up at turn 2, and Frank Natsuhatra around with absolutely no problem, picking up 5 more points. Jersey Boys with 2 blockers on the track, and really only so much you can do with 2 bodies, no matter how talented you are.
The Jersey Boys jammer, Dodger Rabbit, trying to make his way through the pack as well. Taking some big shots, but staying on his skates. Now, number 9116, Bill Lidrant, trying to do some offensive blocking to get Dodger Rabbit through, but has to go back to the defense as Frank Natsuhatra makes his way through the pack once more for a 5-point pass.
Frank Natsuhatra just seeing an opening on the outside. It gets through.
Just
Around number-
slicing through, weaving through the box of the Jersey Boys.
It's the little things that you see that Dodger Rabbit took a big shot to the inside, hit the ground. First thing he did was check his helmet to make sure his helmet cover was still on. It's heads up stuff like that. It's the little things that you know will make someone into a great derby player. And that was a very impressive high-flying apex jump by number 9, Frank Natsuhatra. Pick up 5 points for your mom.
And how about that juke move on the last time around that left a skater on the floor, didn't even touch him. He called that juking somebody right out of their skates.
So currently we have a score of 251 for your mom and 16 for the Jersey Boys. Got a little under 22 and a half minutes left in the second half of action for the second bout on track 1 of Spring Roll 2015.
Another new jammer stepping up for the Jersey Boys. This is number 9. Number 9 recycled back. And meanwhile, Arsenal spinning around the front end block. Picks up lead for your mom. Arsenal battling with I Don't Care Bear. Bear winning that battle. We'll take a trip to the box for it. And we have a cut track on number 9.
So 2 blockers in the penalty box for your mom, and the jammer for Jersey Boys as well. So that's going to be a power jam on this jam coming up for your mom's roller derby. Taking the star, that's number 9, Frank Natsuhatra. Getting an opportunity to extend that lead for your mom's roller derby.
We have a team timeout for the Jersey Boys. This team timeout brought to you by Roller Derby Elite. Roller Derby Elite Series skates, the brand that defines the sport. Also, Adam Wheels. Come see all the things, heat molding, Jackson and Legiano boots, all weekend. Come and get fitted. Just so you know, if you stop by the Adam Wheels booth and enter to win a free set of wheels to be given out today.
Frank Natsuhatra will again start. They'll have the power start. It'll be a 3-on-2 blocker advantage for the Jersey Boys. Now, with the recycle of Frank Natsuhatra, to come in and look for a different angle. Getting offensive help. Cannot say enough about the teamwork of this Des Moines team. Never leaving their jammer out to dry, so to speak. And again, right on cue with a well-positioned one-on-one blocks.
It looks like Scooter Magoo having to come off of the track for a lost wheel.
Thing about the Jersey boys is they are never content to just be like, oh, we're getting walled down, we'll just stay here. Starsky and Belligerent, I Don't Care Bear, always fighting, trying to get in front of that jammer, trying to get those hits in.
And we'll have a back-to-back power jam on this one as number 9 takes another trip to the box.
5 more points for Frank's Not So Hatra.
Speaking of poetry on his skates, I Don't Care Bear is very, very agile, spinning and juking, trying to get to the front of the pack, trying to deliver those shots into the jammer. Number 9, Frank Sohatra gets past for another 5-point pass for your mom.
Emperor Miro taking the jammer star for the Jersey boys, along with number 21, Geronimo for your mom's roller derby. All the action at turn 1. Oh, quite a bit of people on the floor there.
Looks like it's going to be a power jam as Emperor Miro heads to the box. Geronimo.
Geronimo picked up lead jammer there. Status, like you said, he is on a power jam, so just have him out there on the track. He is in turn 4, trying to get around. And oh, just a vicious hit by Geronimo on number 97 for the Jersey boys, G. Barnes. And he's going to head to the penalty box for that. I wonder if it was for that, but he's going to the penalty box. And back out onto the track is going to be the jammer for, I believe that's number. No, that's not number.
It is Emperor Miro.
Thank you, sir.
616. Excellent job. Oh, excellent job by your mom drawing that track cut from Emperor Miro, who will head back to the box. Both jammers having made their trip to the box. This will be a full 2-minute jam.
We're going to go full length on here. 5 additional points picked up by your mom's roller derby. Your mom as well as Jersey boys setting up shop slowly from turn 2 into turn 3. Looking for position. Oh, hit the floor. Looks like Gettysburg there at turn 3.
Just excellent job by the Jersey boys staying up in front of that offensive blocking from your mom. Trying to...
Yeah, Jersey boys nailing it down up front, doing their best to keep your mom jammer from penetrating and scoring.
3 more points picked up by Geronimo. So we've got a score of 287 for your mom, 16 for the Jersey boys. Again, if you're just joining us, the Jersey boys are in the blue with the white and red accents. Your mom in the white with the black and red accents. We've got number 10, Rollamite, on the line for your mom, and 9999, Robert Brawlson for Jersey boys. Both jammers doing a little back and forth. And not lead coming out is, no pass, no penalty. So Rollamite will not be lead. But he does make
and
it
if you
through for a
notice,
5-point pass.
I think someone lost a cover there. There's that was the pivot cover. Rollamite around and picks up 5 additional points for your mom's roller derby. Knocking on 300 right now. Your mom at 297. Jersey boys at 16. Your mom in the white jerseys. Jersey boys in the blue.
The amazing agility, the sheer quickness of the cuts of number 10, Rollamite, is ridiculous. And beautiful around the outside, just getting past Starsky, who has on his own been a force to be reckoned with for the Jersey boys. Lead jammer is now established to be 9999 Robert Brawlson.
Rollemite trying to call off the jam. He is not lead. It is actually Jersey Boys Robert Brawlson who's lead on this jam.
A lot going on. Your mom stretching it out, getting up in front and running it a little bit.
And Rollemite with some positioning blocking, keeping Brawlson behind him. So not only does he jam crazy, he blocks pretty well too.
Indeed he does. Looks like number 7, that is Dodger Rabbit, headed to the box for the Jersey Boys. Bill Ligerent trying to get in there and break up the four wall of your mom, trying to get his jammer through.
And that puts Jersey Boys with only 2 blockers on the track right now. And actually another one is going to the penalty box.
That is going to be 2 points picked up by your mom on that jam. 2 points picked up by the Jersey Boys. We would like to thank Bont Skates. Bont Skates, fully heat moldable, ultra lightweight, extremely responsive carbon fiber base, and rich Australian leather. Thank you, Bont Skates. We do have some form of timeout. Oh, it is a team timeout. Assessed to your mom.
Yep, your mom taking a timeout.
This team timeout brought to you by Our Shop Gifts. Don't forget to check out Our Shop Gifts, our derby, our artists, Our Shop Gifts.
I'd like to take a moment here to thank all of our officials. Thank you to Mistrial, the referees, the NSOs, everyone out here doing a good job to hold it down. All of our volunteers are very much appreciated, so thank you, officials.
And thank you for all of the teams that come and support the other teams, sitting in the crowd cheering on your favorite skaters from any team that you choose to cheer for. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you always to the Carolina Wrecking Balls for just being awesome and enjoying the sport of derby.
We love you, Balls.
I could not have said that better myself. So we've got number 9, Frank Not-So-Hatra on the line for your mom. Number 97, Barnt for Jersey.
Not-So-Hatra in classic Frank style, sliding through. Great offense. Makes it easy. Love your mom, love your jammer.
Outside juke, quick inside move. Pass Fury picks up. That's 5 points for your mom.
I believe we are finally back to 5-on-5 derby. The Jersey Boys getting a little bit of penalty trouble, leaving one man on the track. Now back to full health.
Nice seal front. Wall for your mom. Opens up the hole for Frank Not-So-Hatra. Seahorses dominant on defense out there. One of the greatest positional blockers of all time. Seahorses forever. This guy's been around since Roller Jam.
There was a star pass, so 9-1-1-6. Bill Ligerent is now the jammer for the Jersey Boys.
Right now being pinned down by Cleveland Stever.
What an opportunity for the Jersey Boys now. Is sent to the box now for your mom roller derby. Number 9, Frank Not-So-Hatra.
Boom, Stever with a huge hip check. Sends a Jersey boy to the floor.
I'd like to give a quick shout out to the coaching staff for the Jersey Boys. Coaching staff shouting words of encouragement to Bill Ligerent, telling him, hey, you got this, you can do this. Excellent job by the Jersey Boys. we would like to thank Sure Grip International. When you want the best, it's always been Sure Grip. We'd also like to thank Pink Zebra consultant Nikki Toledo. Say some things about her on the next.
We have a Samsung phone that was turned in from the ladies' restroom, so if you're missing your phone, you need to come get that. And that phone you can find at the announcer's table.
Excellent job by both teams so far, putting up some staunch defense. Looks like number 9's got one to beat.
Oh.
He is assessed the lead jammer.
Scooter Magoo and Company providing some solid defense, but Frank Natsuhatra through and in lead position.
Robert
Robert-
Paulson.
Robert Brolson attempting to get through that white wall, not having a lot of luck right now as they've got him stopped up at turn 1. Like a toilet that won't flush, he can't get through. On the other side, 5 in the sky for Your Mom's Roller Derby, number 9, Frank Natsuhatra.
Scooter McCoot going to the penalty box.
Just real quick, because it's important. 5-point pass by Frank Natsuhatra. You know what? Derby's important, so we're going to call that. And then in the break here, we got an important message.
And we'll have a low block for the Jersey Boy Jammer.
And that's what we call in the entertainment business a tease.
Indeed.
So stay tuned for this important announcement.
And so, now an important announcement. If you own a black Chevy Impala with Indiana license plates 313LR, black Chevy Impala, you are parked in a fire lane and your car can be towed and will be if you don't move it.
Get your black Chevy Impala out of here.
313LRL.
Oh, well, we're going to have a announcer soiree here. We're going to have a bunch of announcers jump on. Right now, High Death jumping in along with Late Night Lyle. So 5 on the mic. Take it away, High Def.
Because that's how we do it at Spring World 2015. We do it big. 5 guys on the mic.
Rolomite with excellent vision sees those openings and just takes advantage. Always ready with a juke move, a la, man.
The man with the rubber ankles picks up 4 additional points for Your Mom Roller Derby. And through again, untouched on the inside seam between turns 1 and 2. 5 additional points.
Rolomite almost holding, being able to crouch and sit down on one skate, but he loses it on the outside of turn 2, has to recycle all the way back past turn 4.
That's a long way to go. That was a really impressive, bringing him back almost half of the way the track. That's going to kill some time.
Good point, High Def. Right now we're sitting with Your Mom at 375, Jersey Boys at 18. Those were some hard-fought 18, much to the delight of the crowd. Let's see if we can fire up these Jersey Boys to get some more points. Let's hear it for the Jersey Boys!
Excellent job by the Jersey Boy defense so far, pushing 21 Geronimo to the inside, but does recover nicely and gets lead jammer for Your Mom.
Emperor Miro falls to the penalty box for the Jersey Boys, but The jam ends there with another 4 up for the score for your mom's men's derby.
Earlier, I had mentioned Pink Zebra consultant Nikki Toledo. What are Pink Zebra sprinkles? Pink Zebra sprinkles are unique scented wax melt that is available in over 50 different scents. Come enter for a free jar at the Pink Zebra booth.
I always like a dazzle of zebra sprinkles with my ice cream.
That's wax, man. Don't eat wax.
Oh, okay. Different zebra sprinkles.
So we've got a team timeout assessed to the Jersey Boys.
It's Bono.
Glad to see Coulter, by the way. I noticed he had skated off tenderly, not putting his weight down on a skate earlier in the first half. I'm glad to see him back out there skating at full capacity, as he is a defensive powerhouse.
Certainly, and a tough one at that. Always wants to be out there despite any kind of ailment.
Gotta love the whiteboard sign coming from the Wrecking Balls over there. Bill Flopter, is that what it is? Can't handle it.
And B Movie Boxcar Blues.
We will see Arsenal lined up against Robert Brawlson. It's a good matchup. A good sportsmanship as they pat each other's backs on the way out. These teams have been so positive with each other throughout this one. Your mom, obviously, the strong favorite. The Jersey Boys, not the underdogs, but the underboys.
Direction of gameplay penalty going to Suicide Snow Cone.
Nice defense by Starsky, but he'll get a direction of gameplay on that one, and Arsenal will roll on through. Brawlson knocked out of bounds, but is able to get quickly in. Now hit by, taken down by Peter Pan. Peter Pan will go to the box on that hit.
So 0 points on that final pass for both teams. So we've got 5:54 remaining in the game. Your mom 388, Jersey Boys 18 points.
Now stepping up to the mic with us on this big announcer rotation. You know, we got 5 guys on right now, rotating more in. We've got Hammer. It's Hammer time.
That's right. We got a full pack up here at the announcers table.
No one's in the box, so to speak.
Roll a mic getting out front, picking up lead jammer for your mom. A little bit of attrition coming from the Your Mom blockers as well. A lot of attrition as 2 more of them head into the penalty box. G. Bard being able to get out of the pack pretty easily, jumping over a downed roll of might.
Mr. E Machine with the big hit there, but that'll be a penalty. So penalty trouble here for Your Mom Men's Derby. Late in this one, just under 5 remaining.
Your Mom Men's Derby, as always, declaring the champ is here. As the Jersey Boys needing to put everything they have into this contest.
Jump on my mouth. Robert Brawlson through the initial pass, but in scoring position and calling it off. That's Geronimo.
A lot of love between these jammers. Nice big high five, back pats between these two teams as we are getting down to the last couple minutes of the game here.
Jersey boys really fighting, putting up a good fight, and again, keeping that positive attitude throughout. That is very much appreciated. Sometimes when you're down a whole ton of points, you will, continue to have a positive attitude. That's where it's at. Sorry, I was a little distracted there.
Just making sure that my microphone was also going out over the feed.
Barnt steps up to the line for the Jersey boys. And again, Rolamite, who's done a yeoman's duty out here. The feature jammer for your mom. This Des Moines team with a deep, deep bench. They have an incredible level of talent. I'd say everyone on the team can jam and block. Want to jump in?
A little bit of announcer attrition here as we're down to 3 up on the dais.
Dropping like flies over here. Must be the rule that you must carry a flask of whiskey if you are an announcer and a bottle at night.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know.
Morgan Donor blowing that whistle, getting this jam started between Rolamite and G. Brandt. Brandt getting taken down at the back. Rolamite cutting him out the front. Brandt dropping the shoulder, but got a little bit too much forearm in there. He's going to be sitting down in the penalty box. So Rolamite on a calling off the power jam for your mom after putting up just 4 points for them.
Rolamite with amazing balance, able to stay on his feet most of this one, despite the heavy hitting of skaters like Belligerent, Robert Brawlson, and Starsky.
I see Coulter out there for your mom with the pivot cap on. Let's hope Frank Natsuhatra will do a star pass because everyone likes to see the big men jam.
Coulter just cleared the floor, ran into that wall and drove everyone out of bounds. That is power. Nice block up front to open it by Mr. E Machine. Let's try and give some love to the blockers. Jersey.
Frank Natsuhatra moving through the pack like, you can't see me.
Nice little tap there from Scooter McGood, sending Frank Natsuhatra down, and he did touch outside that line, so that's going to be a track cut for him, putting Jersey boys onto a power jam.
And a pile up over here by turn 3. Coulter will jump over him and head to the box.
Coulter picking up a pair of penalties, picking up a misconduct for hitting a down skater as well. Not happy about that one.
Did you get that for jumping over the skater? Or?
Probably. Little tap as he was trying to jump over the skater, getting off of him.
Right. And Frank Natsuhatra rolling around for another 4. Meanwhile, those blockers for Des Moines doing what they do. Oh, yeah. Look at that well-timed block by Peter Pan. Let's cycle in the other guys here. Take some.
Jersey boys lose the blocker to the penalty box. In the meantime, another 5 for Frank Natsuhatra. 421-18 in favor of your mom.
Looks like it's going to be an official review for the Jersey Boys. Oh, maybe, yeah, official review.
Lots more exciting action coming up. We've got Texas men's versus Carolina Wrecking Balls at 12:30. That's going to be a good one. Texas really playing well against the Gatekeepers and very impressive. And Carolina, I know they're going to bring it. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got Magic City versus Cincinnati over on track 2.
Then at 3 p.m. over on track 2, it's going to be Chicago versus Kalamazoo. That should be another one. Then at 4:30 p.m. I'm sorry, I'm on Sunday. I'm on reading Saturday. So 3 p.m. on track 2, it's going to be Your Mom again as they take on Race City. Track 2 action 5 p.m. Chicago versus Brew City. And then at 7 p.m. Tri-City versus Old Capitol will round out the action on track 2 for Sunday.
Today I learned Hammer doesn't know how to read.
Duh.
Frank Not-So-Hatra picking up lead.
Right now, Jersey Boys shedding blockers, allowing Frank Not-So-Hatra to have his way with the Jersey Boys defense. Strong defense by Becker, Coulter, and Seahorses Forever.
Boom. A big hit. Coulter takes the bear down. And then a big hug. You got to love it when the big guys mix it up and then give each other some love and some big smiles like, hey, that was a good one. But that'll do it for this one as Your Mom at 4:30, Jersey Boys 18. Got to love the fight of those Jersey Boys. Those guys will be around for a while.
They were really wanted to get those last 2 points in there to get up into the 20s, but
it's the
not
little
able to do
victories
it.
that matter. Right now, give it up for the number 1 team in the land, the 3-time world champions of the MRDA, Your Mom Men's Derby. And, of course, give it up for the Jersey Boys. Making some friends and fans here at Spring Roll. Thank you all for watching. We really appreciate it. We got some MVPs to hand out here just a moment. All right, so the MVP is for Your Mom. That's going to be Geronimo. Awesome job. Great effort. Always fighting hard. Positive attitudes. We love those. And for the Jersey Boys, that's going to be none other than I Don't Care Bear. Well deserved. That guy's a fighter. Love to see those big blocks and quick footwork. So I don't care, but he doesn't even care. He doesn't even want it.
So for Mulligan, Late Night Lyle, Ruckus Ron, Star Spangled Hammer, T-Had, did anybody else say anything? Kent Smith was here for moral support. For all of those announcers, thank you for watching this game between your mom and Jersey Boys.
Jennifer Hartman, you're missing your license. You can find it at the announcer's table on track 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get back underway here with more action here on Track 1 at 2015 Spring Roll alongside Kent the Politician.
Right you are.
I am Star Spangled Hammer, and we will be guiding you through this knockdown drag-out game here between Texas and Carolina.
So this is a matchup of border states. Of course, I don't really know my geography that well, but they got to be pretty close to each other, right? Carolina, Texas, I mean, what's in between them? Like a river, right? All right, so these two teams hate each other. They play each other like all the time. Orange and black, they don't look good together. Orange is the new black, however, at least that's what I've been told.
I can neither confirm nor deny anything you just said.
Right you are. I'm fresh off the food line. The food truck pulled up, fed me. So I'm ready to go. This is Dude Derby. You know that because it's called the MRDA.
Murda.
That's right. There's guys in beards playing derby. So it'll be number 8 taking on number 51. I suppose they have names. Jam Room and Lucky Charmer. All right, so Texas men's roller derby in black. They are the Texas Outlaws. Even though my roster says they're in blue, I think they're in black.
It's a really, really dark blue.
It's a really super dark blue, like
Yes.
midnight dark blue,
Yes.
blackish blue. And Carolina Wrecking Balls in orange. They have a skater named Toto, which is the remaining member of the 1980s supergroup. And now he plays roller derby. But that is Lucky Charmer in a very dark blue uniform. It says blue. The roster can't be wrong. Listen, buddy, you roller derby, I'm going to announce. It says blue.
So I would like to apologize early for Kent. He did not get his medication today.
By the way, I've just been told by the head NSO that you're wearing black.
Oh, there you go.
And I should stop badgering the team. By the way, Lucky Charmer's scoring a bunch of points.
I'm going to have to get you a pair of those glasses that allow you to see colors.
Hey, that would be helpful. I would also... We sit far enough away here at Spring Roll that I need the Hubble telescope to actually announce this bout.
I hear they're bringing us oxygen here in a bit.
I hope so. It's awfully cold on this snow-covered peak. Lucky Charmer's scoring more points. The guy in orange is trying to pass the star to number 35, and he just did. Jam Room passed it to Old Dirty Packer. Old Dirty Packer has yet to put the star on his helmet cover. Down goes Diamond, trying to play defense. Lucky Charmer has scored approximately 845 points so far during this jam.
I can't dispute that either because my math is terrible.
All right. No, that is 15. If our scorecard is correct here in the scorecard booth.
You get a scorecard?
Totally. All right, so that was exciting.
A strong start here for Texas.
Right you are.
I think my biggest question is who's going to do push-ups for Carolina? There they are. So the Carolina crew all weekend have been picking a team and doing a push-up for each point that team scores. And I was wondering, since Carolina's playing, who will be doing the push-ups? But they're right over there in turns 3 and 4 ready to go.
All right, I was going to say, they scored more than 10. And in fact, they scored 35.
Oh, we're on a tape delay.
Right. All of those points were scored about 20 minutes ago. You're just hearing about them now. Buster will be jamming for the clad in black Texas men's roller derby team. This is an officials timeout, which will give us an opportunity to again thank our 852 sponsors, such as, hey, there's raffle baskets. You can buy a ticket for $1 or an arm's length for $5. Drawings will be held at the end of Game 30, which is Fort Wayne versus Kansas City on Track 1. That is the 4:30 game, and we're about ready to get underway. Again, Texas men's roller derby in black. Blue is the new black. Carolina in orange, called the Carolina Wrecking Balls. It is currently 35-0. Down goes the Carolina Jammer. That's number 13, Ranger Panties. Again, jamming for Texas is Buster. There he goes.
For those of you joining us at home just now, Texas in black, Carolina in orange.
Excellent point. By the way, it's is it a power jam? Totally looks like a power jam.
It is.
The reason why I know this is the Carolina Jammer is in the penalty box. That frees Buster up to score points. He's scored 5 so far, and with that pass, Buster crosses double digits in this particular jam. A 4-on-3 advantage in the pack for the team from Texas.
Strong start here for Texas. Every scoring pass so far has been a grand slam.
Right you are. Star Spangled Hammer. Ranger Panties trying to make it through the pack, and he does.
Only 4 points on that pass, however, as the...
Yeah, that was his initial pass. Or are you talking about Buster?
No, I'm talking about Texas.
I am
Buster
so
only scored 4
sorry.
on that pass.
How?
Hey, look at that. Carolina on the board here early.
They're...
I'm thinking the same thing.
Static Shock will be... I'm just totally going to ignore that. Static Shock will be jamming for the Wrecking Balls. And I believe that is Dr. Feelgood. He was recently on tour with the band Styx. Now he's playing men's roller derby. 56-1. Down goes the guy with the big long number. Luminator.
So Carolina's jammer, number 55, that's Static Shock, gets free, finally completes his initial pass. However, Texas calls that jam off. Dr. Feelgood with another strong showing here from the Texas contingent.
Dr. Feelgood only scored 4 points, so the Texas offense is collapsing. Uniballer. No, you had 4. No, it was 56. Now you have 60. 56, 60. All right, man. Hey, that's what the score said on the thing. All right, so there goes another Texas guy. I'm having conversations with the Texas bench throughout the bout. That is the enabler. He's going to try to enable some points. Look at him go. All right, he didn't get there.
I'm thinking we should actually move down there to the Texas bench and call from there.
Totally. Uniballer is jamming for the Carolina Wrecking Balls. They are wearing orange. Oh, enabler not able to tightrope the back straightaway.
Some strong defensive work here by Carolina as they have...
Down goes Uniballer. The enabler gets through. That's 5 points. That would make your total 65, Texas, because it's 60 plus 5. Enabler going to score more points. That's an additional 5. So the word problem takes you up to 70. Uniballer still in the pack. The Texas Outlaws treating the Uniballer in a criminal manner. The enabler got through, scored more points.
For those of you watching at home on Univision, that would be El Grande Slamo.
Right you are, Star Spangled Hammer. I know very little Spanish. I can say, que pasa calabaza?
Yeah, really the only Spanish I know is dos cervezas, por favor.
Yeah, que pasa calabaza is what's happening pumpkin. Comes in
Nice.
very, very handy. All right, the Uniballer scored another grand slam. Approximate total, like a zillion so far. This jam will run the full 2 minutes. Enabler leaps the apex, signs a few autographs, salutes the referees, goes back to the bench for a slushie.
Man, he had enough hang time on that. The FAA's coming after him.
Right you are. Yeah, he showed up on radar or sonar. I'm not sure which. All right, so that was 35 points for the Enabler.
That is many more than Dr. Feelgood had on his jam.
I'm not picking on Dr. Feelgood, at least for another 5 minutes. All right, so that's number 8. That is Lucky Charmer. Last time he was out there, he skated so fast, his skates turned green.
All you have to do is look for the hair.
And the green skates.
Yes.
You turn off the lights at Spring Roll, his skates glow in the dark. He's the Lucky Charmer. Oh, and it's a power jam. Uniballer sent to the box. How will Texas handle this? Probably just score a bunch of points.
Blue Balls will join him over in the penalty box, so now a 4-on-3 pack advantage for Texas.
Lucky Charmer slammed right into number 02. That is Toto, again from the supergroup in the 80s. Also out there, Old Dirty Packer playing defense. Ow, big hit there. Good offensive block by Tip, number 5. The power jam is over.
And there, a back block call on the jammer for Carolina, so another power jam here.
And around Lucky Charmer goes. Texas has crossed the century mark. Will the millennium mark be next? They called off the jam. 128. Oh, 133. All right, so that was a 38-point jam.
I'm glad we have you here to do math because I can't.
Oh, and they gave him another point. 29. So as we approach the 20-minute mark, it is 134 to 1.
Those are terrible odds.
I put all my money on American Pharaoh to win a race today, which is perhaps my downfall. All right, that's Buster. He's jamming for the not dark blue wearing Texas Outlaws. Uniballer back, jamming again, trying to hand the star to the pivots. Oh, what tremendous defense there by Rhino. Pushing the pivot far, far away into the night. All right, I've got some pudding up here. I think I'm going to eat some pudding.
Carolina trying to get some points here on this power jam opportunity. Not having much luck as Uniballer being stymied by the strong defense of the Texas Outlaws.
I believe this is gluten-free pudding. It's delicious. Hey, a successful star pass to number 500, kicking Gordon Blue. Good defense against Buster. Oh, big collision between Rugburn and Buster. Rugburn being called for a penalty. Buster keeps scoring points. Good defense by DJ Issac against Kickin' Gordon Blue, who's now wearing the star for the Carolina Wrecking Balls. Let the guy get up, for gosh sakes.
So Carolina with quite the daunting schedule today, as right now they're taking on Texas, and then later this evening they'll take on the Gatekeepers.
Easy peasy. All right, Buster going to the penalty box for scoring too many points. A back block.
That, my friends, is a grand slam for Carolina.
That's right. Kicking Gordon Blue puts a 5 on the board. That is Ranger Panties jamming for Carolina. They've got a power jam start.
Texas defense doing a nice job holding them back.
No. Yeah, good combination blocking there by, among other, Brad Isaacs. Also out there for Texas, Mr. Taco. Ouch. That was a big hit. Philip Stout also out there for Texas in the pack. Buster has been paroled, is out of Jammer jail in the heart of the Wrecking Balls defense, and he is through. That is your initial pass. You don't score points on your initial pass. Track cut against the Carolina Jammer with the panty in his hand. So it is a power jam opportunity as Ranger Panties goes to the box. Just the break Texas need. Texas with only a 140-point lead. Now 100 and... Anyway, no. Whatever. 145 now. Now
Man.
More.
It's another 5 points there for Buster and Texas.
Buster adds 15 points to the Texas lead. The Texas score. Ranger Panties in the penalty box, standing. We know what that means. Means he's not sitting. That's science.
It's also much more healthy.
Right, totally. And it's gluten-free. Standing is. Dr. Feelgood pushed out on the inside, runs into a referee. It's probably just a passing glance. Actually, Dr. Feelgood breaks out of the pack. Pushed out. The no pass, no penalty gets Dr. Feelgood through the pack. But Ranger Panties is out of the penalty box.
So an opportunity here for Carolina. If they can just get their jammer free,
Right,
he is still
right.
eligible to get lead jammer.
Exactly. A critical bit of strategery for the Wrecking Balls. That is another 5-point pass for Dr. Feelgood. A total of 10 so far. But if you pass the star, you can't hit it. And another 5-point pass for Dr. Feelgood. Ranger Panties still having all sorts of trouble going up against Uncle Jesse McNasty. Everyone's got an uncle like that. Dr. Feelgood makes it through the pack again.
Yeah, the Texas defense right now just giving no room to work.
Nice rotation there. Down goes a variety of skaters. Dr. Feelgood scored another grand slam while everyone was looking at the Wrecking Balls. There goes members of the Chicago outfit. Totally.
Meanwhile, Dr. Feelgood racking up even more points. The points are coming in huge bunches right now for Texas.
And Dr. Feelgood runs into a wall of defenders and gets called for the forearm right as that jam came to an end. So it is a power jam opportunity for Carolina, trailing only by 183 points. with 13 minutes, 19 seconds remaining. Dr. Feelgood was able to get 33 points during that jam. Carolina called a timeout and give us an opportunity to again do some capitalism. That's right, it's called sponsor reads. The WFTDA playoff season, we are been asked to promote it. The 2015 International WFTDA playoffs are fast approaching. Watch the best teams in the world compete for the glory of the Hydra. Mark your calendars. Brackets and teams will be announced July 15th at WFTDA.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, you only have moments left to head over to our shop gifts as they will be closing at 1:30 p.m. So head on over to Vendor Row and check her booth out. A lot of great stuff over there. That's our shop gifts. Don't forget our derby, our artists.
Right. And, of course, Vital Skates. We know Derby because we do Derby. Vital Skates, where data and experience meet. It's so necessary. It's vital. The Vital Skates. That whistle can only mean one thing.
What's that?
I don't know. But somebody blew it. But it's a power jam opportunity for Static Shock, number 55 of the clad in orange Carolina Wrecking Balls. They're playing in deep, deep, dark black blue. Texas Men's Roller Derby. And Static Shock is through the pack, and Lee Jammer runs into tip. Carolina coming to the defense of Static Shock, actually coming to the offense. Static Shock, and Static Shock push calls off the jam. Able to get 4 points.
And it's push-up time. Oh, wait, no.
Carolina is in double figures. One more figure and they'll be tied. $12 minutes, 12 seconds remaining in the first half. We're going to bring you a second half because we're nice. Jam Room going up against, I believe that is Lucky Charmer, but I can't tell. No, it is not.
It's the Enabler.
It's the Enabler. I'm the worst announcer in the world. You can follow my career at hashtag worst announcer ever. Enabler with 4 points on that pass because the referee is not extending his thumb. Jam Room with some offensive help by Rugburn, but a big hit. I believe that was delivered by Rhino. Enabler this time with a thumb extended gets credit for 5. And Jam Room is through the pack at just the elbow pads as he's headed into the pack, trying to harvest some points. Enabler gonna play some defense, but he cannot hold back Jam Room. Oh, I guess he did. Never mind.
Thought he had a shot there, getting a point for passing number 430, DJ Isick, but
I really thought they were going to give him points for that.
Evidently not fast enough, so no points there for Carolina.
I'm sorry.
Great effort, though.
Oh, totally. Enabler got 10 points on that jam. Somehow. Thought it was a 4 and a 5. What do I know?
Lucky Charmer out there now for Texas. Number 35, Old Dirty Packer out there for Carolina.
So it's Jammer on Jammer. I believe that is a Texas two-step. That's the defense that Lucky Charmer is engaging in against number 35, Old Dirty Packer. A very exciting 0-0 jam there. First time we've had one of those.
It's a nice play there by Texas. Lucky Charmer using that time just to kill the penalty and get everybody out of the penalty box so they have a full pack here to start this next jam.
So we've had 11 jams so far in the contest. Texas has scored in 9 of those 11. Oh! All right, so Buster jamming for Texas. And another 0-0 jam. We have a trend. Really good defense by Carolina. The jammer got lead jammer status and called off the jam. Buster now jamming against Old Dirty Packer. I can only assume that's a very dusty old car. And he has handed the star to the pivot from Carolina. That is Uniballer, I believe. No, it's not. It's Ranger Panties. I should recognize those leggings at this point. Again, hashtag worst announcer ever.
Another 0-0 jam.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gollies. This is the third 0-0 jam in a row. Carolina very coyly playing the defensive game in the hopes that they'll tire Texas out and then score 190 points in one jam and take the lead.
It's a dangerous strategy to play. Let's see how it works out for him.
Whiplash jamming for Carolina. And Dr. Feelgood jamming for the Texas Outlaws. I'm going to have more pudding.
It's Dr. Feelgood. Let's see. 5 more points there for Texas. Meanwhile, Carolina's jammer has completed his initial pass. That is number 2 for Carolina.
Right you are.
Toto.
Dr. Feelgood goes around the outside of turn 2. The referee's conferring, and he is awarded 2 points. On that particular jam, his total would be 7, as he had a 5-point grand slam prior to that 2-point pass.
Next up on the line, it's number 51, Jam Room for Carolina, and 151, the Enabler for Texas. And the Enabler quickly, your lead jammer.
What a lovely tightrope. Oh, Jam Room. We should have given him credit for that bit of acrobatics along the back straightaway. Meanwhile, Enabler scoring points. Doing the roller derby thing.
It's kind of what he does.
Yep, what he does. Jam Room pushed out again. Gets through, going head-to-head against Mr. Taco. Makes his initial pass. Oh, drats! The dreaded track cut. Enabler forces the track cut on the Carolina jammer.
What a crazy, crazy game we have here.
And we have a discussion in the center of the track. They're probably talking about Green Monster. If you're skating on crap, it's not from us. We make stuff that actually works. Perhaps they're talking about Modern Skate and Surf, Michigan's original skate shop, celebrating 35 years. Oh, by the way, we're playing roller derby.
And Lucky Charmer starting this jam unopposed. He is your lead jammer for Texas.
It's about time for Carolina to score some more points. They've been at 10 for the past 6 jams. Lucky Charmer is through. There he goes, wearing green skates to match his deep, deep, deep dark blue uniforms.
Power Jam comes to an end as the Carolina Jammer re-enters play. Lucky Charmer continuing to score points.
Lucky Charmer just destroying that Carolina wall like he's got a hammer and chisel and a blowtorch and a big cannon and maybe just down goes Lucky Charmer. But he's back up and scored more points. 5, in fact, during that pass.
I'll tell you what, this Texas defense is so good, picking up right where they left off last night against the St. Louis Gatekeepers. Just really, really strong.
Yeah, Himkilly's out there, as is Rhino. Also, Uncle Jesse McNasty. And around comes Lucky Charmer again. And again, Jam Room still trying to make the pass of the star, and he does, except that's an illegal procedure. The star was passed. One of the players was out of bounds. You got to do it in bounds.
Yep, star pass has to happen with both players in play.
Right.
And now we're going to have an official review here. Looks like Texas. Now it's just changed to timeout.
So that was a 29-point jam for Lucky Charmer. Clearly, he's starting to tire out. And an official review. All right, more capitalism. Speaking of MRDA, be sure to check out the MRDA booth for all of your merch needs and to help support our mission of encouraging the growth and development of Mayans roller derbies. We'd also like to thank Roller Derby Elite Series Skates, the brand that defines the sport. Also, Adam Wheels. Come see all the things. Heat Molding Jackson and Leguiano boots all weekend. Come and get fitted. All right, what else? Bont skates, fully heat moldable, ultra lightweight, extremely responsive carbon fiber base, Australian leather. Bont's lighter, stronger, faster. Yeah, that's about it.
Sure Grip International. When you want the best, it's always been Sure Grip. Sure Grip is the leading manufacturer of high-end and recreational roller skates and roller skate accessories at Sure Grip International.
Under 2 minutes to play, 2:45 for the Texas Outlaws, 10 for the Carolina Wrecking Balls. That is a skater by the name of Buster. He is the lead jammer. That is an important position to have in roller derby. It allows you to call off the jam whenever things are strategically in your team's best interest.
Or not call off the jam if you just want to run a full 2 minutes.
Yeah, right. And again, that's where strategery comes in. That's a fancy word for tactics. Jam Room out of the penalty box and engaging with the Texas defenders. Buster scored 4 more points at time. Number 500, Kickin' Gordon Blue goes to the penalty box. Under a minute to play in the first half. Buster with a no pass, no penalty time through the pack, so only given credit for 4 points. All right, so that was 263, so 18 points there for Buster. Jam Room not held scoreless.
It's time winding down here in the first half.
And
Under a minute and a half to go.
Yes, an official's timeout. It'll give us an opportunity to tell you that we're in day 3 of Spring Roll 2015. Do not come back tomorrow. It's over. You will not be granted access to the building. Coming up on this track, 2:30, Toronto versus Dallas. At 3 o'clock, Your Mom faces Rat City. Currently on the other track, Magic City versus Cincinnati in a men's roller derby matchup. 4:30, Kansas City versus hometown Fort Wayne. 5 o'clock on track 2. Join me for my announcering of Chicago versus Brew City.
Announcering?
Announcering. It's the process of announcing.
I like that. I didn't know that. I learned something new every day.
Yeah, that's what you get here at the roller derby tournaments.
I see that star floating across the screen. The more you know.
Oh, there's members of the Chicago outfit in the stands right now, moving around. There goes Skelton. Great skater.
The 2015 International WFTDA playoffs are fast approaching. Watch the best teams in the world compete for the glory of the Hydra. Mark your calendars. Brackets and teams will be announced July 15th at WFTDA.com.
Star Spangled Hammer, were you wondering where the playoff locations are in 2015?
No, but I think you're going to tell me anyway.
There are 7 tournament locations this year, including my hometown of Cleveland, Ohio, also Detroit, Michigan, Tucson, Arizona, Omaha, Nebraska, Jacksonville, Florida, Dallas, Texas, and the championships in St. Paul, Minnesota. Keep up to speed on the playoffs and locations and brackets at WFTDA.com. All right, 263 to 10. 128 remaining. Dr. Feelgood jamming against number 2, Toto. It's an 80s glam band matchup. And a track cut. Oh, the horror. Dr. Feelgood. Toto is through the pack cleanly. Oh, no, is that Whiplash? I'm sorry, that's Whiplash. I'm the, again, worst announcer ever. It's 2 and 0-2, for God's sakes. See? 2K. 2K. 0-2.
Oh.
Hate it. Whiplash is through. 5 points. Carolina increases their score by 50%. Whiplash coming in, splits the Texas pack like they're... Oh, that's a cheap shot. 20 points for Carolina. There will be tons of calisthenics following this jam. Down goes Whiplash. Uncle Jesse McNasty. A huge jam for Carolina. They've doubled their score. A timeout? What? I didn't hear you. Come back over.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said either.
I didn't hear what you said. Look at those calisthenics. 263 to 20.
So we're going to have one more jam because there was a timeout called.
I guess there was. I was busy eating pudding.
So we're going to get some bonus derby.
Bonus derby.
So the official timeout before this jam was just to quickly go over there's having some technical issues that with the scoreboard and such that will be remedied at halftime. Hopefully. Don't forget, you still time to get into the raffle baskets. There's going to be giving out some raffle baskets. Fort Wayne Derby Girls are selling raffle tickets for swag baskets. They're $1 per ticket or $5 for an arm's length. So go find the longest arm you can and get some tickets. Drawing will be held at the end of Game 30. That's the Fort Wayne Derby Girls versus Kansas City on Track 1 or the 4:30 game.
And the period clock has expired. So the jam clock takes precedence. 263 to 20. Favor of the Texas Outlaws wearing black. Carolina Wrecking Balls in orange. The enabler jamming for the Texas Outlaws has been designated as lead jammer. He has made his way nicely through the track. Good defense. What will the enabler do? That was the right decision. Static Shock has been sent to the penalty box. So it is a power jam opportunity for the Enabler.
Still over a minute on the jam clock, so a lot of time for Texas to put some points on the board here.
Bully Mamos with a very nice hit. And he's been sent to the track. I'm sorry, to the penalty box. Enabler comes through, calls off the jam.
And
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Enabler able to get 5 points. So at halftime, 268-220. Favor of the Texas Outlaws.
All right, so we're going to take about a 15-minute break, and we'll be right here for second half action between the Texas Outlaws and the Carolina Wrecking Balls.
Right you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, High Death, if you're out there, come over here to the communications table. High Death. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get underway. Second half action here between Texas and Carolina alongside Kent the Politician. I am Star Spangled Hammer. About to get underway here. So the scoreboard pretty much tells the whole story. Texas with a big lead, 268 to Carolina's 20.
We are, that was a short halftime. I'm still posting on Instagram, but I did get more pudding, so that's good news.
Don't text and announce.
Too late.
Could be worse. You could be on Tinder.
Right you are, Star Spangled Hammer. All right, so we're delayed, which is good. Still posting.
I really only made that Tinder comment because I'm actually on Tinder right now.
I totally hope you hook up.
Lucky Charmer just came across my Tinder. I said, oh, yes.
Yes. And we're underway. That is number 8, Lucky Charmer. He's the only jammer on the track right now due to a penalty that Static Shock picked up right at the end of the second half. Static Shock served the longest the longest 30 seconds in men's roller derby history. But he is back. And we're all skating backwards here at Spring Roll. Now we're back skating counterclockwise.
Sometimes it's good to skate the opposite direction. You get to work those other muscles.
I think that's wise. Keep the alignment all set. And a track cut against Lucky Charmer. Could this be the break Carolina needs? Static Shock trying to muscle his way past that front line of black. The Texas Outlaws. And a star pass is potentially not going to be attempted.
Psych.
The star stash. And then the reattach of the star. Static pushed out on the inside, recycles all the way back, and I'm still posting.
Well, I'll tell you what, this Static Shock, he's got some moves out there, man.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Meanwhile, the Power Jam has come to an end. Lucky Charmer with 4 more points for Texas.
And Lucky Charmer in his glow-in-the-dark skates take an inside line for a 5-point grand slam. Sounds good. All right, so Buster will be jamming for the Texas Outlaws. Jamming against, that is number 13, Ranger Panties. Nobody in the penalty box. It's an all skate. Neither jammer yet to escape the pack. Ranger Panties pushed out on the inside. Buster is through the pack cleanly and is designated as the lead jammer. Now into the heart of the Carolina pack. And he's through for a 5-point grand slam. Ranger Panties called for the track cut, pushed out on the inside. So Ranger Panties heads to the penalty box, much to the delight of the Carolina fans. Just because he skated so close to them.
Kent, I have just been informed.
Oh my gosh.
That we are being watched internationally.
Hello, Canada.
No, actually Spain.
Hello, Espanol.
We actually have a viewing party going on right now in Spain. Some of the guys that play for Team Spain for men's roller derby.
All right.
are watching us here right now as Carolina takes on Texas. So hello out there.
Yes. Thank you, Madrid, for being a totally cosmopolitan, totally hip city. Another 5 points for Buster. The Power Jam is now over as Ranger Panties puts the Jammer Panty back on his Ranger head. Pushed out on the inside by that guy. I can't see his number. I'll tell you who he is. 32. That was Kyle Divers with some good defense against Ranger Panties, number 32. And Rhino celebrated pushing Ranger Panties out on the inside.
Sometimes it's the little things, Kent.
After I cast a vote on the Ohio House floor, normally I do that kind of...
Oh, do you?
I do that touchdown dance, too.
Nice.
Like, yeah, I voted no.
I watch a lot of C-SPAN, and I don't ever see that happen.
Yeah, you turn on the Ohio channel.
Oh, okay. I don't think I get that
Yeah.
in St. Louis,
No.
unfortunately.
All right, so that is not Toto. That is Whiplash.
Yep.
Number 2K. The K is really tiny. Jamming against Dr. Feelgood. Down goes that guy. 66. That was Brew Brawls. Penalty on Diamond, I believe, being sent to the penalty box. And, oh, it's a Power Jam. Whiplash being sent to the penalty box, so it's all Dr. Feelgood all night long.
Dr. Feelgood's going to make this jam feel all right as he's out there unopposed now on the Power Jam. 5 points for Dr. Feelgood and Texas. Another pass attempt here by Dr. Feelgood. Going to work on that defensive crew of Carolina. So nice work as they cycle him all the way back to the front straightaway. Has to re-enter turn one. Just one left to beat. Oh, nice duck, and he gets by Blue Brawls. Another 5 points. Grand Slam, Texas. Power Jam comes to an end as Whiplash re-enters play. Meanwhile, Dr. Feelgood coming around looking for some more points. Blue Brawls, along with the rest of the Carolina defense, trying their best to stop him. However, they only slow him down. 4 more points for Dr. Feelgood and Texas. Texas once again racking up points in bunches.
All right, we'll see if that posts. Dr. Feelgood, I believe so far 19 points on this jam. Mr. Taco going to the penalty box for 30 seconds of light Mexican cuisine. Another 5 there, so, geez, now I got to do math. 41. All right, so I believe a total of 24 points there for Dr. Feelgood. We've got the Enabler taking on Jam Room. One Texas Outlaw in the penalty box. So a 4-on-3 advantage for the Wrecking Balls in orange. Again, the Carolina Wrecking Balls in orange. The Texas men's roller derby team, the Texas Outlaws in black with red accents, white numbers. And Jam Room is through the pack. Enabler coming in, trying to split the Carolina defenders. 2 points for Texas. Jam Room, unfortunately, held scoreless. So 343-220. If other countries are please watching, please let us know. We will give you a shout out. I'm talking to you, Sri Lanka. Uniballer taking on number 8. That is Lucky Charmer. Again, you can recognize Lucky Charmer to his neon green skates. And there he goes through the back straightaway. Uniballer pushed out, recycles back behind the pack. Lucky Charmer with a 5-point grand slam so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is still a black Impala parked in the fire lane. If you do not move your vehicle, it will be towed, and at great expense to yourself. So please, if you drive a black Impala and you're parked in the fire lane and you know who you are, don't kid yourself.
Right.
Go out there and move your vehicle immediately.
Again, it's either going to get moved, towed, or it's going to be set on fire because it is, well, the fire lane. If you're a fireman and you're driving a black Impala, we appreciate your stick-to-itiveness for the job, but please move your car. Enabler, another grand slam. He's got 25 points so far in this jam. Uniballer still trying to navigate the tough Texas defense. Lucky Charmer at this point just showing off. Lucky Charmer again, another scoring pass. So 35. This jam will run the full 2 minutes, and it is whistled to a close. 40 points for Lucky Charmer.
Texas right now showing why they are making a strong case for themselves to be highly favored going into the MRDA tournament later this season, as the merger between the Denton County Outlaws and the Dallas Deception really panning out for this squad here.
Right you are, Star Spangled Hammer. Static Shock taking off his skates initially, and number 86, Buster, through the pack, and Buster is the lead jammer. Static Shock with 1 to beat. Can he do it? No! Oh, but that had to be a penalty. Oh, Static Shock. Yikes.
Oh. Static Shock looks to be in a lot of pain. As he nods knowingly.
Right. All right, well, yeah, at least he's going to hand off the star because he is now on the inside of the track. And again, Static Shock does not look good at all. Obviously, we're hoping he's okay. And unfortunately, a track cut sends the pivot Captain Ice Cole to the penalty box with Jammer Panty on head as Static Shock was able to hand off the star. In the meantime, Buster around and around.
Static Shock, meanwhile, laying on the infield. He did crawl out of the path of the referee, so they will not be stopping this jam due to injury. Hopefully he's okay. The medics are on standby, ready to charge out there once the jam ends.
Yes. And another 5-point grand slam for Buster. 15 so far on this jam. And that is the initial pass for the Captain Ice Cole. And Buster taken off his skates and calls off the jam. The medics being waved onto the track for Static Shock. So we will take a break and let them do their medical business. So Lola Blow tried to make like the Lola Blow face in the poster. So here, let me show it to you.
Isn't technology great?
Eventually. Okay, good. Come on.
That's great.
And that's She Biscuit eating a cookie. So Biscuit's holding a biscuit, Lola Blow's holding Lola Blow.
That's great.
Yeah, did you see that outside the venue?
Oh yeah, there was a gun show yesterday. So every year that gun show is going on the same weekend as Street of Saints. So every year a bunch of the Art Tribal Roller Girls they'll go down to the entrance of the where there's this gun show sign. They all flex and take photos of gun shows.
Oh, he is. It's not much good.
It's good to see him up, but he's not putting any weight on that left leg. That is not good.
Yeah.
He went down really hard on that left hip.
Yeah.
Coming out of turns 1 and 2. So we hope the best for Static Shock as he was absolutely entertaining to watch on the track. He had some great moves out there.
Yes. Yes, no doubt. Yeah, to say he's up is perhaps a very liberal use of the word up, but he's at least off the center of the track. And yeah, we wish Static Shock the best, but clearly does not look like he is in great shape at this point. Jam Room gesturing to the Carolina faithful
Actually,
in a positive manner, in a positive and affirming manner, because that's what men's roller derby is. It's positive and affirming.
wait, what?
By the way, the Zebras are still huddling. Travis Sickledale telling them that everybody else wants to play roller derby.
Well, they may need this time to
Right.
discuss something that's been going on out there.
They're all Tebowing.
Yes, they are actually. It's a prayer circle. They're praying for a speedy recovery for Static Shock.
Well, yeah, I think we all should. Holy smokes. All right, so if you're watching on the, there's the Zebra huddle. If you're watching
riveting television right now.
If you're watching on the internets.
Don't forget, immediately following this game at 2:30 here on Track 1, we're going to have Toronto versus Dallas. At 3 p.m. on Track 2, it'll be Your Mom versus Race City. Then back here on Track 1 at 4:30 p.m., Kansas City versus Fort Wayne. 5 p.m. on Track 2, Chicago versus Bruce City. 6:30 p.m. on Track 1, St. Louis versus the Carolina Wrecking Balls. Track 2 at 7 p.m., Tri-City versus Old Capitol. And then closing out Spring Roll 2015 on Track 1 at 8:30 p.m., it's Sioux City versus Chicago. So still a lot of action here today.
Total action.
So it looks like
perhaps we had a skater foul out. We're not sure.
I've just been told that Himcules for the Dallas Deception has been ejected for an egregious forearm.
All right.
So that is what all the
16 minutes, 53 seconds remaining in this bout. Texas about ready to crest the 400-point mark. It was 268-20 at halftime. Carolina has been held scoreless, and unfortunately they're down one of their jammers, Static Shock, hydrating on the bench and having a hip replacement. And there it goes. Jam Room jamming against Dr. Feelgood. Dr. Feelgood getting a lot of attention, but no one can hold back Dr. Feelgood. At least not that collection of Carolina Wrecking Ball blockers. Jam Room trying to get by, I believe that is Rhino. And Jam Room is through. And Mr. Taco and number 5 Tip going to the penalty box. Dr. Feelgood pushed out. 4 points for Dr. Feelgood. 4:02 to 20. Jam Room held scoreless for the Carolinas.
A wild one here. I mean, this has been, even though there's a great disparity on the scoreboard, Carolina has been out here just fighting the entire game. There is no quit in this team. They are out there grinding it out.
Yes.
And, a lot of people kind of poo-poo these huge scoring disparities and roller derby, but these are great learning experiences.
And it's a power jam opportunity for the Enabler. No, Star Spangled Hammer, I could not agree more. Hats off to Carolina. If you don't look at the scoreboard, you would think it's a much closer bout because of the degree that the Wrecking Balls are competing. And in that respect, the score is deceiving, however accurate. Yeah, the Texas Outlaws, just a very strong team. And he's being waved back onto the track. All right, so.
Penalty reversed.
Yes.
Don't see that very often.
No. And a very nice pivot through the pack. Done by number 13, Ranger Panties. Very athletic move to get himself through the pack. That forces the call off by the Enabler.
Somewhere right now, Brian Boitano is smiling at his computer monitor as he watched that pirouette.
Oh, my God, yes. So Enabler only scored 5 points there. Again, he had the you are penalized, you are not penalized do-si-do there on the back straightaway.
I think that really took a lot of his speed down, so he wasn't able to get back around quick enough to score more points.
Right, exactly. So that is Whiplash, not Toto, jamming for the Carolina Wrecking Balls, going up against the man with green skates, Lucky Charmer. And Lucky Charmer is through. And he is the lead jammer. And he's T-bowing. You can see that. Lucky Charmer. Oh. Nice tightrope through the front straightaway.
Wow.
And another 5 in the sky grand slam for Lucky Charmer. 10 points so far during this jam. Down goes Whiplash there in turn 3. And another 5-point grand slam for Lucky Charmer.
Carolina has looked really good in stretches, but Texas has just been consistently better in pretty much every facet of the game so far.
Yeah, the Texas Jammers doing a really good job of kind of changing their leverage when they encounter a block, using that contact to allow them to roll either to the left or the right. So, yeah, a very talented collection of blockers for the Texas Outlaws. And, frankly, I think none more so than the jammer who's currently wearing the star, Lucky Charmer. Of course, we could also wax Rosodic about the Texas defense, as Carolina has been held scoreless for the entire second half thus far. See, right there, he saw the hit coming and used the contact, maintained with excellent skate skills, and able to stay upright and complete the pass. Very good roller skating there by Lucky Charmer. That was a 35-point jam.
Very nice. Another great jam there for Texas.
As we...
And we're going to have ourselves an official review. That means sponsor time. Persephone's Treasures. Get your official 2015 Spring Roll shirt at Persephone's Treasures. Custom apparel and vinyl decals. They can customize your derby shirts, uniforms, and scrimmage tees right here, right now.
Yep.
The WFTDA is celebrating 10 years of being real, strong, athletic, revolutionary. Stay tuned to the WFTDA social media channels to learn how you can be a part of the celebration. Vital Skates. We know Derby because we do Derby. Excuse me. Vital Skates, where data and experience meet. It's so necessary. It's vital.
Totally vital. You got it, man. That's my new best friend out there. That's Dr. Dreidel, number 18.
Carolina doing their not family friendly chant.
Yes.
But that's okay because you know what? It's Derby. It's another Zebra Huddle here as they go over the official review. So let's talk some more sponsors. Adam Wheels, come see all the things heat molding, Jackson and Luiginho boots all weekend. Come and get fitted. Stop by the Adam booth and enter to win a free set of wheels to be given out on Sunday at some point in time. That's Adam Wheels. Bot Skates, fully heat moldable, ultra lightweight, extremely responsive, carbon fiber base, Australian leather. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster.
Those watching at home, that's just some of the Carolina fans, not those, but the previous camera shot.
A lot of prime seating available still here for this game. So come on down to the Allen County War Memorial Coliseum in beautiful downtown Fort Wayne, as there's still a whole lot of action left here. Sunday, Day 3, Spring Roll 2015.
Sunday.
You may pay for the whole seat, but you'll only use the edge. And all those other great monster truck cliches.
Those are awesome cliches.
I miss those commercials.
All right, so I've said it before. Here, let's do some math. 442 minus 2.
I want to give a shout out to everybody out there back home in St. Louis watching today's game, watching Texas. As Texas, I think, garnered a lot of fans in St. Louis with the way they played last night against the Gatekeepers. Big shout out, though, to Jack West, future MRDA superstar, I've been hearing. Very interested in Derby at a young age.
So Texas on a 174-0 run so far in the second half. They scored 268 points in the first half. With 12 minutes remaining in the bout, they have scored 174 points.
All right, I've just been notified that the official review was to get the back block called on Blue Brawls upgraded to an egregious back block, and they, after the official review, they concluded that it was, in fact, an egregious back block.
Yikes.
And number 66 has been ejected from the game.
Oh, dear gosh. So that is Blue Brawls.
So now each side has had an ejection in this matchup.
So, yes, if you're Blue Brawls' mother and you're just tuning in right now, your son is no longer playing roller derby because he was naughty in the eyes of the officiating crew.
You should call his cell phone right now and scold him.
That's right. Buster is jamming for the Texas Outlaws, and out of Jammer Jail comes Kickin' Gordon Blue. Down goes Kickin' Gordon Blue over DJ Isaac, and DJ Isaac has been sent to the penalty box for kicking Gordon Blue. And a 5-point jump there by Buster. Kicking Gordon Blue almost tried to make it through, but he ran into Kyle Divers. Kicking Gordon Blue is now through. Rhino's wheels squeaking as he... Buster called it off.
I'm pretty sure if Rhino had gone any faster to the penalty box, he'd have gone back in time.
Yeah, Rhino was flying.
Holy moly, he was flying around that corner.
So that was 9 points for Buster. High fives given out on the Texas bench for being awesome. Dr. Feelgood will be jamming against Jam Room. The penalty box with 2 Texas blockers, so it is a 3-2 advantage in the pack for the Carolina Wrecking Balls. And Dr. Feelgood blew right through that Wrecking Balls wall. Jam Room pushed out, recycles smartly behind number 5 Tip. One of the Texas defenders. Speaking of 5, that is 5 points for Dr. Feelgood. Jam Room is through the pack to the delight of the Carolina faithful. Dr. Feelgood calls off the jam just in the nick of time. Able to secure 7 points, so now 4:58 to 20, under 10 minutes to play.
So as I mentioned earlier, Carolina with a daunting Sunday.
Daunting.
As not only do they play Texas here right now, and we see the score on the board, but later on this evening, they're going to take on the St. Louis Gatekeepers.
And great blocking there in the front Texas wall to enable the enabler to get right through. That delivery brought to you by the U.S. Postal Service. 5 points for the enabler. Down goes Dr. Dreidel. Oh, big hit against the enabler. Carolina Jammer getting a whole lot of Texas Outlaw, but the Uniballer is not through cleanly. It's a track cut for cutting the track.
And that will result in 30 seconds in the sin bin.
Exactly. And the enabler gets through again. 5 more points for the enabler. Texas rapidly approaching the 500-point mark. Everyone gets a free slushie here in the War Memorial Coliseum.
Wait, what?
If you get past 800 points. I'm just saying they're close to 500.
Oh.
Yes, free slushie after 800 points.
Man, you got me all excited. I love
I'm
slushies.
sorry, I just wanted to notify you that we were only 300 points
Man.
away from that.
What a letdown.
It's not a letdown, it's a let up. It's
No.
encouraging. All right, so 478 to 20. Texas on a 210-0 run here in the second half. Looking to end that streak is the captain, Ice Cole for Carolina. And there is Lucky Charmer through the pack and the lead jammer.
I'm still recovering from the fact that I'm not going to get a slushie.
I'm sorry. I'll buy a slushie from my political account. Ice Cole. Oh, called for the back block. And Enabler has a grand slam. Enabler with 10 points so far in this jam. And knifes through the defense. Good try there by Rugburn. In the pack for Carolina, Old Dirty Packer, Rugburn, and it's Lucky Charmer. I'm the worst announcer. Anyway, in the pack for Carolina, Bully Mamos, Dirty Old Packer, 17, Rugburn, and somebody else.
Interesting play there as Texas saw the opposing jammer re-entering play, so they sped the pack up, forcing him to keep skating around the outside because he has to re-enter 20 feet outside the engagement zone.
Yeah, not sure if that was picked up on camera, but very smart team defense there by the Texas Outlaws.
Yeah, that was interesting. I've never seen that before. That was fun, actually. That was pretty cool.
Yep. It was like a race. A race to score points.
Well, and I'll tell you what, Texas has got some really talented skaters out there on the track, and they got some speed. That's one thing you really don't see a whole lot of in this game unless it's the jammers, but great team speed here by Texas. They can really speed that pack up when they want to.
And Texas crosses the 500-point mark. 5:27 left to play. Coming up, more roller derby action. I can guarantee it, which is Spanish for our friends watching in Spain. Coming up on this track, Toronto versus Dallas at 3 o'clock. Your Mom versus Ray City at 4:30. Kansas City versus Fort Wayne in a women's matchup. 5 o'clock, the Chicago outfit taking on Brew City, another WFTDA matchup. That is number 86, Buster, jammering for the Texases. Jam Room got called for the track cut. I thought he pulled off the pirouette right in front of us. I was wrong.
Yeah, and then he missed the point of no return to head to the penalty box. So he has to skate all the way back around. So added seconds to the power jam here for Texas.
And another 5-point grand slam for Buster. 15 so far on this jam as we approach the 4-minute mark.
So an impressive offensive display here in this game by Texas. Now up by 505 points on Carolina. Make that 5-10.
Yep. Only 270 points away from a free slushy.
Will you stop teasing me with that slushy? Keep that up, and I'm gonna go down a scoreboard and put more time on the clock.
Again, the pack moving very quickly. Jam Room not having any luck against the Texas Outlaw Defenders. Ranger Panties being sent to the penalty box, taking a seat next to Rug Burn. So a 4-2 advantage in the pack for the Texas Outlaws. And a timeout taken by Carolina.
Because everybody loves timeouts.
That was 33 points during that particular jam. 3 minutes, 11 seconds remaining.
What are Pink Zebra Sprinkles? Pink Zebra Sprinkles are a unique scented wax melt that is available in over 50 different scents. Come enter for a free jar over at their table in Vendor Row. SureGrip International, when you want the best, it's always been SureGrip. SureGrip is the leading manufacturer of high-end and recreational roller skates and roller skates accessories. SureGrip International.
Some of the Carolina fans there on camera. Now some of the Carolina skaters on camera.
See a Carolina sign over that says, keep them under 600.
I think that is a good plan of action.
Seems like a legit strategy.
3 minutes, 11 seconds left in bout play. Of course, the jam clock takes precedence in what could be a final jam scenario.
So Kickin' Gordon Blue out there for Carolina going up against Dr. Feelgood for Texas.
Still anybody's bout here on track 2 or track 1. There goes, who was that? That was, I don't know who that was. All right, Dr. Feelgood in the meantime jamming. And through the pack, Kickin' Gordon Blue. Oh, Dr. Feelgood called it off. Able to get 2 points, 3 points, 5:41 to 20. And an official review asked for by Texas.
You know what? You got them. You might as well use them. It's not like you can take them home with you.
Yeah, you pay those high dollar attorneys on retainer, and they're just sitting there. So
be sure to check out the MRDA booth for all your merch needs and to help support our mission of encouraging the growth and development of men's roller derby. The MRDA will start this season with 56 leagues internationally and many more seeking membership this year. That's the MRDA. You can find them online at mensrollerderbyassociation.com.
Yep.
Green Monster Roller Sports, if you're skating on crap, it's not from us.
It's not.
We make stuff that actually works. That's
They do.
Green Monster Roller Sports.
Yep.
I like how they're just straight to the point with Green Monster. No
right.
advertising
Right.
fluff. Reminds me of that old SNL skit with Mike Myers where he runs the Scottish shop. If it's not Scottish, it's crap.
And we know that Green Monster, so does that mean Green Monster is Scottish?
You know what is green?
There you go.
Maybe.
All right, we've come up with that next slogan for Green Monster. Buy our stuff, we're Scottish. Number 51 Jam Room will be jamming against Dr. Feelgood. You're watching the Texas Outlaws in black, the Carolina Wrecking Balls in orange. And Dr. Feelgood races through the pack, and he's the lead jammer. Jam Room yet to escape the pack. The pack very tightly woven together, but not in a friendly sense, more in an unfriendly, kind of mean sense of weaving. And weaving is rarely mean, but in this case it will be. Dr. Feelgood circling the pack. Another 5 in the sky for Dr. Feelgood. They're closing in on the 552-point mark. And Dr. Feelgood, another 5-point grand slam. And Carolina with a star pass to number 02, Toto, the supergroup from the 80s, now with the star in his hand. And he's been sent to the penalty box for Hold the Line being played far too often on your FM dial.
So this will actually be a power jam as the star was passed to the pivot who's on his way to the penalty box. So yet another opportunity here for Texas to run the score up.
Yeah, Texas has not had a lot of opportunities to pad their lead until just now. Their lead only 551 points as we approach the 1 minute remaining mark.
Five more points there for Dr. Feelgood as Texas closes in on 600.
Right you are, Star Spangled Hammer. We're a totally patriotic announce team. He is Star Spangled Hammer. I'm Kent the Politician, bringing you this men's roller derby action here at Spring Roll 2015. Toto is out of the penalty box and is trying to score points.
Oh, we got a pile up on the
We
back
sure
straightaway.
do. We sure do. And Texas has called a timeout.
Of course they have. They came all this way. They want to get every jam they can.
Right you are, Star Spangled Hammer. We've got MVP announcements coming up. I don't see our MVP award, though. Anyone know where that is? All right, so we're going to announce MVPs. We have nothing to give you, though. Oh, no, wait, what's down there? Oh, that's a mouse.
I'll go find us
That's
some
not-
awards.
That's not the...
I'll be right back. I'm
it's
headed
not
to the
the-
dollar store.
We're gonna have to give them Lucky Charmers skates because those are green. $585 to 20, a difference of 565 points. 28 seconds remaining.
I'm back from the dollar store.
Hey, we've got MVP awards. We're going to give them to the NSO. We're going to give them to the folks in charge of working the scoreboard as they worked overtime in this particular bout. Rugburn jamming for Carolina up against the Enabler.
'Cause every girl's crazy about a big man jam.
Okay, the Enabler is through. Rugburn still fighting through. Only 3 blockers in front of the Enabler. I'm sorry, not the enabler. Oh, I'm the worst announcer. Rugburn, only 3 blockers in front of Rugburn. And the enabler is through with a 5-point scoring pass. Texas and the enabler gets through again. Texas at 595 points. The period clock has expired. Only the jam clock remains. Down goes Rugburn.
There it is. 600 points
for Texas. Only 200 away from free slushies. Rugburn pushed to the outside, recycles back. Out goes the enabler. Rugburn with the back block has been sent to the penalty box. Oh, drat. Carolina's opportunity to score points in the second half, perhaps.
Actually, it's being overturned. He's being called back out on the track.
All right, so Rugburn is back. 19, 18, 17, 16 seconds remaining in the jam clock.
I think Rugburn just wants the jam to end.
Rugburn pushed out. Enabler calls off the jam. Cresting the 600-point mark. 6:05. The final is unofficial until the NSOs and referees acknowledge all points scored. But perhaps the winner of this contest, not in doubt. Texas 6:05, Carolina 20. Of course, that's unofficial. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have made our MVP determinations with the help of a survey monkey surveying of all the international fans who participated in the Choose the MVPs contest here at Spring Roll 2015. We will announce them as soon as Carolina takes a victory lap. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for both of these two teams. They were super duper at roller derby. Star Spangled Hammer is descending from the announcer's dais to hand out the awards to the 2 different jammers that we have chosen for the Tex. All right. Waiting Carolina, taking their victory lap. Victory lap for Carolina. All right, our MVP for the Texas Outlaws in the neon green skates, number 8, Lucky Charmer. And the MVP for the Carolina Wrecking Balls, the owner of a brand new bionic hip. We wish him well, number 55, Static Shock. Thank you to both of these teams, the NSOs and officials, for participating in this men's roller derby spectacular display here at Spring Roll 2015. For Star Spangled Hammer, I'm Kent the Politician. Thank you all very much for watching. Coming up on this track, we've got Toronto taking on Dallas at 2 o'clock in what will no doubt be fantastic women's flat track derby association action. Thank you all for your support of Spring Roll.
Welcome back to the War Memorial Coliseum of Allen County in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Spring Roll 2015. I'm Captain Lou Alabama, joined on the microphone by the lovely and talented
Mulligan.
Oh, God, I love Mulligan. I'm so happy to be able to call this game with you. It is the Dallas Derby Devils Army of Darkness facing off against Toronto, Ontario, Canada's CN Power. Last game of the weekend for both of these teams.
It promises to be quite the Donnybrook or slobber knocker, whatever old school word you like to use for a knockdown, drag out, awesome roller derby competition.
I think Donnybrook is somewhat more genteel than a slobber knocker. So the more rules involved in a Donnybrook, I think.
How about a Pier 6 brawl?
Sure.
No, this
Right in
promises
the Fort Wayne Harbor.
this promises to be an amazing derby bout between these two teams.
One would hope. We have limited roster information, so we'll weigh it from here. We're going to start off with Dallas in white, CN Power in pink, Ballerina taking the star for Toronto, and that is number 138, Anita Riot for Dallas. Dallas using that triangle diamond defense that we've seen all weekend, using it to good effect, holding back Ballerina. Cycled to the back by the back pyramid blocking of CN Power is Anita Riot. She gets around that pyramid through the front, and lead jammer for the first jam of the game going to Anita Riot and the Dallas Derby Devils.
Anita Riot was the Clover Cup Tournament Jammer MVP, an Adam All-Star, and is on Team Blood and Thunder.
Jam continues as Ballerina does a star stash, but is knocked down by number 911. That's Mona Bruiser. She's going to have to cycle all the way to the back. Meanwhile, 5 points already put up on the board by Anita Riot. Anita Riot back at the back wall. Pyramid blocking continuing for Toronto as they attempt to hold her back. Toronto with some nice star pass work against arch rival earlier in the day. Star stash in effect at the moment as Ballerina continues to fight against that front wall. Dallas showing that the Australian Diamond Pyramid is in full effect in Texas now.
It is very important to have that three-wall defense, that diamond, have that strong, as you never know when you're going to lose a blocker to the box. And if you can get that three-wall or three defense down, it is a very valuable tool to have in your toolbox.
Mona Bruiser and 235 Guillotine Grace working over Ballerina. Guillotine Grace getting an out-of-play block for her efforts. That's going to call off the jam. Another 2 points for Dallas. A 12-point jam to open things up for the Army of Darkness.
All right, looks like we've got number 28 on the line, Miley Virus for the Triple D Army of Darkness.
Going to be number 420 for CN Power. That's Mad Megs. 4-on-2 pack advantage for Toronto. Can't really throw a diamond down with only two blockers. Little bit of an offensive assist by Lady Gaga. Springs open that paired blocking at the front. Lead jammer going to Mad Megs.
It's another thing that triangle defense affords you is allowing that fourth blocker to get out there and do some offensive blocking. Get your jammer out. They do. Big up 4 points for Toronto. That puts them on the board with 4.
2 jams in, 1 lead jammer aside. 8-point differential to start off our game. 27 minutes remaining in the first half of this game. Coaches approaching the center of the track, but they'll return to their benches so we can have more derby to get underway. We're going to get number 41, Postal Penny, jamming for Dallas. And that is Smoke-A-Cola jamming against the front 2 wall of the Derby Devils. Postal Penny works her way through the back wall. Stumbles as she approaches the front wall of CN Power. Enough of a slowdown to allow Smoke-A-Cola to get through. She's going to be lead jammer for Toronto. Postal Penny also out of the pack.
Excellent job by CN Power getting up in front of those blocks, continuously blocking the jammer for the Dallas Derby Devils, allowing their jammer to get lead, pick up some more points. So currently we've got a score of 6 for Toronto, 14 for Dallas. If you're just joining us from home, the Toronto CN Power are in the pink with the black accents. The Dallas Derby Devils Army of Darkness are in the white with the black and red accents.
So just a touch of a slow call off by Smoke-A-Cola allows 2 points to be stolen by Dallas. We'll go straight back into another jam with Belfast taking line for CN Power. And it is back on the line for Dallas, Sparrow Dynamic. Direction of gameplay is going to send Vagina Hertz to the penalty box for 30 seconds. Blocker penalties continuing to plague the Army of Darkness. That 2-wall at the front still containing Belfast. Only one to beat by Sparrow Dynamic. A track cut is going to send her to the penalty box. First power jam of the game is going to go to Toronto. Belfast still on her initial pass, though, being contained by the Army of Darkness blockers.
Excellent job by 12-29 Juicebox. Not only deflecting an offensive block, but then knocking the jammer to the inside and recycling it to the back of the pack. Excellent job. Heads up by Juicebox.
Belfast knocked to the outside by Nick's victim. Power jam turns into a power kill for Dallas. Complete shutdown of the CN Power blocker. Finally gets out after a minute and 20 seconds in the jam, 30 seconds of which she was the only jammer on the track. Santa Muerta heading to the penalty box for 30 seconds. Rennie Rumble is going to get a track cut. She'll go as well. Scarcasm racing to the box. Only one blocker remaining on the track. It's Bigley Smalls. A single point picked up by CN Power in that jam. Defense is the name of the game for the Dallas Derby Devils. They've locked it down early in this bout. Shuts down a power jam and only gives up a single point over the course of that whole jam, Mulligan.
Very, very impressive defense by Dallas so far. Out of 4 jams, CN Power have gotten 3 lead jammers and amassed 7 points in those 3 lead jams. Dallas shutting them down defensively.
Next jam underway with Ballerina taking the star against Anita Riot. Anita Riot with only one blocker in front of her as Nasher the Smasher. She's going to get away with lead jammer status. Again, Scarcasm on the track. Had been heading to the penalty box in the previous jam. See if she has to report during this jam. 5 points picked up by Dallas and Anita Riot. Scarcasm now reporting to the box as Rennie Rumble returns to the track.
Dallas doing an excellent job on the first 2 scoring passes, clearing blockers out of the way of their jammer. CN Power gets a few blocks in this time. She's got 1 left to beat.
CN Power completing that star pass to Rennie Rumble. She is now the jammer of record. And Nita Riot's going to let this run. No pack called. Blocking does not cease at the front. That's going to send a failure to reform penalty onto Animal Lee. And 4 points scored by Rennie Rumble and CN Power. Jam called off, and we get ourselves a timeout.
Yep, looks like an official review is being called by, I believe that is the Dallas Derby Devils.
It does appear to be the truth.
And this official timeout brought to you by Persephone's Treasures. Get your official 2015 Spring Roll shirts while they still last at Persephone's Treasures. Custom apparel, vinyl decals. They can customize your derby shorts and uniforms and scrimmage tees right here, right now. Also, it's not too late to get some tickets for the raffle basket that the Fort Wayne Derby Girls, the host league of Spring Roll 2015, are having. You can get 1 ticket for $1, 5 for an arm length. The drawing will be held at the end of the game of Fort Wayne versus the Kansas City Roller Warriors on track 1. That is the 4:30 game. That is the next game on this track. At the end of it, we'll have the raffle, giant swag basket. I mean, a couple swag baskets, I believe. So
I've seen those swag baskets before. They have a lot of stuff in them.
last year's big prize that were in both of the swag baskets were the Team USA track jackets and pants, but just pants or shorts, but they were in a very high demand.
There's no pants in roller derby. So official review still underway. Official review taken by Dallas. They are in the lead, 33 to 11, 22-point lead. Defense continues to be vexing of teams. Dallas, coming into this tournament, had been undefeated. Lost to arch rival. Kept that score relatively close, 220 to 86. Defeated Calgary this morning in a game that was close at halftime, but Dallas really ran away with it in the second half. And this is the third game of the weekend for both of these teams. Second game of the day for both of these teams as well. Mulligan, I believe you have some information regarding the official review.
I do indeed. The Dallas Derby Devils challenged a track cut that was not called on the CN Power Jammer. After review, it was determined that there in fact was a track cut, and that penalty was enforced.
So Rennie Rumble will stay in the penalty box. The only jammer on the track at the start of this jam is going to be number 28. That is, of course,
Miley Virus.
Miley Virus. Miley Virus quickly through, picking up another 5 points. 19 points scored by Dallas Derby Devils in the previous jam. Looking to continue to roll up the score against Toronto. Miley Virus pushed to the inside, but a failure to reform going to Nasher the Smasher. Power Jam is over. Rennie Rumble out of the penalty box, through on her initial pass. Jam getting called off by Miley. Another 5 points put on the Dallas side of the scoreboard. That's going to get us to, and they update the score, I believe, 43 to 11. There we go. Yep. 43 to 11 is the score. Just under 21 minutes remaining in the first half.
Looks like Dallas taking advantage of a few of the jammer penalties that CN Power have amassed. So because of that, yes, they're starting to stretch that lead out. But Toronto has shown their defense can be quite stifling, and they can get right back into this very quickly.
Postal Penny taking the star. She's going to take a forearm penalty, and she'll go to the penalty box for the second penalty on a Dallas Derby Devil jammer. And lead jammer is going to go to Mad Megs of CN Power. This is a power jam. All four blockers for Dallas on the track. We'll see how Mad Megs fares against this crystalline defense that Dallas has seemed to master. Five points picked up by Mad Megs. Nasher the Smasher, failure to reform. She'll be joined by number 20. That is the Little Murder Maid for the Derby Devils. Got to keep that pack together, otherwise those failure to reforms come fast and furious. Power Jam is over. Postal Penny back on the track. Looking to move through the back wall of pink. Mad Megs getting knocked down to the ground by Hannah Barbaric. Picked up 5 points. Jam comes to an end. Toronto with 10 points on that power jam. Brings them to 21 compared to the 43 of Dallas.
The WFTDA's playoffs are coming up. The road to the playoffs continues here at Spring Roll 2015, and we're hoping more than a few of the teams you'll see here this weekend will make it to the 2015 International WFTDA playoffs. Want to cheer for your favorite team? Go to the WFTDA.com. Brackets will be announced July 15th.
That's right. Both these teams currently looking at being a Division I team. Dallas at 29th. Toronto at 24 in the world at the moment. Jam underway with Smoke-A-Cola taking the star. She is up against number 130, Sparrow Dynamic. Neither Jam are able to get free. And, of course, as I say that, through on the inside, Sparrow Dynamic, lead jammer for the Army of Darkness. Smoke-A-Cola now escaping, almost escaping. Last-ditch effort on the part of the Little Murder Maid. And she's caught and dragged back into the wall of Derby Devils. Jam continuing with Sparrow Dynamic, resetting after she was knocked out of bounds, looking to move her way forward against the pyramid blocking of CN Power. Both teams using that braced blocking, hand-braced style now. Jam's going to get called off, looking for the points. Two single points called. We get a timeout. Looks like the NSOs have some questions.
I'd like to thank the Holiday Inn, the official hotel of the 2015 Spring Roll Tournament. Yes, excellent job by Toronto there. Dallas got lead jammer early, but Toronto's defense was able to shut them down in the back. She only got 2 points, really making it so that they can't pull out too far ahead. Toronto still keeping the game well within hand of coming back.
Yeah, Dallas defense holding strong, Toronto defense holding strong. Score staying at a relatively low level for the first half. First half of the first half, really, down to 17 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the first half. Penalty box is clear. We will have a 5-on-5 start. Once we get roller derby back underway, we are still in an official timeout.
We'd like to thank Vital Skates. We know Derby because we do Derby. Vital Skates, where data and experience meet. It's so necessary, it's vital.
Super vital. Toronto at 4-2 on their 2015 campaign. Dallas at 6-1 so far. And we got the whistle for roller derby to get back underway. And when it does, we're going to get Anita Riot jamming for the Army of Darkness. And for CN Power, it's going to be Belfast. Jamming away. CN Power able to set up at the back. They are starting closer to the jammer line, using that advantage to full effect as they continue their pyramid blocking at the back. At the front, Santa Muerte picks up a penalty for playing a little offense for her jammer. Belfast trying to push that wall forward. Meanwhile, Scarcasm's gone to the box. Only 2 blockers left on the track for Toronto. They're not going to be able to hold back Anita Riot. Anita Riot picks up lead jammer. A high block on Belfast as she was attempting to do a star pass. She's heading to the penalty box. We've got a power jam for Anita Riot and the Dallas Derby Devils.
This is definitely not what Toronto needed. Having 2 blockers in the box and a power jam is going to give Dallas a chance to really stretch out that lead. There's a 5-point pass by number 138.
Anita Riot.
Anita Riot, yes, indeed.
Anita Riot coming in hard against that front 2 while Rennie Rumble dumping her to the ground. Bigley Smalls doing what she can to keep her in the pack. Through for another 5. 15 points on this power jam. Belfast now back on the track. Tries to move through to the inside. She's got the star stash going on. Anita Riot almost had made her way through on another scoring pass. Just bumped out of bounds by Rennie Rumble. Had to reset, a short reset, as most of the blockers for Toronto were up at the front already. No pack called.
Looks like number 00, Blakely, going to the box for Dallas. Looks like she's being followed by a Toronto skater. That is
Bigley Smalls. 5 more points scored by Dallas Derby Devils. Give that a nice round number of 20 in that jam. 65-21 is the score.
Yes, to go for
Derby Devils able to pick up 39 points so far on the 2 power jams that they've been beneficiaries of.
For the folks in the crowd, the MRDA merch booth will be closing at 5:30. So if you want to get your official MRDA merch, it is closing at 5:30.
Miley Virus jamming against Ballerina. Ballerina stuck at the back. Miley Virus takes an outside line, gets past Tara Part, and she's lead jammer for the Derby Devils. Dasher the Smasher heading to the penalty box. Ballerina out of the pack as well. Miley comes to a stop, jukes to the outside, looking to her jammer F to see how many points were scored. 0 for CN Power. Nelson confirming the numbers with her OPR. We'll get the information momentarily. 3 fingers go in the air, 3 points go on the board. Dallas now at 68 to the 21 of Toronto.
The biggest point grabs coming. Oh, we have a timeout, team timeout for the CN Power. Might be a good idea, just a nice strategy. Call the timeout, maybe stem the point flow, get that momentum calm down, talk to your team. Good strategy on the part of the CN Power.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset. We're past that halfway mark in the first half. It's always nice if you're coaching a game, you do that little hard reset on the team if things aren't quite going your way. Try to get everybody refocused on the task at hand. There are 2 CN Power blockers in the penalty box, 1 for the Dallas Derby Devils. So it'll be a 3-on-2 pack start in favor of Dallas when the jam gets underway. But I like the idea of a timeout at this point in the game, Mulligan.
Indeed, a good pep talk,
Pep
talk can really energize your team, or so I've been told.
It's easy for Mulligan to say.
I don't think anything's easy for me to say.
That is some of the magic. That is the man, the myth, the Mulligan. Postal Penny taking the star up against Mad Megs again. It is a 3-on-2 pack advantage for Dallas. Postal Penny through on the inside, skips past Sarcasm. Toronto blockers immediately go into offensive mode. And a forearm penalty apparently called on Mad Megs. She'll go to the penalty box.
They will start with a fresh 30-second power jam for Dallas on this next jam. Looks like they got number 130 mounting the line. That is Sparrow Dynamic.
Toronto has been stuck at 21 for 4 jams in a row now. With their jammer starting in the box, I suspect it may be one more jam at least. Jam underway with number 130, Sparrow Dynamic, quickly through the pack on this power start. Picks up lead jammer for Dallas. Little bit of an assistance on offense. But mostly Sparrow Dynamic's going to have to do all the work by herself. Direction of gameplay. Going to send Mia Culprit to the penalty box. 5 points scored by Sparrow Dynamic. Tara Part heading to the penalty box as well. Only 2 blockers remaining on the track for Toronto. Sparrow Dynamic through, knocked to the outside by Android WK. And a track cut on Misery May sends her to the penalty box. Only 1 blocker left on the track. That's Nasher the Smasher. And still continuing to put points after point up on the board. Sparrow Dynamic rolling the score ever upwards. Another scoring pass for Sparrow. Another 5 points for Dallas. Mad Megs trying to get through, but repeated hits by the Army of Darkness blockers stifle her to the outside, cycle her to the back, and now she's stuck behind a wall of white once again. Sparrow Dynamic trying to rotate her hips around the blockers of CN Power. Little bump from Mia Culprit knocks her to the outside. She's going to have to reset. CN Power Jammer unable to get free. Star Pass gets through with Nasher the Smasher. Time runs out in the jam. Another 5 points in that final pass for Sparrow Dynamic. She did all right for herself.
When the CN Power have all of their blockers out on the track, they are a force to be reckoned with. But these last couple of jams, it has almost been a revolving door. As soon as one gets up, another one goes into the penalty box. That's really killing the CN Power's forward momentum at this point.
Now, by the end of that jam, the penalty box had cleared out, so we will start the next jam as a 5-on-5 jam. Always nice to see lots of blockers on the track.
Indeed.
Kind of.
This timeout brought to you by Bruce Skate Nooses. Bruce Skate Noose, the original over-the-shoulder roller skate holder. Also, Derby for All KC, taking you to the next level. And Green Monster. If you're skating on crap, it's not from us. We make stuff that actually works.
A little bit of a score adjustment. Dallas now at 91, Toronto at 21. A dominating performance so far in this first half by the skaters from Texas. Obviously not Texas Roller Derby, but Dallas is based in Texas, Mulligan.
I believe so, yes. I've heard as much. The Dallas Derby Devils took first place in the 2015 Dallas-hosted Clover Cup for the first time in its 6-year history in March, upsetting Kansas City, Houston, and Blue Ridge, securing them a 19-spot jump in the WFTDA rankings. They are a force to be reckoned with as of recently.
Yeah, Dallas not messing around in 2015 at all. It's one of those scary teams that all of a sudden is rocketing up the rankings, and you just don't know what you're getting into when you get to play them. Smoka-Cola taking the star. She goes up against Anita Riot. Anita Riot again stuck in that back wall. Smoka-Cola trying to work her way through the front. The multiplayer block sends Scarcasm to the penalty box, but Smoka-Cola is going to get through first. A much needed lead jammer status for Toronto, as they had been stuck at 21 points for a long time. Scoots to the outside, calls it off, splayed out on the track. Smoka-Cola grabs a single point for Toronto, gets them to 22.
Every great journey begins with that one step, and if they are hoping to climb back into this, getting Lean Jammer and getting any points in their favor is going to help in that greatly.
Penalty box still relatively clear. 4-on-3 pack advantage for Dallas. Ballerina taking the star, going up against Miley Virus once again. Miley Virus scooting through the back wall of 4. Dallas wall just not moving at all as Ballerina tries to juke her way around it. It just occupies so much space using that hand brace technique. Now she's got them separated. She's going to split the defense and get out first. She's got about a 20-foot lead on Miley Virus, who's rapidly gaining. Penalty box clears. A single point grabbed by Miley. 2 points grabbed by Ballerina. Single point advantage to Toronto in that jam.
We've got number 41 for the Dallas Derby Devils on the line. That is Postal Penny. And 420, Mad Megs for the Toronto CN Power.
92-24 is the score. 9 minutes remaining in the first half. Jam underway with the penalty box clear. 5-on-5 roller derby action continuing. Mad Megs at the front trying to work her way through that diamond defense that Dallas has employed so well. Postal Penny trying to work through the pyramid blocking of CN Power. Pyramid breaks apart a bit as Postal Penny slowly starts pushing herself to the front. Mad Megs having to cycle her way back to the back of the pack. Now both walls sort of collide in the middle. Mad Megs is going to get through as the wall could not hold its structure as it encountered the CN Power wall. Postal Penny with 1 to beat. She gets past Rennie Rumble. Mad Megs goes through on a inverted mohawk, spins around on a 360, grabs all 4 points, and calls it off for Toronto.
Exactly what Toronto needed there. It's their third lead jam in a row. And Dallas, up to that point, had managed to hold both of those to 3 points on those two first lead jams. But there we go, 4-0 point advantage there for Toronto, moving them in the right direction.
So Toronto held scoreless for 5 jams in a row and then managing to score in the last 3 jams. Dallas only able to put up a single point in the last 3 jams. Action back underway. It's going to be Sparrow Dynamic facing off against Smoka-Cola. We've got whistles.
That is number 22, Mia Culprit, going to the box for Toronto.
Going to the box for a back block. Smoka-Cola getting through first, and once again, another lead jammer for Toronto. Toronto starting to put together a nice series of jams. Again, Dallas able to get their jammer out of the pack. Smoka-Cola inverts the hips, spins around, calls off the jam, picks up a single point of Nick's Victim. And that'll put Toronto at 29.
Once again, showing that Toronto, when they keep all of their blockers on the track, again, very, very good at getting, holding the jammer back, and their jammer getting through, getting that lead jam. That is now 4 in a row that they have gotten a lead jam on.
29-92, the palindromic score of the moment. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first half of this game. Number 138 for the Dallas Derby Devils, Anita Riot getting through first, picking up lead jammer status. Belfast trying to work her way through the front of the pack, comes up against the Little Murder Maid, who is blocking with her partner of Hanna-Barbaric. The two of them doing a great job of holding Belfast tight. Out of play called, out of play chop happening on Hanna-Barbaric. Belfast gets out of the pack. She's through on her initial pass. Lady Gaga heads to the penalty box for CN Power. 4 points put on the board for Dallas Derby Devils. 4 points also put up for Belfast. Second scoring pass goes through. Another 4 points for Anita Riot. So an 8-4 jam in favor of Dallas.
Dallas now with 100. Toronto with 33. We've got 9:05 for the CN Power on the line, and that is Ballerina. And that's 28, Miley Virus for the Dallas Derby Devils. Miley putting up a lot of points so far for Dallas, along with Sparrow Dynamic and Anita Riot.
Yeah, they've been hustling. Miley Virus working her way through the back 3 wall of Toronto. Only 2 blockers for the Derby Devils. Not enough to contain Ballerina. Ballerina getting lead jammer for Toronto. Looking to continue the score upwards for the Canadians. Dallas jammer out of the pack as well. Ballerina through the front, gets all 4, calls off the jam, and will get reset to do it again. 100-37 is the score. Under 5 minutes remaining in the first half of this game. Again, Toronto comes in to this bout ranked number 24 in the WFDA. Dallas number 29 in the WFDA. Dallas, the underdogs, but not on the scoreboard, winning by 63 points at the moment.
So we got 420 Mad Megs jamming for the CN Power, and number 41 Postal Penny jamming for the Dallas Derby Devils. Postal Penny caught up in that triangle at the back of the pack. Mad Megs pushing out as hard as she can against the 3 wall of Dallas at the front. Now it's a 4 wall.
Mad Megs getting some offensive assists, but the Little Murder Maid bumps her to the inside, cycles her to the backs. Mad Megs is going to have to reset once again. Postal Penny still trying to work her way through this CN Power pack. We're 30 seconds into the jam, and a forearm penalty on Mad Megs sends her to the penalty box. And it's another power jam for the Army of Darkness. Postal Penny still on her initial pass. All 4 blockers for Toronto out there. Little bit of offense separates that wall. And it's a forearm on Postal Penny. And now she's going to head to the penalty box. Already standing in the penalty box was Mad Megs. So it's a question of whether or not she'll get there in time to spring her or if Mad Megs will be released from the box first. Mad Megs returning to the track. This will be a full 30-second power jam, a full 2-minute jam. Late in the half, third game of the weekend, second game of the day for both these teams. Got to wonder how exhaustion fits into it. Mad Megs juking around to the outside, can't quite get past Blakely. Both jammer and blocker spinning, rotating, whirring blades of death and destruction at the beginning of the pack, and out is Mad Megs.
That was incredibly exciting. Excellent job by Blakely there and Mad Megs, both playing off each other, trying to get by, both rolling and countering. Amazing, amazing jamming and blocking.
There's a little bit of a jiu-jitsu feel to it with the
Indeed.
rotations reversing each other. Time's going to come to an end in this jam. 5 points are going to go up on the scoreboard for CN Power. Postal Penny did not get out of the pack on her initial pass, so no points for Dallas.
This jam brought to you by Modern Skate and Surf, Michigan's original skate shop, celebrating 35 years of business.
We'll get Sparrow Dynamic facing off against Smoke-A-Cola as jam number 20 gets underway in the first half. Under 2 minutes remaining in the first half. That, of course, puts us in potential last jam territory. However, lead jammer going to Sparrow Dynamic. Smoke-A-Cola hot on her wheels. Sparrow's going to call it off. No points scored by either team. Plenty of time to get at least one more jam in, Mulligan.
Indeed there is. And that jam will be brought to you by Roller Derby Elite. Roller Derby Elite Series skates, the brand that defines the sport. Excellent job by the CN Power there, getting up in front, making sure that just because the Dallas jammer was going to hit the pack first, she wasn't going to get any points because they had a nice separation away from the Dallas Derby Devils.
These jammers started the half. They may be ending the half. It's Anita Riot and Ballerina. Anita Riot up against that back three-wall pyramid. A little bit of assistance offensively coming from Lady Gaga. She picks up a penalty for her efforts. Ballerina left her own devices at the front. Little Murder Maid gets a direction of gameplay. She'll go to the penalty box. And bumped out and reset as Ballerina. That's going to let Anita Riot pick up lead jammer for the Dallas Derby Devils. Star Stash allows Ballerina to get free of the pack as well. Big hip check by Santa Muerte going old school hockey style. Jam gets called off. No points called on either side. And the OR getting used by Toronto. See if there's anything of substance to this official review or just an effort to stop the clock. I kind of like that clock stoppage using your official review. You don't get to carry them over into the second half. So
Indeed. It's a smart strategy on their part. That block, I can imagine at that speed, at that force, taking like a shot right to the breadbasket like that. Figure that just drive the air out of you and you'd...
That's why we announce.
Indeed.
So much safer up here. The only thing we have to fear is the internet.
That internet. This official review leads us to be able to talk to you about the MRDA. The MRDA is having its championships in St. Louis. The St. Louis Gatekeepers will host the 2015 Men's Roller Derby Association Championship River City Rumble. This fast and heavy-hitting weekend takes place October 17th and 18th, 2015, and will feature the MRDA's top teams at the end of the season rankings. Wow, the MRDA started this season with 56 leagues.
It's growing every time I look at them again. There's another man team playing man derby. We're going to get an update on that official review, Mulligan, finding out the details. Meanwhile, we're going to get one final jam into the first half. Score 142 in favor of the Dallas Derby Devils. It's going to be number 28. That is Mighty Virus taking on Belfast. Do you have an update for me, Mulligan?
Sure do. That official review was about the CN Power looking for a misconduct call on the Dallas Derby Devil Jammer. That call was not upheld, so the official review was denied. But now a track cut is sending number 28 Miley Virus to the box. So it's a power jam 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So they may not have won the official review, but getting that extra jam may pay off as it's turned into a power jam. Belfast, the only jammer on the track, running up against that front two-all, gets a pop from Juicebox, getting knocked by Mona Bruiser. She's going to work her way through those front two blockers, pick up 5 points for CN Power. Little Murder Maid back on the track, causing problems. Time has expired on the period clock. We are on the jam clock. Belfast working her way through the pack on her second scoring pass, knocked to the ground, having to reset herself.
2:35. Guillotine Grace drives her out, cycles her to the back of the pack.
The track cut has been called on somebody. I'm just looking to see who it is. I believe it was indeed a track cut called on Miley Virus. And time expires in the halftime, or in the first half, but as Dallas won their first official review, they're now going to use their second official review, the retained official review of this half, to attempt to change the outcome of that last jam.
Indeed. Or set up an interesting scenario for the second half. Yes, Toronto going into halftime with a bit of momentum there. Getting lead jammer, putting some points on the board, cutting that deficit in half. So now 52 for Toronto, 100 for Dallas.
Yeah, there was a 10-point jam for Belfast, but more key to everything is that there was a second penalty call on Miley Virus just before that jam was called off. And Toronto's been in a tough street fight against Dallas in this first half. Dallas really taking it to them. But to be able to start off the second half with a power jam is a really nice advantage, a good way to get momentum going early on in the jam, early on in the half. So we'll have to see what happens as a result of this OR.
Indeed. I've seen some nice, strong defense style being played by Dallas, with players like Mona Bruiser and Juicebox delivering just some of those hits that just sap your energy away. Not necessarily those huge hits that put you on the ground, but those big hits that just jar your innards and just really sap that energy from you.
You just see the power bar just slowly depleting on some of the skaters out there as they're repeatedly hit.
Not to be outdone, I mean, Toronto plays a very, not different defensive style, but a very positional blocking style with that triangle, and it is shut down. When they got it going good.
Yeah, 4-on-4 blocking teams in this game have been nightmares for the Jammers. We've had a lot of extended beatdowns going on in the pack. So official review continuing.
Let it be known, this official review brought to you by Adam Wheels. Come see all the things. We've got heat molding, Jackson and Lugiano boots all weekend long. Come and get fitted. If you stop by the Adam booth right now, enter for a chance to win a free set of wheels to be given out today.
The Toronto last year finishing up 7th at the Evansville playoffs, D1 playoffs. Dallas missing the playoffs entirely last year. So this will be a fairly triumphant return. We got the whistle for halftime. Just look for some clarification from our announcer ref to see what that last official review was about. But it's the kind of thing that announcers are happy to go into halftime with. Discussion continuing in the middle between the jammer ref and the head ref, Nelson and Zed Dork, affectionately known as Zidork in America Land.
I want this great country of ours to now be referred to as America Land. I like that.
I feel like maybe we've gone to commercials. So I think we'll stop talking now. We'll be back in a little bit. Just about time to get the second half of this game underway. Dallas Derby Devils from Dallas, Texas, facing off against Toronto CN Power from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Dallas, with a strong first half performance, has the lead 100-52. I'm Captain Lou Alabama. I'll be joined on the microphone by Mulligan. Mulligan, did you have some information about that official review at the end of the first half?
I do. The Dallas Derby Devils were challenging that their jammer did not commit the track cut, that the initiator of the block that led to the track cut went out of bounds. And that is true. The initiator did. But the a non-initiator head went back, and the track cut still stands for Dallas.
That means we will have a power start, full power jam for CN Power as the second half gets underway. We'll get a bit of a delay at the beginning of this half as we have technical difficulties in-house regarding the scoreboard. But once they get that back up and operating, we can get roller derby back underway. Penalties in the first half, 23 trips to the penalty box for Toronto, 17 for the Derby Devils, Army of Darkness. 4 jammer penalties for Toronto, 5 jammer penalties for the Army of Darkness, the 5th one happening in the dying seconds of the first half. Scoring in the first half, top scorer for Toronto, number 420, Mad Megs with 23. Ballerina with 16. 4 points scored by Smoka-Cola, 5 points by Belfast, and 4 points as a pivot turn jammer, Rennie Rumble grabbing those points for her team. Over on the other side of the track, we had Postal Penny with 6. Anita Riot picked up 47, lead scorer of the game. Miley Virus with 13. Spirodynamic with 21. I'm not sure I can drag this out any further, can I? On the other track, we've got Your Mom facing off against Race City. Currently, Your Mom leading in the first half, 85-9 in MRDA action. And on this track, after this game is complete, you will get the host league Fort Wayne Derby Girls facing off against the Kansas City Roller Warriors. I'd like to have a big shout out to the Fort Wayne Derby Girls for once again putting on the Spring Roll, a fantastic event. We are always treated so well when we come here. You are great hosts, and we're glad to make the journey. If you are listening at home, we will remind you that this is a hybrid call, which means you are hearing what you can hear if you are actually here. As a result, you may not hear all of the information that you might normally get from a stream call, as we have to be somewhat discreet in some of the things we need to say. But that's okay. We'll give you as much information as possible. If you're in the stands, well, you get what you get. No skaters in any kind of penalty trouble. Most penalties accumulated by any player is 3. Scoreboard has been fixed. And the jam is underway. Power start for Smoka-Cola and CN Power, down by 48 points. As the second half begins, Smoka-Cola coming through on the inside, picking up lead jammer status. 10 seconds ticking off of that penalty. Offense going into play on the track. Mega Boosh and Tear Apart trying to get it done. Smoka-Cola comes into the back of the pack, goes into the legs of Tear Apart. They fall on top of each other. They reset. Smoka-Cola trying to make her way through the pack. Number 55-10, Nick's Victim puts a hit on her, slows her up a 2-all at the front. Clockwise block is going to send a pivot for Dallas Derby Devils to the penalty box. Smoka-Cola through the pack, picks up 5 points. The arrival of the Toronto CN Power mascots at the sidelines, accompanied by shrieks of joy. Jam called off an additional 3 points scored by Smoke-A-Cola. That's going to put Toronto at 60 points to the 100 of the Dallas Derby Devils. Penalty did expire. And straight back onto the track is Postal Penny. So now a 40-point differential. And we'll get the second half underway in earnest now as both jammers are back on the track. 4-on-3 pack advantage for CN Power. Lady Gaga up at the front playing a little bit of offense for her jammer. Mad Meg's trying to work through. That's Little Murder Maid playing some fantastic defense in this game. Lead jammer going to Mad Megs, though. Postal Penny still stuck at the back of the pack, trying to work her way through. CN Power blockers holding her up. Bigley Smalls going to the penalty box. Lady Gaga and Rennie Rumble trying to hold Postal Penny back. Rennie Rumble decides to let her go rather than hit that out of play zone. Mad Megs into the pack. Gets the call to call it off. Picks up 3 points for Toronto. They continue to creep ever closer to Dallas, now 63 to 100 to score. 37 points to separate these teams. Mulligan, you've come back.
Indeed, I have. Although apparently I should wander away as since I was gone. Toronto has started to march up towards Dallas now with, like you said, with the 63 to 100. Although Little Murder Maid for Dallas is just all over the CN Power jammer.
Yeah, I'm becoming a fan of Little Murder Maid. Belfast taking the star for CN Power. The cheering section for CN Power has arrived. The motley menagerie of condiments over in the corner.
It's just a war of attrition. Just every the jammers both little jumps here and there.
Yeah, these pyramid diamonds are just grinding these jammers down to a pulp. Sparrow Dynamic managed to get to the front of the pack, but since then the three wall, it's not even a wall, it's a braced diamond pyramid formation, is just holding Sparrow Dynamic up. Tries to spin through. Nasher holds her up against the back of Tara Part. A little bit of offense springing into action. Sparrow Dynamic thinking she had an outside line, got bumped out. She's going to have to reset all the way to the back once again. Belfast having no luck at all either, though, Mulligan.
Oh, yeah, both these teams putting on defensive clinics at this point. We're already past a minute in, and this jam has not got past the third turn.
Track cut to Belfast is going to turn this into a power jam. Still stuck in the pack, though, is Sparrow Dynamic. Bigley Smalls went to the penalty box as well. Last line defense was Misery May. No dice with that swing and a miss. Lead jammer going to Sparrow Dynamic over 90 seconds before she could get out of the pack.
Very impressive CN Power defense there. Nasher the Smasher did an excellent job knocking her to the inside, but she does end up picking up all 5 points on that pass. But those were some of the hardest fought 5 points, I'm sure, for her entire Derby career.
Yeah, that looked exhausting from here. I can't imagine what it was like on the track. CN Power had some chance of defense at the beginning of the second half, putting it into full effect in the first couple jams. Trying to pull this game to within reach. It is, of course, a power start, though, for the Dallas Derby Devils. Anita Riot through quickly, picks up lead jammer. Penalty box clears. Belfast returning to the track. That's Little Murder Maid at the back. Once again, being a nightmare for the jammers of Toronto CN Power. Tries to get a little hip hop back as Belfast re-entered the track. Belfast knocked down once again. We've got a solid grind going on in the pack. Both sides holding up the jammer. Lead jammer going to Dallas, but since then, they've been unable to really advance. A low block is going to send Scarchasm to the penalty box.
It's impressive how CN Power, Biggie Smalls goes up to try to get her jammer through. The minute one of the CN Power blockers went to the box, she comes back and goes right into that 3-wall.
Yeah, it's a back block on the Dallas Derby Devils' Anita Riot. She was on a scoring pass. She was also the lead jammer. Took Belfast over a minute to get out on her initial pass. She is on a scoring pass now. It's a power jam for Toronto CN Power. Little Murder Maid with a big pop to Belfast. Doesn't get her out of bounds, though. Belfast able to reset. Belfast steps around number 15, Hannah Barrick. Picks up 5 points for Toronto. Power jam over. Both jammers on the track. Slowly getting ground down once again.
Just amazing how quickly the CN Power forms that triangle. Just instantly catches the jammer up in it.
Direction of gameplay, going to send Santa Muerta to the penalty box. So 4 points picked up by Anita Riot after that intense jam. Make it 109 for Dallas. Toronto manages to grab 8.
This amazing defensive derby is brought to you by Our Shop Gifts. Don't forget to check out Our Shop Gifts, Our Derby, Our Artists, Our Shop Gifts.
Miley Virus versus the Ballerina. 4-on-3 pack advantage for Dallas. Guillotine Grace with a nice hit. Oh, huge hit by Mona Bruiser. Mona Bruiser picking up a high block. Ballerina checking to make sure her head's still intact. Lead jammer going to Miley Virus, though. More bodies hitting the floor. It's a misconduct this time for blocking a down skater. That's going to go to Juice Box. Both jammers getting knocked out of bounds, both having to reset. The pack's separate enough. Ballerina able to reset much further forward. She's out of the pack, picks up 4 points for Toronto CN Power.
Ooh.
Wow, Miley Virus. Hard hit at the end of the jam, lands on the ground on her hip. She's all right. Little shaken up on the play, picks up 4 points, matches the 4 that CN Power got. Hard fought battles every jam now, Mulligan.
That is one of those hits and the landing where you just intake air because you think to yourself, oh no, she may be hurt, because that looked painful. But she popped back up with a smile. Teammate comes over to check her out, lets her know that she's all right.
Penalty box full of blockers, 2 blockers aside. Only 2 blockers left on the track. Little Murder Maid's going to have to let Mad Megs go. It's Postal Penny jamming for the Army of Darkness. She gets out of the pack as well. Reinforcements from the penalty box for the Dallas Derby Devils. Holding up Mad Megs. Only 1 blocker remaining on the track. That's Nasher the Smasher for CN Power. She's going to have to let Postal Penny go. 4 points picked up for the Dallas Derby Devils. Mad Megs absorbing hit after hit. A forearm penalty at the end of the jam going to, we'll see if we can figure out who that was. No. A little confusion at the end of that. Still waiting for clarification. Looks like it was Nasher who picked up the forearm. It's going to be a 4-on-2 pack advantage for Dallas. Dallas picking 4 points up on the last jam, 117-79. Jam underway as it is Sparrow Dynamic against Smoka-Cola. Forearm on tear apart now. Once again, only leaves 1 blocker on the track for Toronto CN Power. That is Mega Boosh trying to make holes for her jammer, Smoka-Cola. Sparrow Dynamic through the pack with relative ease, as most of the players in that pack belong to the Dallas Derby Devils. 5 points for Dallas. Smoka-Cola through on her initial pass after the Star Stash. Sparrow tap dances her way through on the inside, grabs another 4. 9-point jam for the Dallas Derby Devils as the penalty parade continues. When all the blockers are on the track, Toronto seems to be able to hang all right with Dallas, but once the penalties get out of control, Dallas knows how to step on the accelerator and put points on the board in a hurry.
They're a very advantageous group. They do take advantage of whenever the CN Power slips up on penalties. Dallas does a great job of taking advantage of that. But yes, when they're in full power, the CN Power are a defensive force.
4-on-3 pack right now for CN Power. Ballerina against Anita Riot. Neither jammer able to get free as they approach turn 1. Cycling after cycling happening in the pack as blocker after blocker hit the jammers from either side. Anita Riot working hard to get to the front. Almost had her way free. Unsuccessful though. She gets stymied. That's going to get Ballerina lead jammer status.
Excellent job cutting from the inside to the outside to the inside, getting through the pack and getting 4 points and calling it off for Ballerina.
Toronto within 43 points of the Dallas Derby Devils. Dallas in the lead, 126-83, 17 and a half minutes remaining in the game. Dallas, of course, coming into this game in 29th place in the WFTDA. Toronto in 24th place. If you're watching at home, Toronto's wearing the pink, and the Dallas Derby Devils are wearing the white. Another jam away, Miley Virus versus Mad Megs. Everybody's on the track, 5-on-5 roller derby action. 80 wheels strong, as my friend Lightning Slim likes to say. Lead jammer going to the Dallas Derby Devils and Miley Virus. Mad Megs working her way through. She'll get out of the pack as well as she bursts past Mona Bruiser. Miley Virus weaving her way through the pack. The call coming from the bench, the call coming from the track. Hands on hips, 3 points for Dallas.
This next jam brought to you by Sure Grip International. When you want the best, it's always been Sure Grip.
Penalty box remains clear. 5-on-5 will do it again. Postal Penny jamming against Belfast for Dallas and Toronto, respectively. Dallas has the bench closer to the jammer line, been able to get the back wall more often in this second half. Bigley Smalls with a drawback on Postal Penny. Belfast still trying to work her way through. Belfast with a rugby background tries to bash her way through walls. It's going to be successful this time as the pyramid broke down for Dallas. Lead jammer for Belfast. Out of the pack as well is Postal Penny. Little Murder Maid heading to the penalty box. And jam called off. Belfast colliding with Animal Lee as she calls off the jam. No points put on the board, Mulligan.
Indeed, it is rare to see that in this bout. Usually we see at least one or two. Tried to swing her hips around that last blocker. Just couldn't quite get her hips past her. Had to call it off as the Dallas jammer was coming right up to the back of the pack.
Heading down to the halfway mark in the second half, about 15 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this game. 129-83, Dallas in the lead. Skipping through on the inside, getting lead jammer for Dallas is going to be Sparrow Dynamic. Star Stash in effect for Smoka-Cola. Holds the line on the outside, but reinforcements come in as Mona Bruiser pops her out just as she was trying to recover her balance. She's going to have to cycle herself back. On the inside, a cycle back, not far enough. Sparrow Dynamic picks up the track cut as Nasher had gone back an extra 10. It's going to turn into a power jam for CN Power. Smoka-Cola through on her initial pass, gets the star back on her helmet. All four blockers for Dallas on the track. CN Power attempting to maintain a goat with Nick's victim. Nick's fights her way free, gets to the front. Smoka-Cola in the pack, wiggles her way out, finds another 4, Mulligan.
4 points they needed. Very, very good defense still being played by Dallas. Those 4 points are coming at a cost to that jammer. Again, the endurance being sucked away by the big hits that Dallas is laying in to Smoke-A-Cola.
Power Jam is over as Sparrow Dynamic returns to the track. She was lead jammer. We go the full 2 minutes in this jam. Under 14 minutes remaining. Sparrow Dynamic looking for a penalty. It is a misconduct on Mega Boosh as Sparrow Dynamic was on the ground when contact was made. And a forearm is going to send Nick's Victim to the penalty box. 5 points picked up by Sparrow Dynamic. Smoke-A-Cola still trying to make her way out of the pack on another scoring pass. One to beat. That's Mona Bruiser. Mona Bruiser with a nice little hockey stop block. 5 more points for Smoke-A-Cola, 3 more for the Dallas Derby Devils.
Pink Zebra consultant Nikki Toledo. What are Pink Zebra sprinkles? Pink Zebra sprinkles are unique scented wax melt that is available in over 50 different scents. Come enter for a free jar at the Pink Zebra booth. All right, we've got 9:05 Ballerina on the line for CN Power 138. That is Anita Riot for the Dallas Derby Devils Army of Darkness.
Anita Riot quickly through to the front wall of pink, wall of white at the back containing Ballerina. A push out by Blakely resets Ballerina once again. She moves forward back into that braced 3-wall. Mega Boosh returns from the penalty box. Looks to play a little bit of offense trying to spring open that pyramid. That's going to get Ballerina to the front. Ballerina up against Hanna-Barbera. Now Little Mermaid cycles up for a hit. Whistles everywhere. Mega Boosh to the box. Blakely to the box. Lead jammer going with Anita Riot. Ballerina pushed out of bounds once again. Drawn to the back of the back by Nick's Victim. Once again, another grinding jam. Another low block on Ballerina. Forces Nick's Victim to the box. Legs taken out. Ballerina finally going to get out of this pack. Riot.
Hanna-Barbera doing everything she could there. It's amazing being the only blocker out on the track, I believe, at that time for Dallas. Just would not let her go.
Randy Rumble with a little bit of extra arm motion in that last block picks up a forearm penalty. She heads to the penalty box. Dallas now at 142, Toronto at 93.
We may be seeing an official review here. It's at least an official timeout. This timeout, we'd like to thank some of our sponsors as well. We'd like to thank Eco Water, Fred T. Freppel, KFC, Aunt Millie's Bread, Prairie Farms, Urban Cupcakery, Penn Station, Visit Fort Wayne, and Fresh Time. I'd like to also thank Meyer, Buffalo Wings and Ribs. Apparently I cannot talk right now. And the Sweet So Geek. One would actually probably say that I don't speak well all the time, but
I would never say that, Mulligan. Never.
I've got a microphone, so I'm going to say what I want. And what I'm going to say is make sure that you visit HinkleyProduction.com, I believe it is. Maybe. Somebody will correct me if it wasn't. Hinckley is the production company that is filming Spring Roll 2015. They also did the Women's World Cup last year. Beautiful, beautiful setup down in Dallas. They do excellent, excellent work. They have a lot of live events, but you can purchase DVDs of your favorite Spring Roll bouts with extras like interviews and such on them.
Thanks once again to Hinckley Productions. Yes, the MRDA merch booth is closing at 5:30. That's getting close to that time right now. If you're at home watching us, that doesn't help you at all. If you're in the house and you want MRDA booth merch booth, merch from the booth.
Merch.
It's been a long day, folks.
It has, hasn't it? Somehow, some way, this day seems longer than all the rest. I know it's 24 hours, but seriously.
142 to 93 is the score. This is an official timeout.
The next bout that we will see on track 1 will be the Kansas City Roller Warriors taking on the host league, the Fort Wayne Bomb Squad. Then after that, what else do we got going on? Ooh, a good one between the St. Louis Gatekeepers and the Carolina Wrecking Balls. After that, then the last bout at 8:30, the Sioux City Cornstalkers versus the Chicago Bruise Brothers.
So the official timeout continues. We get a little clarification as to why the clock has stopped, what the discussion between the coaches and Zedork, the head referee of this game. Mulligan.
The CN Power Jammer is being assessed an out-of-play block. Now, an official review.
Well, there you go. We go from a official timeout into an official review because of the official timeout.
Hey, did you know in April, Dallas traveled to Milwaukee, where they beat Bruce City as well as Old Capital City, two teams that are here today. Dallas will host one of the 4 WFTDA Division I playoff tournaments September 11th through the 13th. So,
and one of those fascinating facts about the WFTDA is that if you're hosting a Division I tournament and you're a Division I team, you get to play in your own tournament. So you have to wonder if perhaps it's Dallas's strategy to end up in Division I and get to not travel at all after all the traveling they've done this year already.
well, you got to go all over the place. You got to play all kinds of teams, and they are obviously shooting up the rankings. If I was them, I wouldn't want to leave Dallas. I went down there for World Cup last year, and it's an amazing town. There's a lot of history there, a lot of cool stuff to be involved with. So I enjoyed it thoroughly. I thought, oh man, it's going to be hot. It was nice and pleasant. It was, of course, it was November or December. So, but I still, for some reason in my head, thought it was just going to be crazy warm, but it was not, and it was nice. I like Dallas a lot. So, mind you, I've never been to Toronto. I hear it's really nice, so I don't want to seem biased towards Dallas. I have been to Hamilton, Ontario, and I absolutely fell in love with that place, and I would move there in a heartbeat. So, I imagine the rest of Canada is very nice as well. So,
That's okay.
All right, we're going to get back to the action. It looks like number 28, Miley Virus, is on the line for the Dallas Derby Devils. Again, the CN Power Jammer was assessed a out-of-play block. So,
And
it
I
will
would
be a
guess,
Power Jam.
I would guess that because she's still in the penalty box, that official review went nowhere. Lead jammer going to the Dallas Derby Devils and Miley Virus. Again, only jammer on the track. Defense in full effect for CN Power. Out of play called. Nasher gets one final piece with an assist from Misery May. That forces Miley to reset. Jailbreak from the penalty box brings blockers and the jammer of CN Power back onto the track. Ballerina saw that the blocker who had knocked her out of bounds had gone out of bounds as well. Fortunately for her, the other blocker had not gone out of bounds, and she cut the track immediately straight back into the penalty box. Another 30 seconds of resting time. 5 more points for Dallas as they continue to open up this score. Direction of gameplay going to Hannah Barbaric. 5 points going to Miley Virus and the Army of Darkness. Power Jam round 2 is over for CN Power. I guess the power jam was technically for the Dallas Derby Devils. Regardless, Ballerina out of the penalty box and threw on her initial pass this time in a legal manner. Jam gets called off, another 5 points for Dallas, and now at 156 to the 93 of Toronto. 14-point jam. Dallas starting to push the score ever upwards, Mulligan.
Indeed, they are. If the CN Power hope to overcome that deficit, they're going to have to pretty much play a perfect non-penalty game after this point.
Yeah, under 9 minutes remaining in the game. It is Postal Penny jamming against Mad Megs. Again, Nasher up at the front. Last line of defense is Little Murder Maid. Mad Megs just a touch too fast on the outside. She's going to get out first. And then Nasher doing double duty offense and then defense, smashing Postal Penny to the outside for the huge drawback. Mad Megs through the front of the pack. A natural 5 full grand slam. No power jam required as Mad Megs coming around on another scoring rampage. Postal Penny finally getting out of the pack. Megs absorbs the hit, through for another 4. Gonna call it off, not bothering to look for that jammer lap point. But 9 points for Toronto gets them into triple digits.
Nasher the Smasher is deceptively strong. She seems on the smaller side of the body frame, but just her hits send people flying. Deceptively strong at Nasher the Smasher.
There is a reason she was a 2-time Team Canada member. She's a solid blocker.
So we've got 130 on the line for the Army of Darkness. That is Sparrow Dynamic. And 5, 6, 7, 8. That is Belfast.
Track cut to Sparrow Dynamic. That's going to turn into a power jam for CN Power now. Belfast still on her initial pass as CN Power springs into action. Going to provide some offense for their jammer. Belfast absorbing hit after hit as she tries to wend her way through this pack. She finally gets to the point where she only has 2 to defeat. Those 2 continue to throw down tough blocking and now reinforcements in the form of Rocky Roadhouse. Nick's victim heading to the penalty box. Only 3 blockers remaining on the track. Misery May with a solid hit on Mona Bruiser. Still not enough to get Belfast out of the pack, though. And another full-on power kill. Mona Bruiser with a huge hit up front on Belfast. Belfast absorbing punishment after punishment from the Army of Darkness. It's a back-to-back track cuts for the Dallas Derby Devils. Belfast finally gets out of the pack, calls it off. Just beaten down to the point where she could not continue, Mulligan.
Well, that's smart on her part. She knows her body, so she calls it off. That starts the CN Power with a power start and a full 30-second power jam, as opposed to trying to go around the track, maybe trying to pick up some points. But at that point, she was gassed. She knew it. She made the smart call. That's a smart Derby player right there.
Yeah, sometimes you're that tired, you crash into the back of the pack, pick up a low block, back block, forearm, anything like that. It's so much easier to happen once you're exhausted. And after seeing the beating that Belfast got trying to get through, I'm not surprised that she was tired. Rugby background notwithstanding.
The Dallas Derby Devils, they would get offensively blocked, and one would hold up while the other one would get free of that offensive block and just keep getting back in front, keep waterfalling those blocks. It's amazing to watch them work.
4-on-3 pack to start. However, Nick's victim returns to the track. And another forearm call from the inside pack ref.
And so we've got, again, Sparrow Dynamic jamming for the Dallas Derby Devils.
Lead Jammer going to the Dallas Derby Devils. As returning to the track, Sparrow Dynamic picks up lead Jammer. Also back on the track is Smoke-A-Cola. Smoke-A-Cola getting worked over at the front by Blakely and Little Murder Maid. Through for 4. Sparrow Dynamic. Fighting through to continue that bridge. Animal Lee. Nice strategic assist, but still getting through Smoke-A-Cola. 2 more points picked up by the Dallas Derby Devils. And a timeout for CN Power with 4 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in this game. 162 to 102, a 60-point differential in favor of the Army of Darkness.
Of course, where would we be without thanking some sponsors? I'd like to thank Persephone's Treasures. Persephone's Treasures, they do custom apparel and vinyl decals. They can customize your derby shorts, uniforms, and scrimmage tees. And if you're here in the building, they can do it right here, right now.
Mulligan's totally serious about that. They really will. They'll do it right here.
Yeah, right here.
And right now.
And let me tell you, at last, I had this done at a spring roll 3 years ago. My shirt still looks like the day I got it. Letters have stuck, still says Mulligan on the back. I can't be lost in the woods. People will find me. I don't know if that actually helps, but
I think it helps.
they'll at least be able to identify the body.
When the jam gets underway, it'll be a 4-on-2 pack advantage for Toronto's CN Top Power. It is going to be Anita Riot taking the star against Mad Megs in pink. 162-102, 4:22 remaining in this game. Swing and a miss by Anita Riot as she is pinned back by Nasher the Smasher. Mad Megs blasts through the 2 blockers of the Army of Darkness. Picks up lead jammer Anita Riot trying to spin, slice, dice her way through the CN Power blocking wall. Having no success so far. 5 points picked up by Mad Megs.
That was just some pretty skating right there. Did a nice spin move, a nice stop on her toe stomps, just juked a block. Amazing skating by 420 Mad Megs.
Calling off just in time. Mad Megs picks up 3 more points for Toronto CN Power, preventing Dallas Derby Devils from increasing their side of the scoreboard. 162-103, 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in this game. If Toronto wants the win, they're really going to have to push hard in the last 3 minutes. But of course, every jam, every point is worth ranking points in this regular season as we work towards that June 30th cutoff for playoff qualification. Jamming away, Miley Virus taking the star against Ballerina. Ballerina to the outside, has to reset. Animal Lee picks up a back block, forcing Ballerina out of bounds. Ballerina now looking for the outside. She managed to get past 1 blocker, 2 blockers, all the blockers. She's off to the races. Lead jammer for Toronto CN Power. In the dying minutes of this game, Toronto CN Power trying to push hard. And it's easily getting past Mona Bruiser. 5 points. Scarcasm heading to the penalty box now. Reinforcements with Bigley Smalls as she cycles back up to contain the Dallas Derby Devils jammer. Ballerina back in the pack looking for another scoring pass. And a track cut on Ballerina will send her to the penalty box. And it's turned into a power jam for Miley Virus. Miley unable to get out of the pack yet. Forearm to Blakely will send her to the penalty box. But Miley Virus does get out of the pack now.
You know, if you'd have told me before this bout started that I would see a team that's equally as dangerous defensively with 3 blockers as they are with 4, I would say that's crazy. But this game contains 2 teams with that ability.
Yeah,
Both of these teams with 3 blockers is equal to 4 blockers on a lot of other teams. It's amazing.
Yeah, this is the new WFTDA style of roller derby. Hardcore defense every damn jam. Jam continues. Both jammers on the track now scoring points.
Oh.
Hard crash to the ground as Ballerina hits the track. We get a timeout for CN Power with 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining. 4 additional points picked up by Toronto as that jam came to an end. 119 on the Canadian side of the scoreboard, 167 for Dallas.
I believe she may have rang her ballerina. Yeah. That was quite a hit she took. During this team timeout, we would like to, again, talk to you about those WFTDA playoffs. The playoff season is almost here. The WFTDA invites you to join them in one of 7 tournament locations this year, which include Cleveland, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Tucson, Arizona, Omaha, Nebraska, Jacksonville, Florida, Dallas, Texas, and St. Paul, Minnesota. Keep up to speed on the playoffs, locations, and brackets at WFTDA.com.
That was the last stoppage that Toronto had left in their stoppage book. 4-2 pack advantage as we head into last jam territory. Mad Megs taking the star against Postal Penny. Full contingent of blockers out there for CN Power. Let's see if this 2-wall can hold strong for the Dallas Derby Devils. Guillotine Grace, the back portion of this wall, holding Megs up. Misery May coming in, separates that wall. Now it's one single blocker trying to hold up at the front. And it's a penalty, a track cut to Postal Penny. And Mad Megs is on a power jam. Misery May heading to the penalty box. Still only 2 blockers left on the track. Juice Box and Guillotine Grace trying to hold her up. But Mad Megs can put 5 points up on the board. The reserves coming in from the penalty box. Now all 4 blockers out there for the Dallas Derby Devils. Power arms in effect on CN Power bench. Mad Megs is going to call it off. Picks up 3 points. And with no way to stop the clock, time's going to expire, Mulligan.
Well, you know, Dallas wasn't going to use any of those timeouts or official reviews to stop the clock. They were going to let this one go as unofficially it looks like they are going to prevail at 167 to 127.
So if anyone out there in the Derbyverse has been wondering if the rise of the Dallas Derby Devils is for reals, I'd have to say it is emphatically yes, it is for reals. That's the official final. The final score, 167 for the Dallas Derby Devils, 127 for Toronto's CN Power. The skaters from Texas take the victory and take the initial victory lap. And as always in roller derby, both teams get to have the handshakes. Hand slap away, Toronto CN Power. And we, of course, have MVPs, one for each team. Fancy spring roll MVP bandanas. The winner for Toronto CN Power is going to be Mad Megs. And over in the Army of Darkness, we're giving it to the Little Murder Maid. So once again, Dallas Derby Devils 167, Toronto CN Power 127. I'm Captain Lou Obama. For my partner in microphonic crime, Mulligan, I'm going to bid you adieu from Spring Roll 2015. There is more action, though, Mulligan, isn't there?
There is indeed. Stick around for the Kansas City Roller Warriors versus the Fort Wayne Bomb Squad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for this exciting matchup here between the Fort Wayne Derby Girls and the Kansas City Roller Warriors. I am Raucous Ron, accompanied here by newly appointed member of the AFTDA Board of Directors, High Death. How you doing, High Death?
I am doing fantastic. I'm glad that I got to come down here for at least one day of Spring Roll. Such a great tournament, and we are already underway on this one.
We started off with Mary Lou Wretched and then Pussycat in black for Fort Wayne. It'll be Mary Lou Wretched, followed by Pussycat right out of the pack. So a race starting this one off. Mary Lou Wretched looking to her box. They'll all tell her to shut it down. I'm fired up, baby. Okay, good. Good. Take this next jam. 105.
Majestic now wearing the Jammer Star for Fort Wayne. Case closed, going to be your jammer for the Kansas City Roller Warriors.
Both these teams like to skate hard and fast, so this should be a good one. Oh.
Case closed, get knocked to the outside. And Enigma coming up through. Majestic, coming up through the inside, picking up lead jammer for Fort Wayne.
Which one is me? Which one is me, John?
I think the one that's up the highest. I think this one. Oh, wait, the brown one. The brown one. And Enigma picking up a low block penalty. God, Majestic picking up a low block penalty. So now putting Kansas City Roller Warriors onto a power jam.
Kansas City dropping back into the passive offense. Case closed, able to fight her way through.
5 more points for her. 10 points so far on this jam. Case closed, just get knocked to the inside. Does not have to recycle too far back. Good wall of KCRW blockers there to stop the drawback. Case closed around the outside, picking up 5 more points as Majestic released from the penalty box back into the fray, got knocked to the outside. We are going the full 2 minutes as Majestic was your lead jammer when she got sent to the box.
Enigma has been doing that kind of recycling all weekend long. That's what earned her the MVP of the last game against Toronto.
Four points for Fort Wayne. Kansas City up at 19 as Case closed, getting taken the long way around, and another 4-point pass going up for Majestic of Fort Wayne, the home team.
Both teams on the board here early. Looks to be like a running and gunning kind of game going on today. Fort Wayne and Kansas City. The mighty Reptar, a pleasure. Jamming for Kansas City is recycled way back into the pack, now pushing the front wall. The Fort Wayne Jammer encountering a lot of resistance, but breaking down the wall. One more to beat, that's Enigma. No easy challenge there. And Bruise Her will cycle to the front and try and brace Enigma's one wall. Good defense slowing him down, and that'll give a pleasure a chance to come through and pick up the lead jammer status.
Riot Adkins out of the pack, giving chase. Going to be a short jam, most likely. Oh, a huge knockdown as she goes face to face with Rachel Tension. Rachel Tension sitting her back.
I wonder if there'll be tension between them.
Might be tension in her neck tomorrow morning after that hit.
A Pleasure is young. I'm sure she'll bounce back in just a moment. Right now, we've got Dr. Dread for Kansas City.
Once again, that is Majestic jamming for Fort Wayne Derby Girls. Oh, Majestic, who saw a big hole on the inside, but that got just closed off by Raina Payne.
But not that time, as she's able to slide by the same blocker in the same type of block and pick up lead. Dr. Dread in close pursuit, flying around the track. Dr. Dread gets in there as well, but did she get any? No. 0-0 on that jam. Both very close to points, but not quite. Raffle baskets, don't forget about them. Fort Wayne Derby Girls are selling raffle tickets for swag baskets for $1 per ticket or $5 for an arm length. The drawing will be held at the end of game 30. That's Fort Wayne versus Kansas City. Wait a minute. This is the end of the time to buy them. You better go at halftime and buy your raffle tickets. It's your last opportunity. High def.
You better. I actually got a Wingspan 2 arms length for $10.
Wow.
Very good deal.
Peanut Butter Panic crashing to the ground for Kansas City. Now around the outside, gets hooked.
Pushy Cat getting pushed to the outside. Meanwhile, Peanut Butter Panic trying to make her way up through, getting held up by a 4-wall, now a 3-wall, now a 2-wall of Fort Wayne blockers. Buzz does get knocked down and to the outside on what is now going to be a KCRW power jam as Pushy Cat heading to the penalty box. Not an easy trip through that pack, was it?
No, it was not for either jammer. Now Peanut Butter Panic looking to score some points from that lead jammer position. Controlling the clock. Oh, a powerful move along the inside. Breaking out of jail.
Peanut Butter Panic up on those toe stops, not going over that line. Walking backwards through that pack, does get another 5 points.
Oh, Pushy Cat almost pulls off the same maneuver on the outside, but Accelerator says, no, you don't.
32-8 now the score in favor of KCRW. 22-30 left to play in this first half.
Kansas City right now, one of the surprises of this tournament, coming in ranked number 48, took down 45, the Chicago outfit, and then faced off against number 23, Toronto, and took them to within 3 points of a victory. So very, very close to knocking on the door at taking down 23. So big moves here for Kansas City on the WFTDA ranking board. Right now we've got Mary Lou Wretched on the track. She is jamming, but it's going to be Fort Wayne coming out in front, followed immediately by Mary Lou Wretched. That is 119, Kelly Adkins. Both jammers flying in, and 0. We'll get the call for Kansas City, but it appeared to be
0 for Kansas
0
City.
to 2.
2 for Fort Wayne.
Oh, hooked a couple there.
And it's their first time scoring in the last 4 jams. 2 of those jams, though, were 0-0 jams. Majestic back on the jammer line and getting another lead jam. That is 3 for 3 lead jam statuses for Majestic.
Well, this is a well-coached team. Coach Mulligan over there holding down the fort for the Fort Wayne Derby Girls.
Majestic touching those hips, calling it off after getting past that last white blocker, not even exiting the pack. Knew exactly where she was, how many points she had. bringing it to 20 points to spread now. Fort Wayne at 14, Kansas City Roller Warriors at 34.
That's a fun game right here. You're going to see Pussycat coming up against A Pleasure. Quick moves by A Pleasure on the outside, finds the hole, stays in bounds. Lead jammer, Kansas City.
Pussycat going down over a couple of her own blockers at the back of the pack slowed her up enough to give A Pleasure that chance to get through to pick up lead.
I tell you what, neither team has been able to stop the jammers for very long. Both jammers getting out and getting into scoring position on a routine basis, keeping the score low. We'll see 1-1 on there as Pussycat is able to sneak in behind A Pleasure and get one. Now we've got Dr. Dread. And Majestic on the track. Full contingent of blockers for both teams. Dr. Dread taken down on the outside. That'll be the out of play call as Dr. Dread fights for the front of the wall, and Majestic gets it. Dr. Dread looking for space on the front end. No pack is called. She gets it. That is also out. Majestic engages that blocking wall. She will get a pass through. Good offensive blocking by Fort Wayne. Way to create those seams and let your jammer through. Gotta love your jammer with offensive blocking.
Fort Wayne outranked in terms of the WFTDA standings. They are ranked at 75th, whereas KCRW at 48th. But Fort Wayne definitely holding their own here.
Fort Wayne playing well, picking up a number of lead jam calls here in the first half, and they've got another one. Kelly Adkins out and racing. Mary Lou Retched still caught in that good defensive grouping for Fort Wayne.
Kelly Adkins calling it off after getting knocked down to the inside, dropping one knee over that line, calls it off, but does pick up 3 more points. Now just 13 points between these two teams. Fort Wayne picking up lead jam status in 5 of the last 7 jams. So definitely getting into their groove early on in this contest. Majestic jamming for Fort Wayne, but it is going to be Case Close, who is your lead jammer, ending the 100% streak of lead jammers for Majestic.
And Case Close spinning through the front in classic style, calling it off, picking up 4 points. Playoff season is almost here, ladies and gentlemen. The WFTDA invites you to join them at one of the 7 tournament locations this year, which include Cleveland, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Tucson, Arizona, Omaha, Nebraska, Jacksonville, Florida, Dallas, Texas, and St. Paul, Minnesota for the championship. Keep up to speed on playoff locations and brackets at WFTDA.com.
A Pleasure, once again, jamming for KCRW, has gotten lead every time she's been out there and continues that run. Pussycat getting out as well, not far behind. Riptide coming out of the box. KCRW able to get past one set of hips, so that's going to be 1 point going up for them, holding.
Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention over here to the announcer's table. I'd like to show you just one example of the mini swag baskets that we have in the house. And by the way, this is the last game where you can purchase your tickets, $5 for a full arm length of tickets. All proceeds benefit Roller Derby. Back to the floor, we've got Case Closed jamming against Majestic. Buy a swag basket, damn it.
Case Closed again, picking up lead jammer for KCRW.
Case Closed continuing to work her magic on the track.
That is the third lead jam status in a row for Kansas City after kind of getting run for a minute there by Fort Wayne, able to make a little bit of adjustment, get their skates back under them. 4 points going up for KCRW.
What have I been doing with this stand?
KCRW currently with double the points of Fort Wayne. Case Closed, just getting bumped to the outside, but does get her hips past all four of those blockers before skating out of bounds. Calls that off and holding Fort Wayne scoreless once again. That is the third scoreless jam in a row for Fort Wayne.
We have Pushy Cat up for Fort Wayne and Dr. Dread for Kansas City. Oh, jammers locked together in a loving derby embrace. Packs colliding and crashing and grinding.
Oh, and a forearm penalty going to Pushy Cat from Fort Wayne. So it is going to be a KCRW power jam. Dr. Dread, the lead jammer, just starting her first scoring pass. She does get knocked to the outside, has to come back, try one more time, but Fort Wayne getting very, very tight.
Now getting some offense, getting that pack moving. Dr. Dread, certainly one of those skaters that does better in a fast pack.
Dr. Dread trying to get past, actually dodge to the elbow of Dodger Elbows. Dr. Dread just getting pushed to the outside. He recycled all the way back. Pushy Cat out of the box. Finally getting through. 5 big roller derby points, so going up to Dr. Dread. We have a jammer palindrome, 105-501. Majestic going up against A Pleasure.
A Pleasure dropping way back, but that's the second one of those out-of-play calls we've seen without a warning.
Yeah, very, very quick to give that failure to reform. And A Pleasure getting out front, picking up lead jammer for Kansas City. That is the 5th jam in a row for Kansas City, picking up lead jammer.
A Pleasure knocked to the inside by number 4, Riptide, with that good block. Will shut it down with no more points on that jam. So Fort Wayne continuing to execute some really good defensive strategies out there. Kansas City able to get by him to the tune of 58 points. Fort Wayne 22, under 11 minutes remaining in the first half of play here at Spring Roll 2015 Sunday.
Mary Lou Retchett jamming up against the Atkins Riot. Adkins coming through on the inside line, picking up lead jammer, and a track cut penalty going to Mary Lou Retchett is going to put Fort Wayne onto the power jam. Kelly Adkins getting a little help from her friends, opening up a big hole on the outside line.
Just in time for Fort Wayne right here. This is a good opportunity to put some points on the board. Fort Wayne not playing passive, getting in there and mixing it up. That's the way you do it, ladies and gentlemen. You got to play your blockers. Attack the walls and get them. Don't leave your jammer out to dry.
Official review being called by the Kansas City Roller Warriors. This official timeout brought to you by the MRDA. The St. Louis Gatekeepers are going to be hosting the 2015 Men's Roller Derby Association Championship, the River City Rumble. This fast and heavy-hitting weekend takes place October 17th and 18th of this year and will feature the MRDA's top teams in the end of the season rankings. MRDA started this season with 56 leagues internationally and many more seeking membership this year.
So speaking of the MRDA, I have received word that the merch booth will be closing at 5:30, which is in 40 minutes. 40 minutes. The MRDA merch booth will be closing. Get your merch now. Actually, at halftime. Wait. So back in here, we have Pussycat pushing against Kansas City's front wall. Kansas City jammerless to start this one, but now into the mix is Mary Lou Retchett. We've got Pussycat. We'll pick up that lead from the power start. Mary Lou Retchett running at the wall with blockers pushed to the outside and now jumping back in. Enigma running off to the box again along with Accelerator. Bruise Her and Tough Noogies providing some tough defense on the back end. Jam will be called. Pussycat picking up another 4 for Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne inching that much closer. Now down by 22 points. Kansas City 58, Fort Wayne 36.
14 unanswered points coming from Fort Wayne. Speeding Bayou back in the fray for Fort Wayne. Her first time wearing the jammer start today and getting through to pick up lead jammer.
Wow, another one for Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne executing a good offensive blocking strategy in here, but that looks like it'll be a back box, so now a power jam for Case Closed in Kansas City. Trying to stop the bleeding and change the momentum. That's a good way to do it.
Speeding Bayou ended up speeding through you, picking up that back block.
Case Closed getting a lot of help out there from the Kansas City blockers. Case Closed bumped out, jumps back in very quickly. That's a sign of an experienced jammer right there. Grabs 5 in short order. Kansas City extending the lead.
15 points already on this jam. We're going to make that 20 now after another 5-point pass.
Four being notched up for Fort Wayne out of the penalty box. Speeding by you. Scoring points in here.
Another 4 points going up for Case Close as Speeding Bayou coming out of the penalty box with that new rule revision. Once she comes out of the box, depending on where she comes in, no longer considered part of a ghost point or on a previous pass. That's going to be a 4-point pass. The next pass, however, for Case Close, if she can get through there, will be another 4-point pass. 4 points going up for Speedin' Bayou as well.
And now we've got Kansas City 86, Fort Wayne 44. A good matchup thus far with 5.5 minutes remaining in the first half of play.
Kansas City has had 3 power jams so far in this contest for a total of 48 points.
Wow, and that is about the difference on the scoreboard right now. We're looking at a 42-point difference, and 48 of those points coming on power jams. Got to keep your jammer on the floor if you want to score. Bruise Skate News, the original over-the-shoulder roller skate holder. Keep your skates aired out and show them off with Bruise Skate News. They are available in only over 50 colors and patterns to fit your team, your league, or your personality. If that isn't enough, contact us for customizable options. Bruise Skate News.
You know, that is a really good point. I've been keeping my skates in my bag.
Do they smell bad?
Not only do they smell bad, but I'm getting rust on the nuts.
Wow.
On the wheel
You
nuts.
should have them out and show them off. Are they worthy of showing off? Are they Vital skates?
They are not Vital skates.
Because those are some skates you'd want to show off. Reptar with Kelly Adkins as the jammers. And it's a pleasure to see her get by the front of the pack and pick up lead status. Both pivots will be taking a trip to the box, so we will not see a jammer star pass early in this one. And that'll be a pleasure to score points.
A Pleasure has picked up lead jammer every time she's been out on the track. 5 for 5 for her. She is clearly an elite roller derby athlete.
Yeah, one of the future big-time WFTDA stars, in my opinion, right now. We'll see Peanut Butter Panic battle that Fort Wayne wall, but it will be Pushy Cat coming through with lead status. Peanut Butter Panic with an aggressive skating style, maintains inbounds. Oh, I said aggressive and jinxed her. It was a back block for Peanut Butter Panic. Pushy Cat pushing through, picking up 5.
Accelerator sitting down in the penalty box for a low block. Kind of stuck a leg out to hold back an opponent there. Ref said, no, you can't do that. You're going to have to sit down. 3 more points going up for Fort Wayne.
Fort Wayne certainly still in this one with Kansas City at 90 points. Fort Wayne at 52. If Fort Wayne can continue the good defensive structure that we've seen at times in the first half, they've certainly got a shot in this one. They've just got to keep their jammers out of the penalty box.
We'd like to thank Roller Derby Elite Skates, the brand that defines the sport. Elite skates designed by elite athletes as Roller Derby Elite.
Such as Peter Pan, one of my good friends. I mean, you could not have a better person to trust for your skates than the Muse brothers. Majestic jamming for Fort Wayne on the power start. Picks up the lead status past one of the vaunted defensive walls of Kansas City. Meanwhile, Peanut Butter Panic is back into the mix from the penalty box, takes a shot to the outside. Oh, and that'll be a track cut as a little part of a skate touched out of bounds, and that's all it takes. She will sit down for the second time in a row.
So this is the third power jam for Fort Wayne. Already 23 points on power jams. We're going to make that 28 points on power jams, 10 in this jam.
And hear the crowd right there. That was a beautiful spin move to pick up the open space. And now bouncing move past Enigma on the front end. Pussycat providing, that's a Majestic providing some of her own blocks as she battles through Kansas City's walls. But now Enigma says, not this time. Why don't you follow me way back here? An exciting jam as Fort Wayne moves to within 20 points of Kansas City. Kansas City 90, Fort Wayne 70. High def.
If you're skating on crap, it's not from us. Green Monster Roller Sports, we make stuff that actually works. See all of their skates over at the Green Monster booth. It's the one with the monsters on it that are green.
Green Monster.
Dr. Dread jamming for KCRW. Kelly Adkins jamming for Fort Wayne. Four walls spread apart. No pack situation. And KCRW able to come out in front. Dr. Dread picking up lead jammer. Kelly Atkins getting knocked down towards the back of the pack. Kelly Adkins coming out the front of the pack after trying to pass that star, and a star pass violation going to Enigma. Not a penalty that we see too often. KCRW calling that one off after getting knocked to the outside, picking up 3 more points for the Kansas City Roller Warriors, but taking them up to 93 as our period time is winding down. Just over half a minute left on the period clock. So most likely going into our last jam, unless it's very, very short, Rockets Ron. But we said that once in our last game, and then we got another jam.
Yeah, just when you say it, that's when it happens. Reptar and Pussycat. Pussycat only having to face 2 blockers for Kansas City, but they are tough ones. That was Ram Ram and Noogies. Wham Wham and Noogies.
Pussycat coming through, picking up lead jammer. That is the 3rd time Fort Wayne has gotten lead jammer in a row. Excuse me, 3rd time Pussycat's gotten lead jammer in a row. Pussycat getting knocked down to the inside, calling it off. 4 more points going up for her, and that is going to take us into halftime. 73 for KCRW, 74 for FWDG. That is a 19-point spread going into halftime, but it does look like we might have an official review.
And high def, I've got to tell you, looking here at Fort Wayne Derby Girls as the 75th ranked team taking on Kansas City, who has a legendary, reputation, they are playing very, very well against a higher ranked team. Kansas City at 48 right now after taking a little bit of a tumble. But just an awesome game here for Fort Wayne, and they're in this, and they can win it.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, they can make some adjustments to hopefully even hopefully for them, get a little bit higher above Kansas City Roller Warriors. However, Kansas City is probably going to be going and talking about what they can do to, hey,
absolutely.
We shouldn't be this close to them, so what are we doing? What can we do differently to try and get back further up on top?
That's right. The coaches for both teams certainly going to have a talk in the locker room and try and work out the details here. Come out here to win it. I'm having a great time announcing with you, High Death.
Likewise, Raucous Ron.
Well, let's take a break, and we'll see you after halftime. Welcome back. We have Fort Wayne Derby Girls, the host of this wonderful tournament, facing off against Kansas City. The score is pretty close here. 19 points separating these two teams as Fort Wayne is at 74, Kansas City 93.
And we have jamming up against each other Case Close and Majestic, the two leading scorers for their respective teams. Case Close, though, coming out in front, picking up lead jammer for KCRW.
Majestic held back by Enigma, Accelerator, and Bruise Her. Kansas City had a tough time containing Majestic in the first half. It looks like in this particular round of the track, doing a good job now, recycled to the outside by Bruise Her. Case Close coming through again for another 5 points, extending that lead for Kansas City. Majestic is through.
Case Closed on her tiptoes along that inside line. Dances through, picks up another 4, gets that called off.
You gotta love those veteran moves. Case Closed, a long-time member of the Kansas City Roller Warriors, showing how it's done.
KCRW now up over the 100-point threshold. 107 for them, 74 for Fort Wayne. Right, jamming for Fort Wayne now. First time she's worn the star for them. She is going up against a Pleasure.
Will we get it right? Oh, it's going to be a Pleasure headed to the penalty box. So a power jam for Wright, who's extending the pack with a pushing hip, will pick up lead in short order and in scoring position.
Right, going right where those two players are meeting, but getting held up by Bruiser. Bruiser, who then gets held up by the offense of Fort Wayne Derby Girls. Still, right, not having any luck getting completely through this pack, getting past one, past another, but then they're able to hold her back, recycle, and then hit her to the outside.
That was Enigma, who then runs way back here. A Pleasure is through, but Fort Wayne will call it off, rising their score to 78, Kansas City 107. Vital Skates, we know Derby because we do Derby. Vital Skates, where data and experience meet. It's so necessary, it's vital. Riptide now jamming for Fort Wayne up against Dr. Dread. Both crashing into the walls, pushing. Dr. Dread recycled. Nice work there by Rachel Tension. You could say her name all day, always in the mix. Dr. Dread with one more to pass, picks up lead jammer in turn 2. Kansas City with the lockdown defense in turn 2.
Riptide finally out of the pack. Her first time jamming for Fort Wayne. 3 points going up for Dr. Dread as she calls it off.
So we've got Dr. Dread on one side, Dr. G on the other. Some doctors are in the house. On this one, we'll have 79, Mary Lou Retchett against 69, Pussycat. Full contingent of blockers for both teams on the track. Pussycat sees a hole, tries to dance through it, but again, Enigma shuts it down. Enigma so effective, just waits for that moment to catch the jammer trying to come through the front end. Mary Lou Wretched bumped out of bounds, right back in, and we'll have a lead jammer. That's Pussycat for Fort Wayne.
Anya Grave, a one-woman blocking machine, and drawing the blocking from out of bounds penalty. Pussycat, though, picking up a track cut, so it is going to be a jammer bounce and a 2-minute jam. Couple seconds of power jam for each team. Mary Lou Wretched back in the fray.
We will go for a full minute now with no lead jammer on the floor. Pussycat back into the mix. Mary Lou Wretched getting her first pass. Back block for Noogies. She will take a 30-second break. Mary Lou Wretched now in scoring, gets jumped over by Pussycat. Jumpy Cat. Nice clearing block. For Pussycat. That was Majestic, who can jam and block. Very, very talented skater out there is Majestic for Fort Wayne.
Time runs out on that one. No more points going up. Kansas City, though, up at 114. Fort Wayne at 87.
Again, we will see Riptide stepping out for Fort Wayne. And case closed for Kansas City.
27-point spread. Case closed, getting knocked to the outside.
Yeah, that was Dodger Elbows.
Dodger Elbows, who picks up a low block for that one, but a track cut for case closed. Tough Noogies dropping the shoulder on Riptide, not letting her get out. And another big hit from Tough Noogies.
Tough Noogies can really send a jammer flying out of that example right there. As predicted, this has been fast-moving roller derby. Enigma tries to bump route, but Riptide able to stem the tide.
Very good penalty kill there by KCRW, able to eat up all of that jammer penalty.
That'll be a cut track, gets knocked out, steps right back in as KC drops back. Now we've got no lead jammer and case closed. On the attack, getting offensive help. Look at that rump wrecker with the beautiful sweeping hit on the front.
Out of play penalty going to right. And 5 points going to case closed. Case closed getting stood up and sat down, but they're going to say that is a high block on Rachel Tension. So she's headed to the penalty box. Case closed, headed through the track for another 5-point pass.
Now 2 blockers in the box for Fort Wayne. That will make it much easier with Kansas City's blockers playing offense for case closed to come through and pick up 4 more. Kansas City surging right now, 128. Fort Wayne 91. Still a close one here with 21 remaining. Anybody's game.
Kansas City's
a pleasure, whose jersey says Reptar, jamming for Kansas City. And she'll pick up the cut track and take to the outside as Majestic lead jammer can really do some damage. Look at that offensive sweep. She will spin by Tough Nuggies and grab 5. Kansas City trying to keep the pace quick out here. Wow, Tough Nuggies with the big hit that will bring Majestic back. Love the way Tough Nuggies stood right up on that toe stop on the edge like a ballerina. Nuggies the ballerina.
Ballerina. Doesn't she play for Toronto?
That's ballerina, I think.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
If you did not yet get your spring roll program, head on over to the Fort Wayne merchandise table. They are free there right at the end of the table, so grab yours. Check out all the great pictures that are in there, all the information on lots of things, including the after parties, which tonight it's going to be at Early Birds Ultra Lounge.
Early Birds Ultra Lounge. It sounds like we're going till early in the morning.
I know I will be.
I know I will be too. Well, right now we've got Dr. Dread jamming for Kansas City.
And we've
that
got
is Pussycat.
Pussycat jamming for Fort Wayne. Pussycat getting knocked to the inside, dragged back by Bruiser.
And now Dr. Dread, one more to beat. Beautiful power move right there from the weightlifter, Dr. Dread. Dropped the shoulder and laid her down. Now in scoring position. Oh, Kansas City. The recycle move on number 4.
Riptide just once again setting one foot outside the line, having to wrap herself around the inside and get back in.
But Dr. Dread picks up the low block. We'll take a seat for 30 seconds. Kansas City's defense holding strong.
Riptide still going face to face with all those KCRW blockers. Bruiser going head to head with her.
Wow, just taking turns now through. They did do some penalty killing time there, but that was the first pass for Riptide.
Again, going the full 2 minutes, just 20 seconds left in this jam.
Oh, another well-timed hard hit.
Failure to return penalty going to Enigma, and a high block going to Rachel Tension. Time runs out on that one. And the full 5 points do go to Riptide. 4 points going to Dr. Dread. But Fort Wayne getting up over the century mark now. 107 for them, 135 for Kansas City. That is a 23-point spread now between these two teams. 28-point spread between these two teams. Math.
Who's counting? So case closed, coming out lead for Kansas City. Majestic free as well for Fort Wayne. Case closed, who's not afraid of contact, challenging Inya Grave. Inya Grave, solid blocker out there all day for Fort Wayne. You've got to appreciate the effort out here being put forth by both teams. Fort Wayne, certainly the lower-ranked team at 75, challenging the 48th-ranked team and really doing a great job of it. Putting up 107 points so far to Kansas City's 139 high def.
We've got Wright out there wearing the Jammer Star for Fort Wayne, going up against Mary Lou Wretched and a high block going to right. So she's going to sit down and put Kansas City back onto a power jam. Pack getting spread way out, and a track cut going to Enigma. Fort Wayne's Enya Grave going face to face, dropping that shoulder, getting real low, but Mary Lou Wretched still able to get around her, putting up those 5 more points for KCRW, taking them up to a gross of points.
Rump-Wrecker clearing block. Rump-Wrecker getting so good at that, attacking from the inside to the outside. Right, screaming around the track, forces Mary Lou to cut it off. Mary picks up 3 more for Kansas City.
Stretching out to Kansas City's largest lead of the game now, 40 points to spread.
A pleasure for KC. Fort Wayne with Majestic on the track. Wow, look at that clearing block by Enya Grave. Chalk that one up to blocker assist. Enya Grave just cleared 3 KC blockers out of the way, said, get out of the way for my jammer, allowing her to get around and pick up 2.
We would like to thank Michigan's original skate shop, celebrating 35 years in the skate business. All kinds of good roller derby stuff, gear that you need, all kinds of pads, wheels, whatever, and they've got their shop right here in the venue. Make sure you go check out Modern Skate and Surf.
Majestic, who you just saw in lead 7 of 11 jams. Dr. Dread driving for the inside. Goes to a knee, right back into it. Now working the front with some tough effort, being held back. Picks up lead. That's 3 lead jam calls in a row for number 47, Dr. Dread.
And a forearm penalty going to Pussycat, so she's going to be sitting down in the penalty box, and we have a power jam for KCRW.
Look at those beautiful blocks by Bruiser and Tough Noogies to clear the way.
This is the 6th power jam for Kansas City. $71 points so far in power jams, now adding more to it. Bruiser drawing back. Pussycat coming out of the penalty box. Another 5 points going up for Dr. Dread.
Dr. Dread staying on 1 foot with a tough hit in the front end.
Pussycat getting pushed to the inside on between turns number 1 and 2, having to get recycled back. Opening the door for Dr. Dread to get another 4-point that time pass.
Dr. Dread will call it off, grabbing another 3. Dr. Dread with 22 points on that jam. 42 total for the game. Kansas City with their biggest lead of the game at 169 to 109. They are up by 60. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a wonderful time to have a little audience participation. We'd like to give a big thank you to the Fort Wayne Derby Girls for hosting Spring Roll. We love you, Fort Wayne. This has been a wonderful tournament, as it always is. Excellent staff, great production. Everybody does a great job.
Taking a quick look at penalties here. Rachel Tension with 6 penalties. Enigma also sitting with 6 penalties. So a couple people there.
Yeah,
have to
2 of
be
the top
very
blockers
careful.
for their respective teams in a little trouble. 11 and a half minutes remaining. Case closed for Kansas City with the star. Case closed, collapsed on the track. Oh, a cut track now on Majestic.
And
Case
case closed. Coming out in front, but not getting lead jammer. Took off the helmet cover. Did that little star stash action. But as soon as you take off the helmet cover, you are not allowed to have lead jammer. But you are allowed to score points. 5 already, starting her second scoring pass on this KCRW Power Jam. Jukes around Enya Grave, who knocked her just out of bounds. Another 5er. 70 points, now the lead for KCRW, and they are continuing to score.
Case closed, just relentless as a jammer, but now knocked out, but that blocker will go to the box.
Majestic picking up a blocking with the head penalty. Not happy about that one, so this is going to be a double power jam right now for KCRW. Another 5 points. Already with 20 points on this jam.
And that'll be a cut track as case closed. Did step to the inside and came back in. So 3 jammer penalties on this particular jam. 2 for Fort Wayne. 1 for Kansas City.
Enya Grave also sitting down. And picking up an illegal re-entry.
Wow. That's 3 penalties inside of 1 jam for one of the top performers of the day, we must say. I mean, this is a skater, Majestic, who's had an incredible day of skating. Just a couple of oopsies here, a couple 3.
We would like to thank a moment to thank the people who are calling a bunch of these penalties, our officials, and keeping track of these penalties. Our referee crew: Deuce Willis, Davey Darko, Julius Seizure, Tall Glass Awada, Sledge Antilles, Miracle, Fildo, and B Naughty.
Well, check out this stat right here. Kansas City has scored 116 points on 7 power jams. So Kansas City putting up the lion's share of all of their points on those 7 power jams.
Only 57 points on power jams for Fort Wayne.
Kansas City chanting "Burn it down."
Big thanks to our non-skating officials as well, being headed up out there by Wishbone Breaker. Also thanks to Travis Sickle, Analytical, Suki Tawdry, Mariah Scary, Captain Emo, Amelia Derhart, Bert Hurt, Shownuff, DJ Scooby Doom, Buenas Tardes, Long Range, and Anesthetic. So big thanks to all of our non-skating officials. And thanks to our tournament head NSO, Stabby McNeedles and Screamadonna. And as soon as our referee alternate, B. Naughty, comes back over here, they can tell us what this official review or official timeout is about. It is an official review being called by Kansas City.
We'd like to thank Our Shop Gifts. Don't forget to check out Our Shop Gifts, our Derby, our artist, Our Shop Gifts. That's what we're going to do at the after party later. Burn it down. Fire it up on the dance floor and burn it down.
Kansas City, in that official review, looking for an insubordination penalty on Majestic as well for not immediately leaving the track. They said, no, that was just a repeated call, so no call stands on that one.
Also a good chance to take a little breather here late in this one. Kansas City surging at the end on the back of those power jams. A little pile up here happening. Case closed, getting tripped up, and no pack called. She'll be able to come through the front and pick up lead. Oh, Majestic back in, out of the penalty box. In a pressure cooker of Kansas City blockers. I would not want to be in that. Looks like a street fight happening. But able to battle through is Majestic with some majestic moves. Case closed, though, in control of the clock. Dancing along the outside, calls it off. That'll put Kansas City over 200 points. Fort Wayne at 109.
Make that 110 as 1 point did get called in from Majestic right at the end there. Kansas City's really taken control over this game in the last 3 jams. 55 points in the last 3 jams.
Well, that'll do it right there. Trying to put a case closed exclamation point on it. But right now we've got Marilee Wretched with the high block. No, the
high block. However, she was lead jammer, so we are going to be going the full 2 minutes. Kelly Adkins out of the pack as well, now in scoring position. Getting knocked to the inside by Bruce Her.
Bruiser bumps her out. Erin Nobraw running backwards. That will force her to call it off rather than recycle back. A good defense for Kansas City. But Fort Wayne picking up another 5.
Little bit of confusion out on the track there as to what the penalties were and how long they were supposed to be sitting and who was lead. So the referees all getting together now to say, okay, guys, what just happened?
I'm a little confused, but that's normal.
Big thanks to Adam Wheels. Come see all the things heat molding Jackson and Luigino boots all weekend. Come and get fitted. You can stick your foot in a boot that has just come out of hot, hot water and see how it molds exactly to your foot.
Speaking of molding and melting, what are Pink Zebra Sprinkles? Pink Zebra Sprinkles are unique scented wax melt that is available in order 50 cents. Come enter for a free jar. See your Pink Zebra consultant, Nikki Toledo.
We'd also like to give a shout out to Rainbow Goat. Check them out, hashtag Rainbow Goat. It is the Spring Roll Goat, because it is, of course, the Year of the Goat 2015. There's a rainbow sticker, and all the proceeds go to the Horizons Youth Group, a program of the Northeast Indiana program of the Northeast Indiana Diversity Library. You can get your Rainbow Goat sticker or pin over at the Fort Wayne booth. I got mine.
A diversity library. That's
Diversity
fantastic.
Library. Mary Lou Wretched being sent back to the locker rooms. And as soon as the referees come and tell us why, we will be able to tell you why.
Right now we've got A Pleasure racing and picking up lead, but she will be behind Pussycat. Decides discretion, the better part of valor, calls it off. 0-0 jam.
So Mary Lou Wretched, that was not a seventh penalty, that was actually an expulsion. The refs determined that she actually took a whip off of an opponent's head. So that was not just a high block, but that was elevated to a gross misconduct.
Now we've got case closed, jamming against Kelly Adkins. Kansas City's wall holding strong and coming through. Scoring, that'll be case closed.
Kansas City picking up lead jammer, 5 of the last 6 jams.
Case closed, gets knocked down, decides to call it. Kelly Adkins will pick up 1. Case closed, grabbing 3. Bont skates, fully heat moldable, ultra lightweight, extremely responsive, carbon fiber base, Australian leather, Bont.
It's the easiest way to pet a kangaroo in the United States is to buy a pair of Bont skates.
Oh my goodness. They have all sizes in stock to try and check out at the and customizable colors are available. Don't forget, Spring Roll 2015 programs are free at the Fort Wayne merch table. A shout out to Rump Wrecker. Mr. Rump is proud of his Rump Wrecker.
The last 10 jams, in the last 10 jams, KCRW 78, Fort Wayne 14. and about a 35-40 point differential bout going into that 10th jam.
Dr. Dredd with the low block.
Dr. Dredd with a misconduct penalty. Perhaps hitting a downed skater. Not entirely sure what that one was, but we do have a lead jammer from Fort Wayne. Her name is Pussycat, and she is in a scoring position on this Fort Wayne power jam, getting through there. 5 points on her first pass. Fairly easily getting through.
At those Fort Wayne fans in the house, give it up for your girls. They have played a tough battle here valiantly as Pussycat comes through for another 5.
The Fort Wayne really turning on the offense there. Pussycat calling that one off just before Dr. Dredd gets to the back of the pack. Case closed, lining up next to Majestic as we are winding down here. Just over 2 minutes left to play in this game. 2:08 for Kansas City, 1:26 for Fort Wayne.
Oh my goodness. Skaters going down. That'll be case closed, headed to the box. We've got back-to-back jammer penalties for Kansas City.
Majestic, your lead jammer on this Fort Wayne power jam.
With under 2 minutes to go, unlikely to take the lead in the game, but really reducing the amount of points separating the two teams. That's always good for the stats.
Oh, absolutely. It's all about rankings points, so that score differential, very, very important. Every point here is definitely worth a lot.
You know what? Regardless, I'll bet you this one is going to be a win for Fort Wayne in terms of ranking points, as they have played Kansas City fairly close throughout the bout and are continuing to score. Majestic, a force of nature, aptly named Majestic. After taking all these big hits by these powerful blockers of Kansas City, still in there, looking fresh. Case closed out of the penalty box, completing the initial pass.
Majestic taking the whip off of her teammate, trying to play a little bit of catch-up, getting closer to case closed.
And Majestic bumped back.
Majestic and case closed, both scoring points.
Time winding down on this one.
Three more points going up for Fort Wayne. 4 more going up for KCRW. Timeout being called on the Fort Wayne bench.
Fort Wayne at 1:38, Kansas City 2:12, 10 seconds remaining in regulation. I love Persephone's Treasures, by the way. They had 6 of my, this particular shirt right here.
Yeah, let's see it. Turn around.
This shirt right here got the name on the back from Persephone's Treasures. I had 6 of them done this weekend. Actually, all the shirts I own, maybe about 50, were done by Persephone's Treasures. They do great work. Hit them up. They're right over here. Rhea effing Sunshine shouting, "Burn it down" from the sidelines for Kansas City.
Got a new jammer out on the floor for KCRW, Accelerator. First time she's gone out as the jammer.
Accelerator, worth noting, while she has the star on there, MVP of the 2007 WFTDA Championship Tournament. Quite the accomplishment, as Kansas City was the winners of the WFTDA Championship that year. That was down in Austin, Texas, one of my fondest memories as a roller warrior. So, Accelerator X on the track.
And she
That
is
is
going up against Pushy Cat from Fort Wayne.
Accelerator with great strength, holding the outside, a juke move, picking up lead. Jammer with a smile, the former world-class speed skater. Now, baby mama. Yeah, look at that move around the inside. You've got to love that. Just wonderful to see her on the track with the Jammer Star. Having been a blocker most of the year. Holding the outside line, spinning around the front, getting knocked down, and that'll do it for regulation as Accelerator picks up 3 more. Great work by Fort Wayne. Kansas City able to hold on to it and come out on top. Unofficial 220. Fort Wayne 138.
So
ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Kansas City Roller Warriors. And I'd like to give a special shout out right now to the birthday girl, Dr. Dread. Happy birthday, Dr. Dread. From Raucous Ron.
And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the home team, the Fort Wayne Derby Girls Bomb Squad.
Nicely done, Fort Wayne. Thank you for hosting the tournament. Thank you for your awesome sportsmanship and gameplay on the track. Obviously, well-conditioned athletes. This has been a fun one to announce. I have really enjoyed it. I am Raucous Ron.
And I am High Def.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
It seems like this is the only place we ever get to announce together.
I know. Let's do some playoffs or something.
Which is why I always have to come to Spring Roll, because of the chance to be able to announce with Raucous Ron.
I know. Such a great crew here put together by Mulligan. Thank you to Mulligan for all your hard work. Guy, what a wonderful contingent of announcers out here we have. So thank you, Kansas City. Thank you, Fort Wayne. We've got MVPs. Hold on for your MVPs. All right, we have our MVPs for Kansas City. That is going to be Tough Noogies. Amazing big hits in this one. Really playing a tough game.
And for the Bomb Squad from Fort Wayne, 6 foot on your grave. And your grave, where'd you go? There you are. And your grave, the MVP from Fort Wayne.
Well deserved, too.
Oh, absolutely. And it looks like we've got some baskets next to us. And it looks like we have a box full of tickets. I've got my tickets right here, so I will not be pulling the tickets because I don't want it to look improper when I win.
I forgot to get mine at halftime. I hope you all did. All right, get those numbers out. We're going to draw here.
You don't need to be right here to win. The number won't change.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Some people were running to get their tickets or whatever from the locker room, so we're going to be fair because you have to be present to win. We're going to give you a warning, and we're going to announce it right before the beginning of the next game, okay? So right here on track one, maybe 5 minutes before the beginning of the next game, we're going to give our winner. So gather your people together. Let them all know to get their tickets out here. You've been warned.
So my name is High Def. This guy right here is Raucous Ron. Coming up next on this track at 6:30, the St. Louis Gatekeepers facing off against the Carolina Wrecking Ball.
Oh, that should be fun. I challenge all of you to do push-ups for every point the Wrecking Balls score. That is my challenge out there to all of our MRDA guys and gals in the stands.
And a huge, huge thank you to Biff Mix-a-Lot for keeping track of all of the stats, giving you those little nuggets of information that it's been this many jams since this, and this many points total. Big thanks to Biff Mix-a-Lot for doing all of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, get your raffle tickets out. It's time for the drawing.
Raffle time. Oh,
Is your mic not live?
it is not live. Is it? Can you
Oh,
hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, there we go. Am I here?
You're
sure
here
enough.
now.
Why not? Woo!
All right.
Raffle time.
You can blame Mulligan if I don't draw your ticket. First number 072403. 072403. And then for the second basket, oh, look at that, right here in front. Here you go. Here's second number is 072147. 072147.
All right.
Thought I heard somebody cheering over there.
Yeah, sounds like we got some winners. All right. It is now our pleasure to bring to you this amazing bout between the St. Louis Gatekeepers and the Carolina Wrecking Balls.
Man, that was really high tempo. I don't know if I'm able to keep up with that.
I don't know if I can keep up with that. And they're off.
Not wasting any time either. Magnum PIMP is your lead jammer. St. Louis coming off a big win last night against the Texas Outlaws. Carolina coming off a tough loss earlier to those very same Outlaws. As Spring Roll 2015 winding down here, only a few bouts left here on day 3. Magnum PIMP with a 5 points, a grand slam here early.
Just missing that block was Ice Cole. Just about took out Magnum PIMP. But Magnum PIMP with amazing toe stop work gets that inside line. Takes the outside line this time and gets a 5-point pass.
Evidently an illegal star pass there. So that will send the pivot off. Meanwhile, Magnum PIMP continuing to rack up the points.
And a track cut will send number 35, that is Old Dirty Packer, to the box. This is now a power jam.
Well, just what St. Louis needed. And Magnum PIMP making it look easy right now as he has already racked up 40 points. And there it is. The apex jump to top it off. So Magnum PIMP on the first jam of the game puts up 45 points.
That's why the Gatekeepers are some of the best in the MRDA.
Well, they would probably do very well in the WFTDA as well.
More than likely.
Some of those top-ranked teams, though, they're brutal.
Woo. Indeed they are. Gotham still a powerhouse.
Wheels of Justice there from Portland.
Rose City, good stuff. Probably the same team, yes?
Yeah.
I'm dumb.
It's okay.
All right, we've got, appears to be number 11, Debaucherous Prime, getting lead jammer for the St. Louis Gatekeepers. No longer called Debaucherous Prime, I guess. Corey Porter with lead jammer. Corey Porter with a nice move on the inside line, getting 5-point pass for the St. Louis Gatekeepers.
So right now the St. Louis defense just absolutely mobbing Carolina's pack.
Bully Mamos, and Cambo Breaker trying to break up that defensive wall. There's another 5-point pass for Corey Porter.
So right now, Nat King, Kill, the Saint, Bled Zeppelin, and Wrecking Bill just absolutely controlling this pack, making it easy for Corey Porter.
Oh, the Resolution is going to pick up a track cut.
So definitely not how Carolina wanted this game to begin. 2 jams, 2 jammer penalties. And the Gatekeepers are looking to reach the century mark, probably the fastest ever.
And Corey Porter calls it off. So, for you Carolina Wrecking Balls fans, Carolina Wrecking Balls are, we've got Cambo Breaker, Toto, Bully Mamos, Ranger Panties, Rugburn, Whiplash, Ice Coal, Old Dirty Packer, Jam Room, Blue Brawls, Chicken Little, The Resolution, Uniballer, and Lubinator.
So if you joined us late on the stream here, that score is correct. We're only 5 minutes in, and St. Louis already has 84 on the board.
2 big jams from St. Louis. Another lead jammer for St. Louis.
A couple of jammer penalties on Carolina have allowed St. Louis to really burst this game open quickly and early. I'm a little bit redundant there, but it's okay. So Screech around on his first scoring pass, picks up 5 points, a grand slam, St. Louis. We've been saying that a lot already this game.
The Resolution doing his best, fighting against that 3-wall of Gatekeepers. Now the Carolina Wrecking Balls get in there trying to bust it up for him.
Nice work there by 17, Rugburn, forcing Screech around out to the outside. It's going to force him to reset and come at this pack again. Nice traffic direction there by James Mueller, opening up a line for Screech around. And now another jammer penalty for Carolina. 3 jams, 3 jammer penalties. This is not looking good here early for Carolina. Meanwhile, Screecheron continuing to pour points on the board. And already the century mark reached, and we're not even 7 minutes into this game.
Another 5-point pass for Screech Around. Screech Around calls it off. So, yes, currently a score of 113 for St. Louis, 0 for Carolina. If you are joining us on the stream, the Carolina Wrecking Balls are currently wearing the orange uniforms with the white and green and yellow accents. The St. Louis Gatekeepers are wearing the white with the green and black accents. All right. Hey, that sounds better. And lead jammer does go to the St. Louis Gatekeepers.
This is a big night for David Metcalf. It's his first action, his first sanctioned action, and the travel team for St. Louis, a transfer a while back from Springfield, Illinois, the Hooligans.
Well, he's seeming to fit right in as he puts up a 5-point pass for the St. Louis Gatekeepers.
Lots of skill. It's just that we have a really deep jammer rotation, so it's hard to break into it.
Zero-2, Toto trying to get in there and bust things up for the Resolution, trying to get him out of the pack. Now some physical blocking from Ranger Panties, trying to hold a goat. Hammer, let's let the folks at home know who do we got on the St. Louis Gatekeepers.
For the St. Louis Gatekeepers, we have number 1, the Saint, 11, Corey Porter, 2020 Specs, 227 Mueller, 24 Nat King Kill, 314 Double Excel, 386 David Metcalf, 5150 Incredible Hulk, 538 Walker Hamilton, 618 Bled Zeppelin, 66 Screech Around, 82 Percy Control, 86D Wrecking Bill, and L7 Magnum PIMP.
All right. Jamming for the Carolina Wrecking Balls, we got number 51, Jam Room. And that looks like Magnum PIMP jamming for the Gatekeepers.
It is, and he is your lead jammer.
Number 17, Rugburn, going to the box for the Carolina Wrecking Balls.
So both defensive schemas down, one blocker. Percy Control in the box for St. Louis.
Pow! Nice offensive block. Knocking out one of the Gatekeepers, trying to get their jammer through. Oh! A heartbreaker. Every jam so far, picking up a jammer penalty. Well, excuse me, last jam they did not. For Carolina.
Yeah, moments ago it was Old Dirty Packer with a nice hit on the Saint there at turns 3 and 4. And the Wrecking Balls with a full penalty box at the moment. The two blockers in the box are standing, however, so they'll rejoin play here shortly after the jam whistle. And it's going to be Corey Porter on the line, unopposed for St. Louis, as the Carolina jammer sits in the penalty box still. The two blockers out there for Carolina. I see number 13, Ranger Panties, and I can't quite make out. Looks like 35,
which would be
Old Dirty Packer. Rugburn re-enters play from the penalty box.
Oh, and he gets called on a track cut. That will keep Carolina down. No, they have number 66. That's Blue Brawls re-entering the fray. Once more into the breach.
Corey Porter, once again, with the amazing agility, knows the rules. He knows that you can have one hand out of bounds, and he is a master. But now a track cut on Corey Porter as his 1 foot touched out of bounds on that pirouette. So now an opportunity for the Wrecking Balls.
A big hit on number 13, Ranger Panties.
So now the St. Louis defense goes to work.
Carolina trying to contain number 24, Nat King Kill.
Multiplayer block call there on, I believe that's Ranger Panties.
No.
Yep.
Oh, you got a multiplayer as well?
Yep. I'm sorry, Old Dirty Packer, that
Yeah,
was.
I was sorry.
Not Ranger Panties.
That's all right. It happens. We all make mistakes.
So the power jam comes to an end. St. Louis successfully killing the penalty. Stifling defense right now by St. Louis.
Nat King Kill drawing Ranger Panties all the way between turns 3 and 4.
And now the back block call on Ranger Panties, who had the jammer panty. So now yet another power jam here for St. Louis. And it's going to be Screech Around on the line. Both teams at full strength defensively, however. So with 17:15 to go here in the first half, St. Louis 166, Carolina 0. And Screech Around quickly grabs lead jammer on that inside line.
And a nice move on the outside. Gets a 5-point pass for Screech Around.
It's a nice wall up front by Carolina, but Screecheron able to power through it. 5 more points there. So star pass made there to number 32, Ice Cole, but Screecheron sees it and calls that jam off.
We'd like to thank some sponsors here at Spring Roll. We'd like to thank Persephone's Treasures. Get your official 2015 Spring Roll shirts at Persephone's Treasures. They do custom apparel and vinyl decals. They will customize your derby gear. So, looks like we're going to have...
That it would be Whiplash on the line for Carolina, going up against David Metcalf for St. Louis.
And we have an official timeout.
We have to be very careful because there's a 0-2 for Carolina called Toto.
Uh-huh.
And then there's 2K, but the K is very small in his jersey, and that's Whiplash.
That's why I had to pause there. Indeed. So, of course, we'd like to thank the WFTDA. The WFTDA is celebrating 10 years of being real, strong, athletic, and revolutionary. Stay tuned to the WFTDA's social media channels to learn how you can be part of that celebration. All right. We're 5 seconds away from getting back to the action.
Oh, and Metcalf just powers through that hole. So lead jammer St. Louis. Whiplash fighting against a strong 2-man wall of Walker Hamilton and Bled Zeppelin. Also Specs Offender now joining in.
All right, a 5-point pass for David Metcalf.
The St. Louis team right now firing on all cylinders. Doing a nice job controlling the pack. Bridge work here as they force Whiplash out and make him cycle all the way back. Specs anchoring the line at the back. Wrecking Bill, Bled Zeppelin, and Walker Hamilton also out there. Metcalf calls that jam off as he picks up a few more points. 5 more points there for St. Louis.
Excellent.
Puts him over the 200 mark here with 14:30 to go here in the first half.
Indeed, excellent hit there by the Resolution to get David Metcalf to call off that jam. We've got number 51, Jam Room, jamming for the Carolina Wrecking Balls, and L7 Magnum PIMP, who is lead jammer for the St. Louis Gatekeepers.
Five-point grand slam there for Magnum PIMP.
And another jammer penalty for the Carolina Wrecking Balls, a track cut for number 51, Jam Room.
5 more points for Magnum PIMP.
Number 32, Ice Cole, will join Jam Room in the box, and so will a Gatekeeper.
It's Percy Control over there in the penalty box at the moment. So a 3-on-3 pack, power jam in favor of St. Louis. If you're just joining us on the stream, St. Louis in white with green, Carolina in orange with gray.
Another 5-point pass, a Cinco sampler, if you will, for Magnum PIMP. We would like to thank the Holiday Inn, the official hotel of Spring Roll 2015. Thank you, Holiday Inn.
Very comfy beds. Pillows very soft. It's pretty nice.
Wow, much bed.
Yes. Very soft. Wow.
All right, looks like we got number 11. That is Corey Porter, jamming for the Gatekeepers. He makes his way out of the pack at turn 1 and gets the lead jammer.
So Corey Porter trying to work his way through. Meanwhile, the Carolina Jammer gets through. Jam Room gets through, forces the call off. So we're going to have Toto on the line for Carolina up against 66 Screech Around for St. Louis. Both teams at full strength and the blocking contingent.
0-2, Toto trying to do his best, fighting against that back wall of the Gatekeepers. The Gatekeepers do have a lead jammer with number 66, Screech Around.
Well, Screech Around really nice, able to use that momentum from that hit on Whiplash to juke back to the inside. Another 5 points grand slam for Screech Around.
Toto taking some vicious shots from 5150 and Quadable Hulk, but does make his way out of the pack. Another 4-point pass for the Gatekeepers, who call it off.
Some more big points for St. Louis, however, shedding blockers as Inquadable Hulk and Double XL sit in the penalty box. 4-on-2 pack advantage in favor of Carolina to start this jam as David Metcalf takes the line for St. Louis. He's facing off against Old Dirty Packer for Carolina.
For the folks in the crowd, this isn't going to help for the folks at home. For the folks in the crowd, if you have found a Samsung phone, please turn it into the announcer booth. If you have found a Samsung phone, please turn it into the announcer's booth. And lead jammer goes to number 35. That is Old Dirty Packer of the Carolina Wrecking Balls. That
There's a
depleted
point.
blocker.
That's 3 points, actually, with the two players in the box. So we're going to see at least 3 points scored here. I think he still needs to get past Bled. He's going to call it off, but did he get 4? He got 4.
4 points for Old Dirty Packer.
And 3 points for St. Louis. So next up on the line, it's going to be number 51, Jam Room, out there for Carolina, going up against Magnum PIMP for St. Louis.
Every great journey starts with one step.
That's right. A big 4 points there for Carolina. And Magnum PIMP quickly swoops around the outside. Oh, man, there's a hole you could have drove a truck through there. Right down our line of sight. 5 points for Magnum PIMP.
Jam Room with an excellent move to get out of the pack.
Magnum PIMP calls that jam off. So Carolina's starting to get a little traction here and starting to get their guys out of the pack.
Apparently, they may make it rain later. Who knows?
Hey. Well, guess I'll be hanging out with them tonight.
You got to love, you're down by 250 points, and just supportive as all get out. Loving every minute of it.
They were the same during that Texas game. Even though they were down big, they never, ever gave up. They fought the entire bout. Love watching these Carolina Wrecking Balls play. They are a lot of fun.
Number 11, Porter with lead jammer for the St. Louis Gatekeepers. Nice 5-point pass for Porter.
Carolina defense starting to knock some bodies around.
Porter calls it off. We would like to thank Vital Skates. We know Derby because we do Derby. Vital Skates, where data and experience meet. It's so necessary, it's vital.
Saw Corey Porter over talking to his bench coach, Mr. Pink. He was not happy, felt that he was being hit while he was down. But no call made.
Looks like we've got number 51. That is Jam Room, jamming for the Carolina Wrecking Balls. But lead jammer does go to the St. Louis Gatekeepers. Number 66, Screech Around.
And Screech Around finds an outside line, picks up 5 points. Big hit there on Jam Room, forces him out. And, of course, the Gatekeepers quick to drop back and bridge. And I think we're going to see another jammer penalty, a back block called. Screech Around forced down. He's going to have to cycle back.
That was number 13, Ranger Panties.
Nice seal there by Double XL to open up that inside line for Screech Around. 5 more points for St. Louis. Quickly, the Gatekeepers drop back to seal out that returning blocker from Carolina. That's Rugburn from Carolina.
Ranger Panties knocked to the inside. Tries to get through to get up with his squad mates. Now doing a little offensive blocking. Round the outside goes Screech Around.
Carolina so focused on offensive blocking there that Screech Around was able to pretty much just skate right around that outside. Ooh, big hit there by number 13, Ranger Panties on Screech Around.
Ranger Panties seems to have one gear so far this game, and that is first or sixth. I don't know, whichever one's higher and that you would be like top speed at. I don't know cars. Leave me alone. He's doing great.
Gearhead analogies, you should not do those. Stick with what you know. Comic book analogies, video game analogies, stuff like that. Just saying, because I'm the same way. I don't know cars, so I stick to nerd stuff.
I watch Top Gear. I should know about cars.
That's
all right.
Okay.
We've got 3, 8, 6. That is David Metcalf, and 35, Old Dirty Packer. So far, the most successful Carolina Wrecking Ball jammer this game. We've got a lead jammer going to David Metcalf. Old Dirty Packer avoids a shot, avoids another shot. He's got one left to beat. I believe that's Wrecking Bill. He does get past Wrecking Bill.
So David Metcalf, seeing the Carolina jammer behind him, immediately goes into penalty kill mode, but is unable to stop Old Dirty Packer from getting back to the pack, so he has to call that one off early. The Carolina Wrecking Balls will start this jam with a 4-on-2 pack advantage as Specs and Wrecking Bill sit in the penalty box for St. Louis, and it's Magnum PIMP on the line for St. Louis, going up against Rugburn for Carolina. Oh, Magnum PIMP quickly gets through and is your lead jammer. Now Carolina shedding a blocker there.
The jam is called. 4 points for Magnum PIMP. 1 point for Rugburn. That 1 point by Rugburn brought to you by Brew Skate Noose, the original over-the-shoulder roller skate holder.
So next up on the line, it's going to be number 11, Corey Porter for St. Louis, going up against number 51, Jam Room for Carolina. And Corey Porter with a nice outside line. He is your lead jammer.
That was just pretty skating right there. Went from the outside, cut to the inside, cut to the outside, got through.
Well, both Corey Porter and Magnum PIMP, they were able to get so low.
Ooh, a high block. High block on number 51. That's Jam Room.
That is one of the drawbacks of being short in stature and low to the ground with the way your skating style is it tends to put your head right there at elbow level. And there's certainly no maliciousness in a hit like that. It's just, that's where your elbow's at. Your natural skating motion, your arms are swinging, and just happened to catch Corey Porter right on the face with that one.
We have an official timeout.
I believe that's our, second timeout?
I believe so.
You know what timeouts mean?
This timeout
Sponsors
is brought to you by Derby for All KC. They're taking you to the next level.
Bont Skates, fully heat moldable, ultra lightweight, extremely responsive, carbon fiber base, Australian leather. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster.
Green Monster. If you're skating on crap, it's not from us. We make stuff that actually works. Green Monster.
When you want the best, it's always been SureGrip. SureGrip International. SureGrip is the leading manufacturer of high-end and recreational roller skates and roller skates accessories. That's SureGrip International.
So it looks like the official timeout has concluded. We still got quite a contingent in the infield, but as long as they don't interfere with the Derby. Everyone vacates the infield. The Wrecking Balls with a defensive shift.
So we'll be Screech around out there unopposed as this power jam begins here for St. Louis.
He's got one left to beat in Whiplash. Whiplash has to let him go. And lead jammer goes to the Gatekeepers. That's a 5-point pass for Screech around. Whiplash comes flying in out of nowhere, puts a shot into Screech around. They recycle Screech around to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, a returning Jam Room has started to do battle with the blocking core of the St. Louis Gatekeepers.
Would be the Saint and Percy Control up front, joined by Mueller. Double XL bringing up the rear at the moment. Meanwhile, Screech around another 5 points for St. Louis. First half almost at an end here. Double XL heads to the penalty box. Believe I heard the ref say a stop block called.
Jam Room got an assist from one of the Wrecking Balls right into a very hard block to the chest.
Meanwhile, Screech around continuing to rack up the points here. Beginning another pass. And that jam comes to an end, and that's going to do it for the first half. Our score, St. Louis 342, Carolina 5.
Come on back for the second half of action between the St. Louis Gatekeepers and the Carolina Wrecking Balls. Stay tuned. All right. It's about time to get back to the action, Meow.
So up Meow on the jam line starting off the second half. It's going to be Magnum PIMP for St. Louis.
And as the docile tones of the Carolina Wrecking Balls letting us know that, in fact, balls do stick together. This second half of action will start to be brought to you by Roller Derby Elite, the Roller Derby Elite Series skates, the brand that defines the sport we all know and love, the sport of kings.
Alongside my
think
trusty
that's more
compatriot Mulligan, I am Star Spangled Hammer, and we will be bringing you the second half action here between the Carolina Wrecking Balls and the St. Louis Gatekeepers here at beautiful Allen County War Memorial Stadium here in beautiful downtown Fort Wayne, Indiana.
It is not, but don't worry about it. And the lead jammer does go to Magnum PIMP, captain of the Gatekeepers. Not to be outdone. Gonna end it. Old Dirty Packer was making his way around as well.
And then the jam suddenly ended. 4 points there for St. Louis. Magnum PIMP kind of slacking after his opening jam from the first period.
Indeed. We've got number 51 on the line. That is Jam Room for the Wrecking Balls. Number 11, Porter for those St. Louis Gatekeepers.
Carolina with a 4-on-3 pack advantage as Percy Control sits in the penalty box for St. Louis, and Corey Porter finds an inside line. He is your lead jammer.
All right. Porter takes a few shots, gets mixed up with some balls, wrecking balls, that is. Does a nice move to the outside and picks up 5 points for the Gatekeepers.
Meanwhile, Corey Porter continuing to rack up the points. Another grand slam there for St. Louis.
Number 24, Nat King Kill. Excellent job of getting Jam Room recycled all the way to the back.
Nat King Kill is one of those guys. He may be small in stature, but he hits like a 200-pound guy. And there he shows it right there as he forces Jam Room out on the inside.
There's a 5-point pass for...
Ooh, a little sleigh
Porter.
ride action there from Nat King Kill. And
Porter puts up another 5 points and calls it off. This jam brought to you by Adam Wheels. Come see all the things heat molding at Jackson and Luciano Boots all weekend. Adam Wheels.
on the jam line, meow for St. Louis, number 66, Screech Around, who is obscuring our view of the Carolina jammer, so we can't see who he is. Oh, thank you.
That was incredibly nice of old Dirty Packer taking a step, letting us know who's on the line.
Meanwhile, Screech Around finds an inside line, and he is your lead jammer. Now on the outside, Screech Around with another 5 points. Screech Around showing that he does not favor either the inside or the outside.
Indeed. He is ambidextrous when it comes to which line to go to.
He goes where the hole is.
5-point pass. We're ignoring that. For the St. Louis Jammer.
Things tightening up here from Carolina as Screech Around had a hard time getting through there. He does finally and picks up 5 more points. Old Dirty Packer still not able to get through. Screech Around another pass, 5 points. Screech around back into his groove, Meow, as he picks up more points. Another 5-point pass there for Screech around. Ooh, forced out of play there. I believe that's Ranger Panties that knocked him out. So he's going to call that jam off rather than reset.
Like the Old Dirty Packer was going to star pass to the pivot, and little Razzle Dazzle tried to keep it. It got found out, but I like the use of the old star pass switcheroo.
With that last pass there by Screech Around, the St. Louis Gatekeepers have now hit the 400 mark here. 25 minutes to go in the second half. The score, St. Louis 400, Carolina 5. David Metcalf out there jamming. Carolina is going to have lead jammer. That's Ice Cole out there. Oh, no, a delayed call. An elbow. Snatching away lead jammer from Carolina. It now goes to Metcalf, who works that back to that inside line, picks up 5 points. The ref staff toying with Carolina's emotions there for a moment.
Beautiful, beautiful move by Metcalf on the outside. Took a hard shot from Rugburn and just stayed in bounds, just on his toe stops. It was amazing work by Metcalf.
Like I mentioned earlier, Metcalf is a fantastic jammer. It's just that he's in an unfortunate situation where the St. Louis Gatekeepers are so deep.
Some great track awareness by Ice Cole, not getting that track cut.
Ice Cole showing some great discipline here. Meanwhile, another 5 points there for Metcalf.
There's a Cinco sampler for Metcalf. Probably shouldn't say Cinco sampler, though. I might be appropriating somebody's culture.
So earlier I was notified during the Carolina-Texas game that there's a group in Spain that has been watching the action here this weekend. The members of the Spain men's roller derby team for the World Cup 2016 in Calgary.
Excellent.
If they're still watching, we'll say hello again to them out there.
Yeah, they have been seeing some excellent men's derby this entire weekend, and women's derby if they were watching that as well. Excellent games all around. We've got number 51, Jam Room, jamming for the Wrecking Balls, and that is with a just sick move, Magnum PIMP with lead jammer for the Gatekeepers.
Oh, he gets so low as he swoops around that outside line. 5 more points there for St. Louis. So another low roll there by Magnum PIMP, 5 points. And now we're also going to have a power jam.
Pow! Big hit from number 13. That is Ranger Panties. Goes to the box. Magnum PIMP takes another shot, pops up, gets 4 points.
Little spring in his step there as he bounces back up. Oh, nice seal there by Percy Control to open that outside line. And Magnum PIMP is just going to call that jam off.
Speaking of men's derby, the MRDA and the St. Louis Gatekeepers will host the 2015 Men's Roller Derby Association Championship, the River City Rumble. This fast and heavy-hitting weekend takes place October 17th and 18th, 2015 and will feature the MRDA's top teams in the end of the season rankings.
Definitely looking forward to that. Right in my backyard.
Come find out who will be champ.
The Gatekeepers right now making a strong statement that he should be considered a possible favorite for that event. Ranked number 2 right now in the MRDA rankings. Only Your Mom from Des Moines ahead of him. Corey Porter, meanwhile, racking up more points. 4 points there on that pass. Meanwhile, Wrecking Bill seals the inside line for Corey Porter. Another 5 points.
Hard shot put into the Wrecking Ball's jammer at number 51, Jam Room.
St. Louis right now doing a very nice job transitioning from offense to defense in their blocking schematic.
618. That is Bled Zeppelin headed to the box for the Gatekeepers.
So Corey Porter now looking for some direction on how much time Bled Zeppelin has left in the box. So he's going to try to run this penalty out, I think. Plenty of time on the jam clock, and the Gatekeepers defense is doing a nice job.
Walker Hamilton, did an excellent job controlling the Carolina Wrecking Ball's jammer.
Yep, Walker, Specs, and Wrecking Bill out there right now doing a nice job containing Jam Room, not giving him any room to work. Meanwhile, Corey Porter continues to score the points, and here comes Bled Zeppelin, but Wrecking Bill on his way to the penalty box. So Corey's going to call that jam off, but not before picking up a couple more points on that last pass. Gatekeepers now closing in on the 500 mark with 19 minutes to go. The score, St. Louis 473, Carolina 5.
This jam brought to you by Our Gift Shop. Don't forget to check out Our Gift Shop, Our Derby, Our Artist, Our Gift Shop. Excuse me, Our Shop Gifts. I keep doing that, and I apologize greatly. That is my fault. Our Shop Gifts.
Fantastic work they do there. I've gotten some custom work done by them in the past. Bruce Ferriawi, a wonderful person to work with.
Please tell them I'm sorry I keep saying the wrong thing.
So Screecher on your lead jammer. Walks along that inside line, 5 points, grand slam. Meanwhile, the Gatekeepers shedding blockers. Wrecking Bill already in the box. The Saint on his way now. So 3 on 2 advantage in favor of Carolina.
Number 0, Cambo Breaker. Beautiful move. Takes a hit and gets out of the pack.
Now Screecher going into defensive mode here as he's going to try to run the penalty out. He's going to try to kill these penalties here. And instead, he's going to draw a forearm on Screecher. So now a power jam here for Carolina. An opportunity to put some more points on the board. I do believe the initial pass has been completed.
Indeed it has.
So Carolina is going to put some points on the board here. Thought he saw some daylight, but Wrecking Bill was there. And now we're getting a track cut as Screecher re-entered play, so he's going to head right back. So now, back-to-back jammer penalties.
Screecher tried to jump one of the other Gatekeepers, kind of just hit his back, put his foot down, and when he did, he put it in outside the designated area, then drew that track cut. That's 5 points for Cambo Breaker. That's what you like to see. A little bit too much celebrating, but that's all right. as number 66 was waved off, did not return to the track in time. We got number 13 jamming for the Carolina Wrecking Balls. That's Ranger Panties.
And now a jammer penalty on Carolina. Track cut called. Number 13, Ranger Panties, on his way to the penalty box, and he's going to sit the whole 30 as Screech Around left before he arrived. So the full 30 seconds here. Screech Around re-enters play, goes to work, completes his initial pass, and he's going to be lead jammer, and he's going to go ahead and call this off so we can get a fresh jammer out there for St. Louis. Vital Skates. We know Derby because we do Derby. Vital Skates, where data and experience meet. It's so necessary, it's vital.
Hey, I got a question for you, Hammer.
What's that?
What are pink zebra sprinkles?
I don't know, but I bet you're going to tell me.
Pink zebra sprinkles are a unique scented wax melt that is available in over 50 different scents. Come enter to win a free jar at the Pink Zebra booth.
So David Metcalf out there unopposed for St. Louis, and he quickly gets lead jammer. Ranger Panties re-enters play as the jammer for Carolina, looking to so multiplayer call there on Double Excel as he heads to the penalty box. Meanwhile, Metcalf picks up 4 points. Star pass, however, to Old Dirty Packer. And now we're off to the races. And Metcalf's going to go ahead and call this off from direction from his bench.
So we've currently got a score of 493 for the St. Louis. Oh, it's going to be 495 for the St. Louis Gatekeepers. 10 for the Carolina Wrecking Balls.
Magnum PIMP is your lead jammer. Meanwhile, Rugburn also gets free. So now we're going to see some defensive work by Magnum PIMP. Instead, he's going to call that jam off.
I was about to say, Magnum PIMP, fantastic skater, but if you mess with the bull, you get the horns, and I don't know if you want to be messing with Rugburn.
Well, you don't see it very often, but Magnum PIMP does do some turns blocking, and he's probably as good a blocker as he is a jammer.
All right, looks like we've got number 35, Old Dirty Packer, on the line for the Carolina Wrecking Balls. Number 11, Corey Porter for the St. Louis Gatekeepers.
Oh, and that inside line opened right up as the Saints sealed it in, and Corey Porter is going to be your lead jammer.
I would expect no less, but the St. Louis Gatekeepers have played about a perfect game as you can play.
Yeah, other than a couple missteps penalty-wise, it's been a real good game here for St. Louis.
Corey Porter now doing a little individual blocking with Old Dirty Packer.
Yep, I think they're going to try to eat the baby here.
The Carolina Wrecking Balls, no fans of eating babies.
Old Dirty Packer able to shrug those hits off, and that's going to force Corey Porter to call that jam off.
It's been said many, many times before for many, many bouts, but the show of camaraderie between two teams, especially in a situation where you've got a team winning by 488 points, and the show of respect between these two teams is just something that makes me glad to be a part of this sport.
Oh yeah, it's great. These two teams, they're gonna slug it out here on the track, and tonight at the after party, they're gonna be sharing drinks and stories and chuckling it up.
Carolina trying all they can to hold up, stretched way across turns 1 and 2. Finally, the gatekeeper jammer, that is Screech Around, makes his way out of the pack with lead jammer.
So Rugburn out there for Carolina. The wrecking ball jammer, if ever there was one.
Indeed, sir.
Bill thought he had him out when he realized he didn't. Gave him a good round of applause there for the good move.
That's 3 more points.
Yep, 3 more points there for St. Louis. And that jam's gonna take him over the 500-point mark. So with 10:30 to go here in the second half, St. Louis 506, Carolina 10.
Blue Brawls shaking it,
Blue Brawls
but not breaking it.
Blue Brawls in the Adventure Time tights. Taking on David Metcalf, number 386 for St. Louis.
Nice defensive play by both teams. Having said that, the minute I say that, Metcalf breaks out of the pack with lead jammer for the Gatekeepers.
Bled Zeppelin returns to the pack. Both teams now at full strength. 5 points there for Metcalf. And another 5 points. Grand slam for Metcalf and the Gatekeepers. Meanwhile, Blue Brawls forced out of play on the inside. Has to cycle back as Bled Zeppelin and the Saint drop back.
Ooh, a clockwise block. We'll send number 13 to the box for the Carolina Wrecking Balls.
Nice show of camaraderie there as Metcalf and Blue Brawls exchange a handshake as they pass each other on the track. That St. Louis wall at the back of the pack right now. Percy Control, Bled Zeppelin, Double Excel. Oh, Metcalf almost makes it around the outside.
Not only did he attempt to jump somebody, he actually landed directly on his toe stops from quite a height. That's impressive.
He actually attempted to jump the outside of the apex.
Woo! Blue Brawls shakes it off, takes a big hit, but he will go back to the bench and make some bacon pancakes.
Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
So we've got L7, that is the Magnum PIMP on the line for the Gatekeepers, and number 2, Whiplash for the Wrecking Balls.
Oh, and there he is. Whiplash gets the back block call right off the bat, so a power jam here for Magnum PIMP and the St. Louis Gatekeepers. So Carolina's going to do their best work defensively here, but Magnum PIMP is out. He's your lead jammer. Pack spread out as the Gatekeepers have number 80 locked up in the back. That is the Resolution. They have him goaded at the moment. So they're going to try to draw the pack back. Meanwhile, Magnum PIMP finds an outside line. Only 2 points on that pass. 3 points. Referee holding up 3 fingers there. Magnum PIMP on another scoring pass. Meanwhile, the defense of the Gatekeepers bridges back as Whiplash returns to play from the penalty box.
They're stretched all the way from turn 2 to just about the start line.
Magnum calls that jam off.
We'd like to thank some of the following sponsors. We'd like to thank Echo Water, Fred T. Frebel, KFC, Aunt Millie's Bread, Prairie Farms, Urban Cupcakery, Penn Station, Visit Fort Wayne, Fresh Time, Meyer, Buffalo Wild Wings and Ribs, and Sweets So Geek.
So now we're going to see Nat King Kill don the star for the St. Louis Gatekeepers. First time here. And he's going up against number 17, Rugburn. And Nat King Kill is your lead jammer. Defensive specialist Nat King Kill also can jam very, very well and is a nice changeup here and there for the Gatekeepers. And as we see there, 5 points, a grand slam there for St. Louis. Nat King Kill forced out of play there by number 13, Ranger Panties of Carolina. And now they're going to have to cycle all the way back. And here we're going to get some Australian Rules Derby as the teams are skating the opposite direction. A Coriolis effect taking place here on a men's derby in Fort Wayne.
I feel that every time that happens, it should instantly start playing Yakety Sax by Boots Randolph.
I agree.
Some reason.
Ranger Panties at the back, working on Nat King Kill. Nat King Kill finds a line. He squirts through. 5 points. Another grand slam here for St. Louis. Meanwhile, that stifling defense of St. Louis keeping Rugburn contained at the back of the pack. Nat King Kill signaling for a clockwise block he wanted there on that, not getting it. Another 5 points there. Oh, Nat King Kill not afraid to initiate contact there.
Or combat for that matter.
Or combat, yeah. It's the same thing.
All right. We wouldn't be doing our due diligence as announcers if we didn't tell you about the after party tonight at Early Birds Ultra Lounge.
Ooh.
Ain't no party like a spring roll party.
Ultra Lounge.
Yeah. Because a spring roll party stops roughly at about 3 o'clock when last call happens. So, yes, Early Birds Ultra Lounge.
Wait, it's 3 o'clock is last call?
Oh, 2:45.
Oh, sweet.
It's at 4201 North Wells Street, Fort Wayne, Indiana, 46808. Normally closed today. It will be an exclusive party just for Derby folks.
We're getting the VIP treatment, huh?
VIP. Going to do it up proper like.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like we've got a official timeout.
Hey, official timeout. Yay! Oh, my word. Here we go. Wrecking Bill is donning the star for the St. Louis Gatekeepers, and the crowd is going nuts. Defensive extraordinaire. Not many people know this. Wrecking Bill just celebrated his 68th birthday.
68th birthday, you say?
Yes. 68th birthday for Wrecking Bill just last week.
Impressive that a 68-year-old.
He doesn't look a day over 65.
Indeed, he does not.
Not sure what the review is for, but all I know is good things are coming of it as we're going to get to see Wrecking Bill jam. And I think we're going to see a switch. Oh, the official review was for a penalty there at the end of the jam. And now Wrecking Bill's going to have, not only is he going to be jamming, he's going to be the lone jammer.
A power jam.
Power jam for Wrecking Bill.
That was Uniballer on the line for.
Oh. Oh, boy. People's hopes dashed as with the power jam, the Gatekeepers have opted to put Corey Porter out there in lieu of Wrecking Bill, and the crowd does not react kindly.
Hashtag boo.
Yeah, hashtag disappointed.
Hashtag boo.
Appledo. We're going to get some clarification here on our official review. Very, very well. So it was not actually an official review. There was a clarification because there was an illegal star pass. The star was passed to the pivot who was out of bounds during that play. So that's going to result in a jammer penalty here. And the power jam here for St. Louis, and 3 points already by Corey Porter. So Corey Porter going to work on another scoring pass. 4 points there.
That will be number 17, Ruckburn, jamming for the Carolina Wrecking Balls.
So Bled Zeppelin, Double Excel, and Percy Control, and now we're going to get a track cut. Ruckburn tried to jump back in a little too soon.
It happens. Got a 5-point pass for Corey Porter.
So Corey Porter continuing to go to work on the defense of the Carolina Wrecking Balls. Another 5-point grand slam there for St. Louis.
As smooth as a new jar of Jiffy, Corey Porter makes a move around the outside. Gets 5 points, calls it off. Jiffy's a peanut butter, and you can get it smooth or crunchy.
Yes.
But if you use a jar of peanut butter and then you get the toast crumbs in it, and it's just not as smooth as when you first open it. I said his move was smooth. That's what I was going with. You look confused.
Okay, then.
All right.
So now we're going to get a Wrecking Bill jam. Wrecking Bill jam! So it was just delayed a little bit. And Wrecking Bill is your lead jammer. Look at those 78-year-old legs pumping around the track.
It's hard to believe someone 81 is that nimble.
Oh, Wrecking Bill, come on. Wrecking Bill a little bit senile. He sometimes forgets the rules.
And the crowd turns on Wrecking Bill. This is going to be a perfect opportunity for the Carolina Wrecking Balls, number 13, Ranger Panties, to put some points on the board.
So Percy Control forces, I believe that's, who is that, Panty? Is that Panty Ranger? Can't make out the numbers. He's on the other end of the track.
Yep. Ranger Panties.
Oh, it's Ranger Panties.
Ranger Panties.
Not Panty Ranger. That's
Ranger
completely
Panties.
different. Ranger Panties. So Ranger Panties looking to put some points on the board. Meanwhile, Power Jam comes to an end. Wrecking Bill back on the track.
Oh, Ranger Panties just about got out. Knocked down.
And meanwhile, a star pass from Wrecking Bill to Nat King Kill. 5 points, grand slam. This jam is going to go the full 2 minutes, and it's going to be the last jam of the game even. Strong defensive work. Wrecking Bill forcing Ranger Panties out. Meanwhile, Nat King killed
by Double XL.
Let's see how many points he got there on that last jam.
5 for Carolina, and Ranger Panties bringing their total to 15. And it looks like with an unofficial score of 604 to 15, your winners here in this contest are going to be, 608 to 15, the St. Louis Gatekeepers.
All right. We're going to have some MVPs coming up shortly. But you can't have a great bout without two great teams. Give it up for the Carolina Wrecking Balls. All right. Balls, 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 balls. That makes it official. It is 6:08 to 15. All right, some MVPs for the winning team, the St. Louis Gatekeepers. MVP goes to number 11, Corey Porter. And for the Carolina Wrecking Balls, number 35, Old Dirty Packer. It was an absolute pleasure to bring you this bout here today between the Carolina Wrecking Balls and the St. Louis Gatekeepers. Stay tuned on track one, as next we have the final game of Spring Roll 2015, which will see the Sioux City Cornstalkers versus the Chicago Bruise Brothers. So come back for that. We got all kinds of special things lined up.
All right, folks. If you have lost an iPhone, please come up to the announcer's booth. If you have lost an iPhone, it's got a very distinct back cover. I'm not going to tell you what that cover is because I don't want somebody coming up and swiping your iPhone if it's not theirs. So come up and say, hey, I lost an iPhone, and tell me what's on the back cover.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rolomite.
Hey guys, get your blue tickets out. You know what I'm talking about if you have a blue ticket. If you don't worry about what I'm saying. Derby for All is doing their drawing right now. I happen to pull the ticket. If you have a blue ticket, I'm giving you the count of 10 to pull your blue ticket out. Otherwise, I'm picking another ticket. Does that make sense? To the people that have the blue tickets? And we're at 5, too. I'm not counting out loud. And now I will announce the winning number of the Derby for All raffle. If you have a blue ticket that reads the number 071813, you are a winner. I'm going to repeat it. 071813, you are a winner, and we will see you over at the Derby for All booth. Thank you.
071-813 Derby for All. If you got that number, go on over to the booth because you are a winner.